question. I thought it's this one.
Okay, so it's kind of like, oh, well, controversy is not a network. Please, if you have any. Okay, and we give it. So it's gonna sit.
Oh,
That's control. Or share. Oh, yeah. Okay, then number of the
sorry, Nadine, for the.
No, no, I'm really trying to like, you wanted to just speak and transfer, and I'm trying
No,
all
that,
my means to just
you
put
are.
you there.
That's what I'm saying. You are perfect. This was my
Okay.
shortcoming in not reading your email properly with the date.
It's okay, no problem. So maybe we move this. Better? They will hug each other, but it's okay. It will be fuzzy, but it's fine. And
Should we take a seat?
yes, yes, please take a seat. Please start.
And I
And
was
so
told I should speak from there because I've got the PowerPoint.
yes, you can
clicker
speak
thing
from
there.
there. So
Okay.
I will introduce you, and then we can.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
Would you like to take the?
Hello, how are you?
Katie from SDI.
Okay, yes. Katie, this is not from your. Okay. Yes. O sea, no te lo puedes perder.
Be careful. Do you want to sit already there? Yes, please. So yes, love each other. And you have to sit through this. But then maybe you can follow them.
Achei que você tinha na mão. Tudo.
It's going to be very hard to hear each other unless you wear the headphones. So it's probably necessary. We'll see. Okay, thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the SDG Pavilion here at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. My name is Ariel Alexevich. I'm a Sustainable Development Officer in the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And we are thrilled to be here with many of our partners from the Sustainable Water and Energy Solutions Network. We are going to hear from them some presentations about the work they're doing, and we will have a short discussion afterwards. So first of all, I would like to invite Ms. Katie Harris, a Senior Policy Fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute, to come up and deliver a short presentation. Welcome. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure and an honour to be here today in such esteemed company. My name is Katie Harris. As was just introduced, I'm a Senior Policy Fellow from the Stockholm Environment Institute. And I'm here today to talk about the water energy nexus in climate adaptation strategies and some of the threads of research and engagement that we feel need to come together in order to advance this agenda. Great. So, SEI, the Stockholm Environment Institute, has a number of projects that collectively aim to address the water energy nexus, including in climate adaptation strategies, spread out across our different global centres. And it's my pleasure to just present a handful of these on behalf of my colleagues here today. So the first point I want to make is about integrated tools for data modelling. To address the water energy nexus in climate adaptation strategies, we need tools to help us understand complex data on the supply and demand of both water and energy. Forecast and simulate how these might change in a warmer world, accounting for multiple, often competing demands and uses. And we need to explore alternative development and management options. So, SEI's Water Evaluation and Planning software, also called WEEP, is a practical tool for water resources planning that allows us to do integrated modelling analysis on the water, energy, and actually also the food nexus. We have applied this tool, and I encourage you all to check it out, in a number of cases. So first of all, at the regional level, such as the Sir Darya region in Central Asia, to understand the interplay between food, water, energy, and ecosystems and their impacts on the macroeconomy. At the national level, such as a study of the water, energy, and food nexus in Jordan, which aims to address the interlinked challenges of water scarcity, agricultural productivity, water quality, and energy independence. And also at the city level, through a study to explore whether water-scarce megacities, such as Beijing, are consuming energy in order to conserve local water resources. My second point is about building capacity to navigate trade-offs and harness synergies and co-benefits. So that's a lot of jargon there, but what do I mean? So to address the water energy nexus in climate adaptation strategies, we need to identify and support capacity building projects with communities, with local officials that draw on strong stakeholder engagement to cultivate strong stakeholder ownership. This is really essential if we're going to navigate trade-offs in energy and water use, but also to harness synergies through opportunities that the development of green and clean technology affords. So, in La Guajira, for example, in Colombia, we are working with indigenous communities who lack basic access to water to harness the benefits from a solar PV water pumping and desalination plant that was built as part of a deal to construct a wind farm on indigenous lands. The third point I want to make is about local ownership of integrated development plans. So we need local officials and communities at the heart of designing adaptation strategies that enhance resilience to climate change impacts through better access to adequate water and energy and improved food security. So, in Kenya, for example, we are working with local officials on navigating the water, energy, and food nexus for ecosystem-based adaptation in the Ewazonera North catchment through a project that aims to integrate the governance and management of water, energy, food, and environmental resources. In Ghana, we are working to support the development of integrated development plans, such as those in the Bui Reservoir, which aim to generate 400 megawatts of hydropower, 400 megawatts of solar power, and 40 hectares of new irrigation in the future. My fourth point, and there are only 5 of these, I promise, is about debunking myths and understanding the political economy. So we need adaptation strategies that account for the socio-cultural implications of an attitude towards the energy-water nexus. Small-scale hydropower is rapidly growing, and a diverse set of actors are making claims about its benefits that include the generation of cheap, low-carbon electricity or providing fast and effective flexibility to energy systems. But research increasingly shows that small-scale hydropower can also have significant socio-cultural and environmental impacts, such as local biodiversity loss or water supply issues. SEI researchers are analysing the role of small-scale hydropower in energy narratives to provide a better understanding of the politics of energy transitions and trying to estimate both positive and negative impacts at the basin level, with a focus on the EU and its close neighbourhood. We also have a number of other projects that are exploring the role of water access in reducing multidimensional poverty, for instance in Bolivia and Cambodia. My final point is about adopting a transboundary lens. So we need adaptation strategies that reduce transboundary climate risks associated with the energy-water nexus. So these might be transmitted through a country's shared water basins and/or their imports of energy, for example, including those generated via hydropower. So let me just give you an example. India has power exchange agreements with Nepal, for example, to utilize the country's surplus hydroelectricity. This includes a 2024 agreement to import an additional 10,000 megawatts over the next 10 years. But the future production of hydroelectricity in Nepal can be threatened by a number of climate shocks, from glacial lake outburst floods to extreme rainfall. Moreover, the availability of water in the region is expected to peak mid-century in tandem with accelerated glacial melt and subsequently decline. So if these sorts of impacts occur, they will affect not only hydropower in countries such as Nepal, but also cascade through their trade agreements, potentially jeopardizing energy investments and energy security in importing countries such as India. And we at SEI are aiming to understand these kinds of risks, including through the partnership we co-founded called Adaptation Without Borders. So, to hear more about these projects and SEI's work to address the energy-water nexus in climate adaptation strategies, we encourage you to check out our podcast. It's called Water Stories. It's about the world of water. SEI experts break down complex topics such as efforts to manage water in California, the importance of giving ecosystems a voice in water and energy planning, the intersection of poverty and water and energy availability, and the role of computer models in managing water and energy in a changing climate. So just thanks very much. I look forward to hearing your reflections and also learning from all your experiences and perspectives on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, for that presentation, and it's great to see your global work. Right now, I would like to invite Mr. Gonzalo Sáenz de Miera, Director of the Climate Change and Alliances at Iberdrola in España. Over to you.
Inviting us to this. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. First of all, let me start by sending my regards to Valencia. I don't know if, I'm sure you know, that only 2 weeks ago experienced severe storms and severe floods with catastrophic impact in terms of lives and in terms of economic impact. And this catastrophe is an example that was aggravated, of course, by climate change, and is an example of why we have to accelerate climate action, not only mitigation, reducing emissions, this is our job, especially in an energy sector, but also increase action in adaptation. So I work for an energy company that is called Iberdrola, and our main focus is to reduce emissions, because climate change, the main cause of climate change is an energy model based on fossil fuels. So we have to move from fossil fuels to renewables. This is what we are doing, but at the same time, we are seeing the consequences of the water crisis, because we need water to produce all our energy, and as you were mentioning, there is an important nexus between these two elements that are in crisis, because we have an energy crisis, but also we have a water crisis. So let me share with you some reflections on both issues. On water adaptation, on water, what we are seeing is a growing demand, and what we are seeing is a decrease in supply. Decrease in supply because of global warming, the increase in temperature, but also more frequent severe climate extremes, like storms, droughts, floods, and so on. So in this context, I think there are three main policy directions. First, try to save water. In everywhere, for instance, in Spain, I don't know, 80% of the water use is by agriculture, and there is a huge room for improvement because the water techniques that we are using are not efficient at all. Okay. The second thing is, and there is a growing debate now in Spain, is water infrastructures. But we have to analyze very well what we need in terms of water infrastructures, because water infrastructures has also an impact on biodiversity. That is another crisis we are facing. But definitely, water infrastructures, and there are differences between developed and less developed countries, of course. Okay? And the last thing I wanted to mention is desalination. And this is becoming increasingly important. Why? I mean, to increase supply. Why? Because energy, there is an energy revolution, an energy technological revolution in the power sector. And only 10 years ago, desalination was very expensive and very polluting, because this water needs to be transformed using natural gas. However, today we have renewable resources, and renewable resources that are becoming extremely cheap. The problem with renewable resources is that they are intermittent. However, in desalination, this is not a problem, because you can desalinate water when you have a lot of power, for instance, solar power. And in many countries, like Spain, there is an excess of supply of photovoltaic now. So I think the nexus between water and energy in terms of desalination is extremely interesting. For instance, for countries that we don't have water in Spain, but we have a lot of renewable power. And this is the case for many other countries. In terms of energy, what we have to do, because of climate crisis, is completely change our energy system, move from fossil fuels to renewables. And in terms of adaptation, that is the theme today of this debate, I would like to say three things. First, moving from fossil fuels to renewables is less water dependent. Why? Because renewable energy and renewable technologies do not use water. I mean, I will say something about hydropower later. But solar photovoltaic and wind, that are the main technologies, the main renewables, do not consume water. To move from fossil fuels and to renewables, you increase the security of the system, because you are less vulnerable to like water crisis, storms, and so on. Because if you have just one coal station in a country and there is a problem with the coal station, you lose all the power. However, if you have distributed generation, it's much better. This is in terms of generation. In terms of generation, there is also hydropower. And here in hydropower, I think hydropower is very important for the energy system, but for the power system, not instead of generation. In terms of flexible technology. Why? Because power sector, hydropower, and you know very well, is a flexible technology that you can storage energy, like basically in water. So it's very flexible, but at the same time, so it's very good for a system based on renewables. But at the same time, it's very good for water management because it can play a role in, I don't know how to say in English, but to manage these floods or heavy storms that you have in many countries, like for instance in Spain. So I think the role of hydropower infrastructures in terms of water and energy is also very interesting. And the last thing I want to mention is networks, electricity networks. And electricity networks are really important to integrate renewables, to decarbonize the whole economy, I mean to electrificate the economy, like transport, industries, to move from fossil fuels to renewables through the electricity. So we will have to develop a lot of networks, but those networks need to be adapted to climate change, because those networks are not yet adapted, as we have seen, for instance, in Valencia. So in this context, too, I think there are important issues to analyze in this water nexus, water energy nexus in terms of adaptation. One is to move from fossil fuels to renewables. The other is networks, and I think this is a very important link. Hydropower, as I was mentioning, and I think this is a question for the future, desalination with renewables. So to conclude, I think we are suffering this crisis at the same time. The relationship between those crises are very clear, but I think what is needed is more coordination in terms of policies. And as you were mentioning projects, and they're very interesting but I think, from my perspective, we have to move from projects to whole system. Because if you want to provide electricity to Africa, for instance, if you act through projects, you can't even cope with a growing demand for people. So I think we have to work together in order to define systems like micro networks, isolated networks, extension of networks that cope with this in an efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo, for those remarks and also for reminding us that people are suffering in Valencia, and we will, part of what we want to do here is to keep them in the conversation. Right now, I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Gustavo Paredes, International Advisor at UNALA. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel like Leah Princess with these things, but I think it's better to talk. Thank you very much to the network and this opportunity. It's really important to try to talk about very important issues, and it's very important for Latin America and for Central America, because all the time we are talking just about, when we are talking about Latin America, they start to think about from Panama, to town, to Brazil, Argentina. And well, we are part of this is UNALA. This is Latin American sugar producers members. We are now in 14 countries because Uruguay is part of this network from last week. And we are working together with different organizations, and we are working, for example, from Guatemala with all the members of the sugarcane offices, and in Brazil is, for example, 345 producers just in Sao Paulo, and is one of the most important organizations around the world. And this is just a little numbers about what are we doing. It's 6.5 million of jobs we made in the area, 317 independent producers we have in the chain of production, 52 million of tons of sugar. It's like 34% of the sugar around the world, 31 millions of tons of the sugar exported, that almost that from to the US and Europe, 11 million of hectares of harvest, and 31 million of the ethanol producers. That is like 32% of the ethanol production in around the world. And this is very important because we are not just producing, we give the electricity for the matrix of some countries. Like Guatemala, we have the matrix in Guatemala of the 42% of the matrix of the electricity in Guatemala in the dry season. I think that's very important when we are talking about, when I hear Gonzalo, because it's very important to talk about the globalization of the problem and the situation, because in Latin America it's really important to talk when you are in the dry season how we can work with the cogeneration. And it's not that all the cogeneration is in the same way, but in our country, in Guatemala, this is a really good example on how we can reduce the use of water, and we can are more efficient with the electrification, and with give more opportunities. And the other thing is very important is how these organizations provide the data to the governments, because this is another very important situation for Latin America, is how we can provide the data. Our governments need our help from the private sector and working together, because Latin America is not like Europe, and we need to work in different way when we are talking about data. We have a really good partnership with OLADE that is helping a lot with that, and we are trying to give more information to the people. But now I want to introduce some of the projects we are having in different of our countries. We are very happy because we are the first organization like UNALA. We start with Asazwa, is the president of the UNALA in this moment. We are the first one to implement the SDG case studies of the 17 SDGs in our different organizations. The last year, we make the presentation of the case studies in Guatemala, of all the Guatemala cases. But now, in May of the next year, we are going to present the implementation of the SDGs in 14 countries. That's very good, because we can show how the agriculture can work direct with the SDGs, and how we can work with the different situations. And where we are talking about sustainable development issues, I think it's very important for countries like us, if we are not just talking about environmental issues. We need to talk about social and economic issues. For example, we have the disaster risk management in Guatemala. Guatemala is one of the most environmental vulnerable countries in the planet. That's really important for us, because Central America have a lot of situations, and not all the people knows our situation is in the region, And the Guatemala sugar agro industry provides a support of the comprehensive programs to disasters in different ways, not just in environmental area, just in the social situations, like in the COVID situation in Guatemala. But in that way, we want to show what are we doing and the activities we are doing in this way. We are working in the risk management and flooding and early warning, including flood emergency, because that's really important in our areas in Latin America, because the government not all the time arrives to all the situations near our areas of the production, and we cannot just think about our miles, we need to talk about the people are working with us and the families. That's very important, because if you have the people happy and you can provide to them, not just about the good education, we need to provide to them a good life situation. That's really important. That's why we are working together with them, with the management of the support of the communities and municipalities in the management of the water and health, including potable water systems, designing with the construction with them. But because what happened in Latin America, for example, if you ask for the people, if you give them money, they ask you, they are not thinking about water problems, for example. And we need to help them to think in the water problems, and they think in the energy problems, and in that way we working together to try to find the best solution and technical solutions to give the ideas to work in this situation. We are working in the reuse and recycling water, including advancing the efficiency of the reuse of the factory, in the advancing the wastewater management. watershed management, including the forest in the high areas, biological corridors, and reforestation. That's very important too, because we are trying to make the education to the people to take care about the biodiversity. We have a lot of problems too, because we need to educate the people. It's not just to talk about climate change, because not all the people understand what is climate change. I think we talked yesterday in another conference, and we say, like, if you start to say to the people NDCs, or you start to talk about different words, they say, I need to eat, I need to do this, I need water, I need electricity. You know, that's why it's very important to work with them and try to make more education and try to feel they are part of this. That's, for us, is very important. That's why we advanced in the river management, included technical roundtables with the multiple stakeholders, ensuring an ecological flow is the main rivers in the area. That's why, because we have to show to them, it's not just us, we have to take care of that kind of situation. We have to work together, and that's why we are working in that area. That's why we have more than 16 plans to work with the different local communities. We are working in the different areas of the Guatemala, on the coast of the Pacific of Guatemala. The other work we are doing in the area is the integrated watershed management. That's important because not all the people understand. When Gonzalo talked before about agriculture systems in the water management, it's very important because the people don't understand. Maybe, for example, when you are talking about agriculture, the sugarcane agro-industry, we are using the 73% of the water we are using came from the rain. We are not using the rivers or in this way. And we have to show to the people how to take care about the different watershed areas, because this is really important for our cities, because sometimes the people don't understand how we can work together and how we can start to make programs to reduce the impact of in the areas. In that way, we are looking forward to working in the cooperation with the local governments and with the private sector. And we in Guatemala, we introduced the ICC, the first private climate change institute. And that's very important for the area because we can share with them all the information and we can share with them all the best practice they can do with this project. We are working in the generation of primary data of the waste sheets and establish of the baseline, promotion and flow of the social organization process of managed waste watersheds, effective management and protection of the forest, and integrate of the water resource managers. And the other thing is really important is to talk about the soil protection activities, you know, because if we are working together with the people and the communities, this is really important for us. And the other one is we are going to show what are we doing in El Salvador. We are working with the strategy communities resilience. And this is the other way in Latin America, especially in Central America. We are working together with the communities, trying to help them to understand what are we doing and how the sugarcane growing communities can be part of the projects and be part of the systems. In that area, we are working with them in the different activities like environmental education, like we are doing in Guatemala too, and more than reforestation of the areas. That's very important for all of us to trying to show how we can do with the forest and how we can working with the adaptation problems in the different countries in Central America. We are replying these different activities, not just in Central America, and we are put all of these projects with our members of the UNALA in the 14 countries, and we have another reports, and we are be helping with other countries like Brazil, because they are having an incredible projects like Ethanol Más Verde is one of the most important projects in the reforestation education situation in Latin America. And we are working together like a network to try to resolve the problems about water and energy situation with the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gustavo, for telling us about those projects in Guatemala and El Salvador. Right now, I'd like to invite Ms. Karina Dolabella, Coordinator of Climate Change and Sustainability of CEMIL in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Today, I will talk a little bit about our adaptation plan that is actually now on public consultation. So, okay. Well, are you listening to me? Okay. We call our adaptation plan PARC, okay? So just for you to understand. PARC is a part of São Paulo's climate change strategy. It includes actions, projects, and policies to make São Paulo more resilient and with a low carbon economy. So São Paulo climate strategy focus on both parts of climate agenda: mitigation, reducing emissions, and adaptation, preparing for climate impacts. Each part has its own plan. So for mitigation, we have the climate action plan, launched in 2022, and for adaptation we are finishing the adaptation plan, so it will be on public consultation until December 20. Well, these plans were created with help for German Agency for International Cooperation and coordinated by our Environment, Infrastructure, and Logistics Secretary. Okay. So PARC is structured around five axes, five thematic axes. So coastal zone, water security, food and nutrition security, healthy, biodiversity, and we have climate justice and infrastructure are included in each topic. So it's a big challenge to include these two topics in these five axes, but we are in a hard work with thematic groups to guarantee these issues. Our adaptation plan adopted some premise for this first implementation cycle. The first implementation cycle focus on starting actions, setting short-term goals as 3 years as part of a 10-year plan. It collaborates with municipalities to strengthen their climate agendas, with the state direct responsibility, promotes climate justice and resilience infrastructure. The goal is to continuously improve the plan based on the learned lessons and enhance climate resilience across São Paulo. Well, the impact methodology was used to identify key impacts of the most critical climate threats for each thematic areas. This process helped us to identify problems, prioritize them, and outline specific actions and sub-actions for each topic. The plan was development with input from over 80 participants, including state experts and a lot of research. This image illustrates the logical chain applied using the coastal zone as an example. The draft version of adaptation plan lists 49 main actions and 216 sub-actions, organized into 7 groups. Okay. These actions focus on building a strong foundation for climate resilience across São Paulo, addressing both immediate needs and long-term goals. As I said, our adaptation plan was made available for public consultation at the start of November, and it's still on public consultation until December 20, using an online form for our website. So you can share your opinion on the proposed action and sub-actions, suggest changes, add new ideas, and remove existing ones. You can also vote on which action should be prioritized. To help create an implementation of our adaptation plan, a communication and social participation plan was developed. The goal is to keep people involved and informed about our adaptation plan. The plan has 2 main focuses. Communication, keep an open channel to share updates about our adaptation plan and help people understand why climate adaptation and resilience are important. And the second is the social mobilization that seeks to improve intersectoral and coordination, as well as the mobilization of the participants, the groups and communities in vulnerable territories, and with greater exposure to impacts of climate change. By the end of the consultation, 5 more listening sessions like this will be carried out. I would like to thank you for this presentation, and I am here for everything. If you have any question, it'll be a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina, for sharing everything about the work you do in Brazil. It sounds really good, and people can learn more, of course, by going to the Sustainable Water and Energy Solutions Network website. And as our last presenter right now, I'd like to welcome Mr. Gaston Sirot, who is part of the Latin American Energy Organization, or OLADE.
Hello. I think we have a presentation, but I will start. I didn't know that in order to get the invitation for the guys, we need to have a name with a G. We had Gustavo, We had Gonzalo, and now you had Gaston. So I'm very glad of the name I had, otherwise it would be very, very difficult to be here with you today. So let me introduce you briefly OLADE. OLADE is an intergovernmental organization with 27 countries. It has 21 years old, and the main focus is... It's okay? You hear me? Yeah, okay. So the main focus of the organization is to cooperate, is to coordinate different efforts and national politics in terms of energy. So it's extremely important because what we need today is to seek integration in terms of energy, better planning, and especially when we are looking for two very particular resources like water and energy. So it's very, very important not to start working with silos, but to start working together. So that's one of the main message, and that's how OLADE has the actual importance in terms of an organism that seeks integration, collaboration, and cooperation among the countries from Mexico to Chile. So that's how important this organization is for the region. So in terms of generation, in terms of natural resources, our region, it's the greener region in the world. We produce 60% of our energy, of our electricity, from renewable sources. 9% of the whole energy matrix, so not only electricity, but the whole energy matrix, come from hydropower. So this will give you the importance of the water in the region. So we had 9% of the whole energy on the region, 40% of the electricity comes from hydropower. So these are the main figures. 9% of the whole energy, 60% of our electrical matrix from hydropower, and 40% of this renewable energy comes from hydropower. We have 200 gigawatt of hydropower. However, due to the climate change, what we are facing, it's a very complicated situation. Depending on water, it's a good thing, but it can also bring some issues. Like our colleague mentioned from Iberdrola, the situation they're living in Valencia. This year, 2024, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we had 5 countries with shortcut or blackout in their countries. So that's just to have an idea, 21st century, 2024, and we have 5 countries that in different moments they had blackouts or power shortcut. So we have to keep in mind how important this climate change is impacting on us, and what's the solution. We are talking about decarbonization as part of the solution. I believe there's a word that could help us a lot: diversification. We need to start making our energy matrix more diverse. So do not put all your energy in one single solution. Just try to find the most resilient, and this is something that will have a very, very strong impact in the Caribbean as well. We need to have this energy matrix as diverse as possible. So when we talk about hydropower, what we know is what we said. The potential is 600 gigawatts. So we are exploiting not even 30% of our capacity. And this 676 is not just a number, it's a real project. We are talking about a potential of real project. If we go, for example, to solar energy, we are exploiting only 1% of Latin American Caribbean potential, 10% of wind energy potential, and 29% of hydropower energy power capacity. So we still have a lot to exploit in order to keep on making our region greener and greener and greener. So what we have here in terms of the perspective, if we want to achieve with the objective of 2050 of net zero, we will need the hydropower capacity to be triple. So you can imagine in terms of the time that will require to put those projects ongoing, the money, the budget that will be required, and the political organization. And why am I talking about the political organization? If we go to the biggest energy power plant in the world, and I'm not talking only for renewables, I'm talking in the world, is Itaipu. Itaipu is a binational power generation. It's between Brazil and Paraguay. So we have a lot of work in terms of coordinating national politics in order to get one project into a reality. This power plant generates over 3 million gigawatt hour. So it's a huge amount of energy that was produced during the last 40 years that show us how important this coordination among the countries is, because some of the rivers in South America or Latin America, what they do, they not divide country, they make them work together. That's another key message. The frontier, the barriers that we have among the countries are the ones that will help them to start working together. They have this responsibility of using this resource on a very responsible manners. And this is how I think we can achieve those goals of renewable energy, of doubling energy efficient, of tripling renewable capacity. Of course, we don't have to forget about the impact of this technology. It's not something that we don't have to look at it. We know that this technology can have some impact. You will have to build them, so you will have to flood areas. However, all these impacts, the real work you have to do is to check how you will mitigate them. And normally, it's something that will help you to build strong, very, very strong bonds with the communities. In all renewable projects, and I'm not talking about only hydropower projects, solar, wind, geothermal, biomass project, you need to have very strong relationship with communities. They are the ones that will be the pushers of the project or the stopper of the same project. So keep in mind that even if we have some impact on the micro-scale project or on the big site project, you will have to work from the day one, and day one is not when you start building, it's when you start having the idea of the projects. Just be sure that you bring all the communities, all the stakeholders to the same table in order to make those projects from a dream to a reality. So we know we have a lot of impact, but we know that we have the skills in the regions, we know that we have the will in the regions, and we know that in spaces like this one, you can have the financing to make this a reality. So to conclude, we will just give you some examples of some solutions that Olade provide. For example, this was in Guatemala. Actually, we'll be a bit faster, where we had small scale projects of hydropower in order to help communities to develop their own projects. So this was a 90 kilowatt plant that has a completely different objective. We are not talking about generating power capacity for the country. We are talking about bringing a solution for a community. So the same resource, different focus. You can have it the biggest power generation in the world, or you can have a local solution for communities. This is hydropower in the two different scales. So just to close our presentation, we have a mature technology. We know that we have this climate situation, but hydropower can help us by avoiding floods, for example, like we had it in Spain last year. If you can control the resources, even if you will have some problems with generator, you can have as well a solution. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you you, Gaston, for telling us about your work. We appreciate it. And I would also like to note for everyone here that we do have another member of the Sustainable Water and Energy Solutions Network here. We have Sebastien Gros, founder and CEO of SoulShare. Sebastien, I wonder if you would like to come up and say a few words about your project. Yeah.
Thank you for the Club of G's. As you said, I learned a lot about your work in Latin America, so it was really interesting. I'm from SoulShare. We, together with Grameen Bank's energy arm, are also a network member. And just to put another perspective into projects with communities, we deal a lot with solar water pumping for agriculture. And here the biggest challenge really is, if you have the seasonal effect, you really only need the solar capacity for half the year. So that makes the economics of the project very challenging. And since we don't want to go for a project as Gonzalo, right? Yeah, Gonzalo said, we need to be able to scale it up, right? So we came up with a scheme where you have an energy sharing grid so that excess energy can flow into the solar water pump, but you basically have a diversified usage pattern where people can share electricity and it's automatically accounted on their meter. So whenever they sell electricity, it goes up. Whenever they buy it, it goes down. So it's a smart meter project, and that tries to maximize utilization of all the energy capacities. And that's what brings us to that network. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Sebastien. So we have just about 5 minutes left, but I think there's at least one question we can get to for our panelists. And you can just use the mics that are on the table there. But, you know, when it comes to international cooperation for sustainable water and energy solutions, what kind of support do you think is most needed, is most critical, if it's financing, technology transfer, capacity development, data, something like this, and why, and if there's any measure that you think is the most critical to be implementing now, please tell us. So is there someone eager to go first on this? Katie, perhaps. Yeah.
Sure, great question. It's hard to narrow it down to one particular type of international cooperation, but in general, I coordinate a network called Adaptation Without Borders, and we're trying to really strengthen international cooperation on adaptation. At the moment, most countries still plan adaptation through their national adaptation plans. They can often be quite siloed, developed independently from each other, and they only account for the impacts of climate change that country is projected to experience from within their borders. What we've been talking about today a lot is the need for this integrated, systemic approach. We need to build resilience of our water and energy systems from a systems perspective. And for that to happen, we really need much stronger cooperation between countries in developing their national adaptation plans to understand how they are vulnerable to climate impacts through their import of energy supplies, through their import of water supplies, and really to then strengthen cooperation on adaptation at that systemic systems level, regionally, internationally. So I would just say we're really advocating. This is why it's really important to have these discussions in spaces like this, so we can really engender a more international cooperation on adaptation, particularly to these transboundary risks.
Thank you, Katie. I think Gonzalo.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think we need more cooperation, more alliances, and I think it's important to get private sector involved in this process. Why? Because we are doing a lot of things and we are suffering climate change, and so it's not a question of policies, that is really important, and planning, but it implies huge changes in society, huge changes in infrastructures. And for this reason, I think that we have to work together. Governments, firms, and civil society, universities, think tanks, and so on. And we have to do it urgently.
Okay, Gustavo, on this side.
Thank you. I think something very important is to talk to the people. I think that's very important in the cooperation, because I have a situation before is we always say from I live in Spain too, but the people say like you need this. Maybe it's not the way. Maybe we need to talk more with the people and hear more what they need, because it's like we say before, is we have to globalization of the problem of the situation and how we can use the natural resources and how we can help the people, because sometimes we are thinking, for example, we have a situation with the clean cooking, and they are talking about we have to put the solar implementation here, but maybe not, because we have storms during 4 months during the year, and it's like you don't have the solar situation, and we need more cooperation to after these kind of events have a more conversation with our stakeholders and working together to try to know more about us and how we can work together, us like members of this network, for example, and how we can working together with United Nations too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gaston.
I couldn't agree more with what you said. So in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we try to put on movement what they just said. For example, we understand we need cooperation. That's why we had this organization. We need to have the private sector involved. During 1 week a year, this year was in Paraguay, we had the Energy Week. The Energy Week is a week where we have the 27 ministers grouped together and working on what the region need. And we had session with the public, so it open like here in COP, and you have a whole afternoon where you have the CEOs of the most important energy companies and energy consumers company, so the energy intensive companies, working together in a regional private and public meeting. And what we have decided to create this year, it's a regional planning meeting and group that will help us to understand how to move forward. So this, I think, it summarizes the excellent ideas that we haven't invented. We just listen to the one that know, and we just implement it. So this is what we are doing, at least in Latin America with Olade.
Great. And I think Karina, for the last word here.
I would like to say that I think plans are really important and relevant, but the most challenge is to implementation and concrete actions. So we need to scale up, and this is really challenge. And we know that decarbonization is really expensive, and we have a lot of other questions that you need to address. So this is the big challenge. Plans are really is the structure of everything, but we need to scale up the concrete actions to change the mindset and everything that we are looking at the moment.
Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in our panel. We really appreciate it. And we encourage everybody in the audience to continue this networking for water and energy solutions in our networking space. And thank you for tuning in at home. And that will be it for now. Thank you so much for joining.
Oh, no, yeah. Oh, this is. Oh. La 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 la. Wow, this is fancy. Oh, it cancels the noise? Wow. Like AI, so we have transcripts. I don't hear, no one's talking. I see, you shouldn't have had the coffee. I know you did.
This is why when women lead something, it's so much more nicer.
All right, let's get started. So, good morning, everyone, and deep gratitude for making it here this morning and taking the time out of all the schedules that are going on here, all the competing schedules. Thank you again. My name is Sunita Subramanian. I am a researcher with the United Nations University, the institute I work for. And I'll explain a little bit about UNU for those of you who are quite unfamiliar with what UNU is. It is the academic arm of the United Nations. It's headquartered in Tokyo, Japan. We are a network of 13 institutes around the world. Our mandate is to conduct research and inform policy making based on the evidence that is generated. And the research comes from all kinds of sources. It's the mainstream research, but it also is informed by evidence from the ground. And we are expected to serve as a bridge between different types of stakeholders, all of whom have to work together for advancing the goal of sustainability that was put in there. So that's our main mandate. Of course, the principles we work on focus really a lot on living in harmony with nature, equity, inclusivity, participatory processes. These are things that we constantly advocate for. So joining us today, we are 3 institutes from UNU who got together with, of course, the support of DESA. Joining me are my colleagues from institutes in Maastricht and in Bruges, Belgium. Dr. Nidhi Nagabatla, who is from UNU CRIS in Belgium, and Dr. Sanai Okamoto, who is from UNU Merit in Maastricht in the Netherlands. So what we would like to focus on here what we will focus on, and that's been a core part of the work that we've been trying to do together, is to look at advocating for a socio-ecological systems approach in our planning, which basically means that the society and ecology are not, this is common sense in a way, but we kind of lost the plot over the years, that we look at it as a system. It's a functioning system, and it's important that the functioning system works together. So it's like you could say it's like a Rubik's Cube. You know, you can't solve problems on environment without solving issues in the society, but they have to go together, and only then do you solve the whole cube together. It's pretty much like that, and that's something that's probably very commonly known in many societies, but it's in mainstream society, it's still a very fragmented and fractured approach that we have. So that's something that we are advocating for, and in that context, whole of society and whole of government approaches fit nicely in, because that's the whole principle. What is also important, going beyond just well-being is to look at resilience. How are we building resilient socio-ecological systems? And that's something that requires a lot of coherence across actors, across sectors, and across different scales of implementation. So what we would like to do in this session is to have, and we've designed it so it's very interactive, is to have an honest conversation amongst all of us who are here on what policy coherence means in the context in which we are working in, what we've experienced, what challenges do we face, and how we've been able to address them, and where do we see the opportunities in terms of networking or whatever opportunities we see. So to facilitate this, the conversation, what we will do is we've invited a few speakers to be starter speakers because it's like inspiring people to come forth and also share your opinions. So they will, in about 3 minutes, they will express what this means in their own context. So they cut across multiple specializations, multiple organizations, and also different types of cultures. So we'll get started on that in a bit, and I'll explain the methodology a bit later. But before we get started, I'd like to hand over the floor to Dr. Sanae Okamoto to walk us through the background and the context in which we will be working today. Sanae.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanae Okamoto from UN Merit. My campus is located in Maastricht, Netherlands. So Okay, I'm a senior researcher at UN Merit, and I have been working on the topic of climate resilience and circular economy. And I'm very happy to be here and be involved in this session. And as Sunita already explained a lot, so if we want real sustainability and a way to live in harmony with nature, we need to really get out, get our economic and social and environmental and governance goals all pulling in the same direction. So that's why we need to work towards this, like the ambition together. So that means making sure policies across every sector, from the local level to global level, need to be aligned. So we are talking about how we can synchronize and coordinate environmental laws and policies across different ecosystems, landscapes and seascapes and forestries, and making sure other sectors support each other rather than clashing each other. So this is the very important point. And the next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we prepared the guiding questions. So there are 3 items. So the first one is institutional reform and reorientation. How can multi-level governance frameworks be effectively designed, embracing socio-ecological systems complexity, and to enhance policy coherence across different actors and sectors in driving targeted climate action? And second one, equity. How can we ensure inclusive stakeholder engagement that addresses the needs and perspectives of marginalized communities and other interest groups in climate-related policy making? And the last one is keep the focus on the outcome. How to address trade-offs towards climate and socio-ecological resilience and sustainability. We will try to make this fishbowl session along these 3 guiding questions. And the next slide, please. And so here I give this floor to Sunita again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanae. So the fishbowl methodology basically includes, we will have a set of speakers who will get started. And then once you've spoken, we will invite others to come to the dais. Now, after we've got the first set of starter speakers speaking, we are also everyone who's in the audience is a participant. So you are also requested to come up to the front. And as they speak, as they finish speaking, the speakers keep moving to their places in the dais. So we will nudge you as you do this. It's not as complicated as it sounds. Sometimes just acting is much better than talking about it. So let's get started. I'm going to invite our starter speakers to come and take your table. In no specific order. We've got your names up there. I'm going to request you to briefly introduce who you are and where you're coming from, and then speak about the three guiding questions. And if you could go back to the questions a bit, because we think that three major parts of the issue of addressing policy coherence involves the first box of how do you reorient, you can start coming as I explain this. So reorient institutions so that there's more, it's a governance issue, it's looking at inclusivity and equity, and the third one, ensuring that we don't get so caught up in the tools that we forget what the outcome is. So if you're looking at better resilience, we have to ensure that we get that outcome. Yeah, sure. Okay. Who wants to go first? We go left to right. Yeah, go on. So keep it close to your mouth. I was given instructions on using the microphone, and if your head moves, your mic moves with it.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Yes, we can. Okay. Such an interesting thing. I think it's off. This way? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, so just very quickly, because I do not have much time. My name is Simon Patrick Obi. I'm from Africa, the global north, which is global south, which is highly hit in terms of climate issue. But I also work with Johns Hopkins University as a full-time faculty. I am with Yongo constituency within the health constituency. But one thing that excites me about this topic today is the incoherence in policy making, which has sort of reflects the work I do over the course of the year. I've noticed this, I work around policy advocacy, and I've noticed this plays out in many things, in many works that we do. And I'll give you a typical example. So I work within the health sector, but I also promote traffic safety, and then also promote climate change. But there is connection in all of this. But what we see over the year is that we see situations whereby policies are made in silos. And because of policies are made in silo, it is very difficult to sort of achieve the overarching goals of climate action. And what we have been promoting over the years is inclusivity in policy making. And I've highlighted some of the pointers that I hope to share. Inclusivity in policy making, making sure that at the point of making policy, that we do not just, take evidence from what has worked in some spaces and then, replicate it in some spaces, but also coming from a point of need assessment, engaging indigenous people at the grassroots level, engaging with marginalized groups, women, and young people who face the greatest brunt of whatever that happens in our society, right? Making sure that their voices are incorporated at the very beginning of policy making. So again, highlighting the previous thing that I said, we see situation whereby it has towards the end of policy making that, we see stakeholders rushing to tick the box by inviting young people, by inviting women. No, that shouldn't happen. If we continue to do that, we will not achieve results. We will not gain the trust of community people who this intervention are supposed to help and who are supposed to support to, achieving the overall goals of climate policy. So inclusivity is my advocacy today, making sure that we do not just include people just to tick the boxes, but also making sure that we do it at the very beginning of different intervention, and ensuring that this marginalized group are also form part of an advisory group that monitor, right, evaluate the outcome as the policy implementation process proceeds further. Thank you. I will pause at this point and give the mic to other persons.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Fraude. I work for two very different organizations. but for the same on the same subject, and that is asking deeper questions. You can say questions such as we are now more than 30 years in the process of the UNFCCC Climate Convention, and that it has become like a permanent known fact that the negotiations get stuck and are not reaching their goal. And after so many years, we really have to ask questions like why. We do have the technological solutions. We do have many ideas how we can finance these things. We do have the political frameworks, but why are we not changing? Why are systems not changing? And one of the things my colleague here who spoke before me already pointed out, which was a silo. This mic doesn't work. The silo structure, the disconnect, but also in transdisciplinary research, we are aware more and more, especially in systems thinking, that there is one whole area which has been overlooked, and that is the area of the inner dimension of transformation. So beside all the outer dimension of technique and so on, there is an inner dimension of transformation which relates to the way we see the world, our relationship with nature, the way we understand life, or the way we understand other people. So here today we do a fishbowl which suggests also to be more in conversation with each other. And I like very much that you talked about an honest space. And it's not so easy to have an honest and safe conversation with others in an what we call unsafe environment. And there I want to point out that even the culture which is created at the COP, for example, where everyone is very official and there is a lot of mistrust and you don't know whom you can talk to with whom about what, this already limits a lot the capacity of really creative thinking and co-creating solutions, for example. So we have to start on the level of how are we organizing, for example, a room, sitting in a circle, for example, which fishbowl suggests also, rather than having a stage which creates distance and maybe mistrust and so on. Even these kind of things matter. But then there is a lot of knowledge which we have to bring into political spaces like this about alignment of thoughts. And there is a quantum physicist, David Bohm, who did some research on that and developed a dialogue approach which helps people from very, very different worldviews to listen with a lot of silence and open heart to listen to each other, so that kind of you can more and more include the perspective and worldview from the other. And it's like then the divide and either or finishes, but it's end with. So it's like a mosaic picture. Everyone puts their perspective into the middle, and slowly, slowly together we create a collective bigger picture which doesn't exclude but includes a multiple way of looking at things. And our brains start to think together and shift and change, so that there are, and I have worked with the David Bohm dialogue for many, many years, and there's a lot of beauty in there. Like you would think something and suddenly it comes into my mind because our thinking and is aligned. So we really think together, and this releases an amazing capacity of co-creation. But all the understanding about what is consciousness, what is attitude, what is feelings, and how that influences the way we speak, and then the way we understand things, is not the domain of politics and hasn't been the domain of science, but luckily science is opening to include other forms of knowing. But I think it's more than time to include it in this arena as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marta Elena, and I am from Italy. I am a researcher as a background. I'm mostly focusing on risk assessment and stakeholder engagement into adaptation processes at the urban level at first. I will probably start focusing on the question related to equity. So how to include the most vulnerable into adaptation, but not only climate processes in general. I want to bring some example here because I really usually reasoning by example is more simple to me. The first one that I want to put on the table is an example coming from a project that I'm part of. It's called Agora. And actually the goal of this project is to try to understand how to engage in the best approach the different target groups of the population that are part of the same system. So we are having different pilots, Rome for Italy, Dresden for Germany, Malmo for Sweden, and Aragona for Spain. And I'm the pilot leader, let's say, for the Rome case study. And this was really exciting because I had the opportunity to run several focus groups within the Rome population. And we have been considering health operators, youth with interest in climate, multicultural communities, and also workers. And these bring a lot of insights into the process because the goal of this Agora project is to try to understand how the impacts of climate change are perceived at the urban level, but at the same time, which kind of, let's say, engagement methodology can best fit the target group under consideration. So the project is still ongoing. We are collecting all these feedbacks from all the 4 pilots that I mentioned before. We are going to have a final co-creation workshop in January, February, more or less. And the idea is to put all these stakeholders that have been invited into this focus group to talk together with the Municipal Office of Climate in order to make them in contact and provide a network that can be more sustainable across the time. This mainly because I had the impression, but usually we have the impression also coming from the literature that the stakeholder engagement processes are useful, but usually are just one shot. And if this kind of process are not like connect over time, there is the difficulties that the network cannot start and then is not useful. I mean, it can be useful to write some insights about the focus group by it is, but it's better to include these insights into the decision-making processes in order to make sure to include also the most vulnerable over the time.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hi, I'm Shena Garcia Rangel from the UN Environment Programme World Conservation Monitoring Center based in Cambridge. I am originally from Venezuela, and I have worked at different levels, supporting regional governments, national governments, and also sort of more the international policy agenda on climate change and biodiversity. I have some scattered thoughts here, but related to the questions. I'm also thinking through examples, so I'm just going to start by giving an example of a project that I have been involved in. It's called the National Ecosystem Assessment Initiative. It is an initiative that supports governments to develop IPBES-style assessments, like the global assessment. And IPBES, for those that are not aware, is the Intergovernmental Science and Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Through the projects that we're working with 12 countries across the world, one of the sort of key sort of structures that we support countries to set up is a national biodiversity platform, with the idea of bringing together and creating a safe space for bringing together different stakeholders. We have worked with Colombia, Vietnam, Cameroon, Azerbaijan, actually, Grenada, and other countries to set up these structures, bringing together not only government representatives, but also indigenous peoples and local communities, academia, the business sector as well, to sort of weigh in on matters of decision-making relating to policy on biodiversity and ecosystem services. And I think, through the years, this has been replicated. There are many setups as well with the IPBES support around Europe. And it's a good example that provides sort of this space for multiple stakeholders to have access and validate and, you know, throw around questions on policy processes. So that's kind of a good example, I think, that I can say on biodiversity coming from that sort of system agenda. Now, in terms of policy coherence, it is a very topical topical element these days, and obviously we work trying to make sure that we bring policy coherence across the different agendas and that they're all sort of encompassing. But also we need to keep the policy process flexible and adaptable, because we are having to incorporate different worldviews, different situations at the local level. So we sort of run the risk of having a very structured, streamlined sort of policy framework that doesn't allow to adapt for particular situations on the ground. And finally, my final point, it was referring to something that you said a little bit earlier about we're coming from different perspectives, but the different agendas also have very different languages. And this is usually one of the main barriers to start creating or engaging in a meaningful and deep dialogue, because we're just coming from different perspectives. We're talking about similar things, but not necessarily. So I think it's important to recognize that sort of gap and try to address it before you launch in a stakeholder engagement process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Yasushi Katsuma. I'm an academic program advisor for the United Nations University Institute for Advanced Study of Sustainability. And we are called United Nations University. Many people ask whether we have any education programs, and the answer is yes. We have postgraduate degree programs within the United Nations, and if you are interested in this program, or maybe your friends may be interested, I have some brochure to disseminate. We have some scholarship for applicants from the global south. I'm going to answer the 3 questions using an example of climate and health. Why climate and health? Why climate and health? Hello? Okay. Why climate and health? And because many of my students feel that climate change is something, above us, very difficult for us to do something. And maybe it's the government who will agree to do something about it, and students feel powerless in many cases. But if they understand that climate change is going to affect their health and well-being in the coming years, they feel it's their business, and they feel they can do something. And there are a number of examples they can, participate. So that's why climate and health. On the first question about governance, I would say that there may be 3 levels of governance. First, global governance, and country-level governance, and local governance. At the global level, we are here to talk about global governance for climate action. At UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, we have agreements for mitigation and adaptation. So we have this climate action platform here, but when it comes to health, then we need to go to the WHO. The WHO convenes the World Health Assembly every year, inviting member states, usually health ministers. And they now have Alliance for Action on Climate Change and Health. So it's called ATTACH. So WHO has a program to encourage the member states to do something about mitigation and adaptation facing the climate change. Luckily, in the last COP in Dubai, the health ministers and the environment ministers were convened to adopt UAE Declaration on Climate and Health. So it was a kind of a milestone event we witnessed last year, and we hope that we can move forward to, make a kind of harmonious arrangement between the climate governance and health governance. Then we go to the country level. Then at the national level, health ministers and the environment ministers have to work together for NDC, nationally determined contribution. And we have to make sure that the health sector is invited into this process. It doesn't happen in many countries at this stage. For the adaptation, national adaptation plan is formulated in each country. And the WHO is encouraging the member states to formulate national health adaptation plan, to be part of the national adaptation plan. So we really have to encourage our member states to do that. So that's the country level. Then, actually, the most important can be the local governance, local government governance. There are many things the local government can do without waiting for the decisions to be made at the national level. So we really have to look at both the top-down process and the bottom-up process. I'll come back to the local governance later in answering to the third question. Number 2, equity. I would say that maybe human security framework can be useful with the 3 pillars: empowerment of the vulnerable people so that they can become more resilient, protection from hazard, that's a policy, and make sure that people can live with dignity, the right to live with dignity. So human rights-based approach can be very useful. And in this, I like to distinguish 2 levels: equity among current stakeholders, and we can talk about equity among countries. There are countries that are more vulnerable to rising sea level, right? Landlocked countries may not pay attention too much to the rising sea level, but some countries, island countries, it's a very much a threat. So we have to identify vulnerable countries for the equity purpose. But at the same time, within each country, there are vulnerable groups in the society, whether indigenous people, women, children, etc., right? So that's the first part of the equity among current stakeholders. But I think the most important can be the second part, intergenerational justice. Maybe what's good for us may not be good for our children or the next generation. So I think this is the upsetting part of the young people who are looking at us not doing much to change what's happening. So intergenerational justice has to be an important part of the process. Then I go to the outcome. I think, yes, we talked about mitigation, adaptation, but I think another important part is the co-benefit, right? Sometimes by promoting mitigation measures, we may have some co-benefit. One example is that, okay, I used to drive to my office by car using fossil fuel, and suddenly I decide that maybe I should use public transportation, or maybe I should ride a bike, right, to go to school or to work. So you are doing 2 things at the same time. You are mitigating the greenhouse gas emission by riding a motorcycle, the bicycle. At the same time, you get regular exercise, you become healthy, and you probably avoid, non-communicable disease or lifestyle-related diseases. So this is something young people can actually practice. So when I talk to young people who feel powerless about climate change, there are things we can do to improve your health, but at the same time mitigate greenhouse gas emission. So I think these kind of co-benefits arrangements should be promoted, and maybe that can be an entry point for young people to participate in climate discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes.
Great. So much of experience, wealth of experience in the morning. So let me start with the particular topic that we get today. Can you? Yeah, sorry. This is Suresh. I am from Nepal. I work for Partnership for Sustainable Development. This is more of the community engagement, community empowerment, and working with the community people in the mountains, in the hill, in backward area. So I also work in the academic and research. That is my second part. And today we will be discussing more how we bring our policy to the community so that are coherent. So when we talk about, policy, why policy? Agenda to action, right? So a lot of agendas time have been spent in setting up the agenda. And when the action comes, and many developing countries and many backward societies and the poor communities, backward communities, waiting the actions, and that agenda have been talked about more than a decade. And the question for all of us today is, okay, how long shall we spend the time to set the agenda? And people are suffering with the basics, right? So then when we talk about the coherent policy, what are the basics that need to be fixed? That is the B. People are asking all about ABC, right? And the complex. And we're creating the world so complex. And how we bring the simplicity around the complex is the question. Today, we are roaming around this COP event here. You can see the OPEC pavilion here. We are talking about no fossil fuel, but we are giving pavilion to the producer. What is the thought process that we are carrying on? We should talk about this. Yeah. So if we don't talk about this, who talks about this? We need to talk. And university can teach, and university can create, like the university, UNU. The urge for university is to create the critical mass. They talk about the policy coherence. The coherence should be looked upon the action, the result. And what we need for that, we need institution, right? What sort of institution that we are creating today? Are these existing institutions are agile enough to really address the upcoming problems? Are the universities really creating critical mass that is readily available to go to the community and stand up, say that these are the problems, and this is the skill that I learned from university to solve the problem? It's a question to the university as well. The research institution, when we talk about the impact today, so rhetoric is there always linking the science with the fact. What is science today? Is this the science of telling odds ratio of having disease is 3.5 is a science? Or we also should talk about citizen science. Are there university research institutions talk about the citizen science and also bringing that science to the global structure, as my colleague previously talking at the global governance level, and so that these people, authority, also hear that the problems are really linked back. I'm concluding with one example that all these efforts are also disturbed when the emergency comes. So when I was in one of the mountain base camps in the mountain region, the people used to take the mountain act, to show the tourist. COVID came in, all came down to the, to save themselves, they came down to the settlement. Poor Ak was there, left alone. And Ak forgot how to go to the, their grassland and eat their food. And we've been there. After 6 months, we found dead Ak. We did the surgery of the Ak, and we could find full of the plastic inside. Poor Ak eating the plastics, as a result, dead. Is that the science we are talking about? And how selfish are we being to really foster, bluster, and promoting economic today? Thank you.
So, I'm Domenico Vito. I'm project manager of European project on climate, but also researcher and metabolism of cities living lab at San Diego State University. What we are doing is properly localizing SDGs through data. And I will start my discussion concentrating on the point 3, on the keep the focus on the outcome. As a background, I'm an engineer, so I will I take this point as very important for me. And I can say that sometimes we are frightened by the limits or by the constraints. We see something that is maybe incoherent or not talking about among all the components, but it's important to understand that having an holistic approach can solve these not lack of view maybe. And I will take this, for example, with one of the topic in which we are very developing a lot of research, that is the One Health approach. The One Health approach is trying to merge in different fields, for example, the environmental fields with the health fields and so on and so forth. And sometimes working in silos, as we are doing since like several times, is not allowing to see the connections, but the connection there are. And actually also the SDGs framework and all the frameworks are asking for that, are asking for see the coherence among different parts. And so this let us to do not get lost, because sometimes the sense is, oh, I'm getting lost on all these constraints that I have to take in consideration and so on and so forth. And that's properly the vision of the limit, a new vision of the limit. The limit is not just a constraint, but maybe a guide to keep you on the focus. And this kind of vision, I take an example to explain better. I found that, for example, in the framework of the donuts economy from Kate Rotor, it is very, very clear. The donuts economy is offering a model for a new economy that is based on two layers, no? The social layer, that is important to be achieved, okay? And the planetary boundaries, the planet layer, that is helping us to stay in a sustainability limit. I think that with this vision, we can also build coherence in policy. And I will conclude saying a few things about the last two things that I heard also from my colleague here. It's important to engage the community. Also, Marta before was telling about that. By engaging the community, this is an added value to the solution. Okay, it's not just a thing. Okay, let's bring community because we will take the bus. The first speaker was saying that. No, community engagement is leading to new solution and more resilient solution, because diversity is resilience. And with this a connection with the data, some of the work that we are doing, citizen science is important new way to conceive science with a more holistic approach. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Wonderful ending. My name is Richard Abubakar Omar. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the CEO and founder of Community Development and Climate Care. What we do is basically community engagement. And when they were just talking, it's like I was so excited I'm getting more comrades on the discourse here. So actually, it's interesting to know that my advocacy in Nigeria and at the community level has led to serious groundbreaking impacts by getting inclusion and participation from bottom top. Seated here with me right behind, I have two local government chairmen from Niger State, Nigeria, participating at the COP. They are the only local government authority representation, if not from Africa, but from Nigeria. This is the kind of commitment. This is the second COP they are attending. A set of their delegation was in Dubai. Today they are in Azerbaijan, coming to join the conversation. So in terms of policy, in terms of inclusion, in terms of participation, it is very important to bring the community to the table. Because we can sit here in COP and plan for communities in Tongo, in Kenya, in Asia, without hearing from them, how have you been adapting or managing this climate crisis before now, 50 years or 100 years before now? It didn't just start today. So, and there are a lot of indigenous knowledge in the community, hidden, that it's only when you bring them to the table, they'll be able to tell you what their forefathers knew that wasn't science, which can even help boost science researches and provide more solutions to the discourse. So, bringing community is highly important to the conversation, and ensuring that we build their capacities, again, is another thing, because we have a lot of solutions, but synchronizing it with them actively using it is another gap that needs to be filled. So adaptation, domestication are two critical components that really needs to be addressed in carrying and bringing the community to participate on the table. And I would want to highlight the issue of complexity that he was saying. I'm a very pragmatic person. In terms of climate finance, the local government is far below. The climate funds is far above. How do we simplify the process? The man suffering has different layers to get into where the fund is. He has to go to the subnational government. He has to go through the national government. Then before he comes to the global table. So there's a huge gap, bottlenecks, in terms of addressing his climate crisis. They are the first respondents to climate change crisis. And they lack capacity, they lack information, and they lack funding. So we have to look at the pragmatic ways of seeing how we can support them in all these areas so that it can even help them formulate their own policy locally in order to address challenges locally. So I believe we have to walk the talk and see how best we can really get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Thanapong Domuni. I'm from Thailand. Jack, you can call me Jack. I work for Mae Pha Luang Foundation. We are in the non-profit organization in focusing on the development of area-based development in the north of Thailand. Our flagship projects in Chiang Rai called Doi Tung. Doi Tung, it was 30 years ago, the denuded mountain / and bird cultivation of opium and corn. Okay, so we work with the community. We want to change from denuded mountain to forested land, so that we work with the community, addressing their basic need, the problem, root cause of poverty and lack of opportunity. So we managed to get the forest back from 30%. Right now it's 90%, because we focusing on balancing nature and people, having forests, and also at the same time the people can benefit from it. So basically we have the economic forest of coffee and macadamia, so that people can earn enough income so that they don't have to cut down forest anymore. Flashback 30 years, right now we have 5 businesses in Doi Tung, and Doi Tung brand as well. You can visit our booth, we have a coffee there. And but right now we have a different set of problems. We have to give the knowledge to the people, who doesn't produce a lot of emit a lot of greenhouse gas at all. But right now they face a lot of problems. This year alone, we have a landslide case, because we live in the mountain, right? Landslide case of about 150 cases. But usually we have only 10, not even 10. But particularly this year, climate change, the tremendous disaster. And also our forest that we planted 30 years ago, about 2% loss, because of the never happened before, the typhoon, like tornado, I could call it tornado, rip out all the trees. So, okay, basically this year I have to go into the community, explain to them how the climate change work, and how do they want to adapt to the change of the climate. So wish me luck. Okay. Yep.
Don't hold it at the bottom.
Okay.
Thank you. I think a lot have been said that it feels that there is nothing more to add. But there is one thing that we're getting on this conversation, and that is inclusivity. Um, the approach that involves starting from the bottom to the top, because the gap between the top and the bottom is so huge, to the point that if we don't approach it from bottom to top, we lose the gains, we lose the opportunity to make sustainable impact. One thing I would like to add in that regard is why we are engaging marginalized community in policy making. It is also great that we communicate in the language that they understand. So communication is key. Ensuring that we provide them with the tools and resources. I mean, when I say tools, I talk about the digital tools that it enhances their ability to communicate their need, the ability to monitor the processes, to effectively engage and make policy processing. Thank you. And then the second thing I would also like to add is the issue of data. I know we've mentioned data a couple of times, but ensuring cross sectoral integration, making sure that the data that are collected from different sectors, maybe the World Bank, WHO, are sort of linked to the point that people can leverage this data, in a linear way in order to make decisions. So we see situations whereby data are fragmented, right? We see different entities having their data, and that sort of made it difficult for people to sort of, make policies that are holistic, that capture all different angles. But when these data are harmonized, if these data are integrated such that different sectors, different organizations have access to this data, then it begins to make sense and begin to help to make policies that have the needs and incorporate the different sector and make it sustainable to achieve the overall goal of climate action.
Thank you. Very important points that were made. I'm just before handing it over to you, I would also like to invite everyone, if you have any responses to what people had spoken earlier or questions for those who had spoken earlier, yes, of course. Please also do that. It's not like people just speak and go, but you can also respond. So that's the point. Yeah. Thanks.
I really want to thank the intervention from Simon. I totally agree with him. And I also want to thank you because of this invitation. I am a researcher, but I am also part of the Italian delegation. Therefore, usually I'm into the adaptation negotiations rooms. And I heard some intervention before about the process that is ongoing at COP, that can be pavilions, but can be also the process that are ongoing into the negotiations rooms. And I have also the feeling that most of the time we are losing our human being due to the stress that is pushing a lot into the negotiations rooms. And I'm really happy to be here because this is really interesting and insightful. And also the way in which we all behave, like we as a speaker, but also the people that are listening, and the way in which they want to engage with us and talk about insights and common interest, is really is fresh air to me. And I want to bring this kind of approach also in the negotiations rooms. I'm doing my best in order to bring humanities there. But yeah, that's why I wanted to say, really thank you to the invitation. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Because it mutes it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Yume Yamaguchi. I'm the director of the Institute of the Advanced Studies of Sustainability at the United Nations University. I am very much intrigued to hear such a variety of the local actions. What is happening in Nepal, in Thailand, in Latin America, because what we do at the United Nations University is really to translate those global agendas, some complicated the global agenda into the local action in support of the local communities and local government and different and the policy, the engagement. So just one comment from my side. So we have been talking a lot about I am so happy also to see the intergenerational, the actors here. They're coming from the different parts of the region. So about the youth engagement, so we have been talking a lot about youth engagement, and I really feel this youth engagement really coming up to the stage that we are in a position to integrate their opinions instead of just listening to their opinion. And 2024 really marked the epoch-making year for me, because we had so much important, the multiple engagement in the biodiversity COP, the climate COP, but also the global education meeting 2024 in Brazil. And I'll tell you, okay, we are very happy to bring the student. In fact, we are bringing 2 high school students this time as a part of the UNU delegation. And they are going to speak, from their point of view, from their communities, with their the point of view. But at this global education meeting in Fortaleza in Brazil, high school students, they represented their community as a speaker in a plenary. Okay? And their voices has been heard. And then the people really commenting on their attitude, on their opinion, on their future foresight. What kind of the world they really want and what kind of the actions they can take in order to reach to that level. Okay, so I am very optimistic in terms of this intergenerational, the engagement for now. And I think our topic here, the policy incoherence, very important, but policy coherence in the context of intergenerational approaches and partnership is one of the key, the engagement we can really promote. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for your participation.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm also very happy to be here and to hear about all the very insightful examples that everyone has shared from their own perspective, and I appreciate the openness for us to learn about that experiences. I mean, the takeaways from me would be, first of all, the breadth of work that it's available and the breadth of knowledge that we have heard through this hour. So it just gives me hope and positiveness that we know what the issue is. There are examples on how we can make it work. So we just have to sort of scale up the effort to make it happen. There is a clear acknowledgement that we have different worldviews, different languages, and that needs to be addressed, which I think is an important sort of first step to reaching more coherence in our actions. And that, I think what you mentioned of bringing different perspectives, different elements in social sciences that maybe have not been brought up to these policy processes and how they can help navigate the differences and bridging the gap. That I think that's an important element that I will take on. And finally, your point on co-benefits. I have worked on UN RED co-benefits for quite a while, so I do sort of want to bring that back to the discussion, because it's an element that I think sometimes gets overlooked, and you talk it from a health agenda, but I'm also in the biodiversity agenda. It's also a really important element that should not be overlooked. But thank you so much. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
You very much as well. I just wanted to add a few more thoughts on that inner dimension. And I also wanted to say, I think I didn't say in the beginning that I work for a research institute in Germany, Research Institute for Sustainability, and faith-based organization, the Brahma Kumaris. And from very, very different perspectives, we come actually to the same point, to integrate the inner dimension of transformation. Because we so easily repeat and reinforce the patterns of the world which we want to change. And even here at the COP, and if we have to kind of understand a bit more, I think, what is disconnection, and how does disconnection actually start, and how can we create more and more connection. And one of the topic was resilient communities. So if we learned, we are not even able to learn to be with our neighbors. In Berlin, where I live, 2/3 of the population is single and living alone, so on a daily basis, no practice of social adjustments. So I understand the COP also as a way to learn to become a community where we really go out of our way of we think this is right and this is wrong also, but focus a lot of hard understanding. We know about emotional intelligence. We know about more spiritual intelligence, which is about worldviews and mindsets. So I think the COP needs to become a co-learning space, and then not that we only come here with messages, but that we really together co-create solutions because they're there. We just need to connect the dots. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And we've got to now start wrapping up. So sorry, please hold your calls. It was an exceptionally great conversation. I guess for me, the big takeaway is we have a shared goal. There are many paths to get to that goal, but that requires a lot of shared value building. And how do we do that? And that's something, the how is a big question, and we've got to figure out how to solve it. I'm going to hand over to Nidhi for concluding the whole session, and then we will.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunita. And I think the word dialogue has really found meaning in this session. So thanks everyone for participating, and also for bringing the words that we wanted to really hear, starting with the word hope. And the hope comes from leveraging pathways that we have already agreed as member states, as communities, as citizens, as scientists, as people who care about our collective future. And one such pathway, and I'm happy to also show some insights from the policy brief of where UNU is a key collaborator with other UN interagency collaboration on ecosystem-based approaches for integrating disaster risk reduction, climate, land, and biodiversity goals. And what are these? Our very favorite 3 Rio Conventions and the Sendai framework. So we have those frameworks. We have signed to those frameworks. We have goals. We have targets. We have indicators. We have an agenda. We have dedicated financial capacity. We have dedicated human capacity, technical capacity to fulfill the agendas outlined in these goals. So here we talk about these agendas to relook at these agendas from a policy coherence perspective. The financial, this COP is labeled as finance COP. So all the financial pledges we are making, are we able to achieve desired policy outcomes? To be able to conceptualize multi-level policies that cater to water security, food security, health security, nutritional security, even job security. And I think we make some points in this policy brief about leveraging ecosystem-based approaches, because we have long undermined the resources that we want for our ecosystems to handle. So I think I'll take this point for you to read some of these messages that we are projecting here, especially in diversifying financing opportunities and encouraging multi-goal coordination. And once again, thanks for collaborating and providing insights for this session. Thanks, one and everyone.
just say a few words and then I invite you. Just sit here and I'll invite you up. That's perfectly fine. Hello. So may I invite you to take your seats, and I think you would need to wear your headsets to hear what I'm saying. Yes, thank you so much. And welcome everyone, both of you who are here in the room, all of you who are here in the room, and also those of you who are watching online. Welcome very much to this event, which would focus on what we call the Climate Technology Progress Report. My name is Sarah Trerup, and I'm the head of technology at UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. We at the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center have, in a collaboration with the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, the Technology Executive Committee, and the Climate Technology Center and Network, we're pleased to present to you the 2024 Climate Technology Progress Report, Unleashing Renewable Energy for Ambitious NDCs. It takes stock of where we are at in enabling climate technology development and transfer. And we this year have a special focus on tripling renewable energy capacity. We focus on how we move from identified needs into implementation of technologies. We focus on what we might see as quite simple questions. We focus on what progress is being made, what has enabled it, and where are the gaps. And building on this understanding, how do we better enhance climate technology implementation? We'll start our program for this event with remarks from Mr. Stephen Minas, who is the Vice Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board. After that, I'll invite Helene de Koning to provide a scene-setting presentation. But without further ado, I would like to invite you, Stephen, to take the floor. Thank you.
Welcome, dear colleagues. It is a delight to be able to welcome you to this event, both those of you who are in the room and those of you who are joining online. And we're here today for a very important purpose. The Climate Technology Progress Report has rapidly become a landmark on the agenda every year in terms of setting out a roadmap for how we can achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and the even more ambitious goals that have been set by the parties in more recent years. And specifically to this report, tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030, as Sarah mentioned, an incredibly ambitious, but also an incredibly necessary task, which lies before us in just a few short years. And from the side of the CTCN, the CTCN Advisory Board, we could not be happier with this collaboration with UNEP-CCC, but also with the Technology Executive Committee. This is a very important way for the CTCN to contribute to the dissemination of knowledge, not just knowledge arising out of our work and technical assistance, but certainly knowledge which is relevant to that work, and might I add, knowledge which will inform future technical assistance and future programs and collaborations. So on behalf of the CTCN and its advisory board, I do thank UNEP-CCC and their team. I thank the tech. And I would like to acknowledge from the CTCN side our former Director ad interim, Rajiv Garg, who played a very important role in developing a strong working relationship with UNEP-CCC. If we look at this report, it is for just over 70 pages, remarkably comprehensive, covering technology, needs, financing, all manner of important aspects to rapidly scaling renewables. And from the side of the CTCN, we were very pleased to contribute a case study from technical assistance in Burkina Faso using a pay-as-you-go model to expand the uptake of renewables for more sustainable and more productive agriculture. So we see that there are a number of sectors, indeed there are many sectors, that will benefit if we achieve this goal of tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030. Let me close by doing the obvious, but thanking the authors, the authors who contributed to this remarkable document, as well as the reviewers and everybody else who made this a reality. I apologize that I cannot stay. I have to return to the far less riveting world of climate negotiations, but I wish you all the best for the remainder of your discussion, and I hope to catch up in your discussions later on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for taking time to come here and join this event and provide your opening remarks. And I would say from our side, we really appreciate the strengthened collaboration with the CTCN Advisory Board, of course also with the TEC, in the production of this report. So thank you very much. So without further ado, I would actually like to invite perhaps all of our speakers to join us here at the scene or at the podium. So please, Helene de Koning from University of Eindhoven. I would have Elizabeth Gilmore, who is an associate professor in environmental engineering at Carleton University. We have Lucas Somavilla, who is from the University College of London. And we also have Deborah Lee online with us today, as she was unfortunately not feeling too well, but still really eager to join us at this session. So this is really much appreciated. So Helene, if I may simply just go ahead and ask you to take the floor, and I think we would just go for your slides. So please, Helene. Helene is part of the steering committee from the report, and as many of you know, she's also an IPCC lead author, and we're very much looking forward to the presentation from you. Thank you, Helene.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Also, thank you for all the work you've been putting in this report and in many other activities around technological change in the UNFCCC. Really delighted to be here and to be allowed to set the scene. And also say a couple of things about Chapter 2 in the report, because the authors of that could not be here today, which is at the same time a bit awkward for me because I'm presenting other people's work, so it's their work, not mine. But first on setting the scene, I think we are not talking enough about system transitions in this space here. When we talk about technologies, we like to talk just about what the hardware is and increasing capacity, as we've seen in the COP29 decision in Article 28, but not about everything around it, which is just as important. And already in the 1.5 degrees report of IPCC, of which Debbie Lay was also an author, we highlighted that we need system transitions in the energy sector, in land and ecosystems, in urban and infrastructure systems, and in industrial and material use systems. And we need those for mitigation, but also for adaptation alike, because we're also facing a changing climate in these systems. And I'm deliberately saying systems and not sectors, because in these transitions we will see a shifting of what a sector actually is and how we organize things. And in order to make these system transitions happen, also in the 1.5 degrees report, we noted 6 different enabling conditions. And if you strengthen these enabling conditions, you can make these system transitions happen. We're talking about multi-level governance and steering, developing institutional capacities. We're talking about behavioral change across the board, including public support for measures, but also lifestyle changes. Technological innovation, of course, policy instruments, and also changes in the financial system. Now, all these things need to be strengthened in order to make these system transitions happen, including the renewable energy capacity tripling that we want based on the decisions in this venue. Now, and the Climate Technology Progress Report goes into all of these enabling conditions very nicely, and that's why I'm so happy with this report. I think this is really the only space here where we're seriously talking about these system transitions. So the report really clearly, and now I'm getting into the area which I didn't do myself, so I really want to acknowledge the authors of this, especially Blanche Ting. And the current pace of renewable energy needs to be installation needs to be accelerated rapidly. We're seeing that the installed capacity is increasing rapidly, but not rapidly enough yet in order to make this target. So there's a lot of good news to report on renewable energy, but it's at the same time not fast enough. If you look at solar and wind capacities, they grew 170 and 70% respectively in the past couple of years. So this is really good news. The cost dropped, and this is of course a major driver. But at the same time, we're not seeing the same kind of deployment everywhere in the world. We're seeing that developed countries are implementing this way more rapidly than developing countries. And the report goes into the causes of that as well. We'll hear more about that later. We also see if we want to triple renewable energy capacities, that different regions are doing this in different ways according to their national energy plans. And we're seeing that, for instance, the MENA region and also sub-Saharan Africa, because they're coming from a lower base, need to do more and are planning to do more. But they can only do that if they are enabled with these enabling conditions. Otherwise, you will develop renewable energy in a system that is not made for it. And this is really key in order to make that happen. This graph shows you the share of tripling renewable energy by region according to their own national plans as assessed by IEA and by this report. So, and different regions also have different challenges there. Some combine it with combating energy poverty very much, others have different drivers. So if we're talking about the more technical system around that, we're also looking at supportive infrastructure, grid integration, energy storage technologies that enable things, advanced control systems, and don't forget, this is not just about supply, this is also about demand, because a variable renewable energy system also requires a different demand structure. So, and all this depends on various factors. So if I wrap it up, we're seeing that different regions, even though there's a global goal of tripling renewable energy capacity, different regions are scaling their renewable energy capacity at different rates. And they also have different means of benefiting from the cost reductions that we are seeing. And some regions are not yet benefiting enough. This, whether they can do that, and this is highly necessary, depends on a number of other factors except for just cost reductions. It depends on innovations, bringing down financing costs, which is different from technology costs. People, and also IPCC reports about unit costs and not about the financing costs, and we'll hear more about that later. It depends on capacity building, and it depends on system integration and infrastructure, and this report will go into all of this. So it's really about supply, but also about demand, about flexibility, and the system transition for renewable energy will have to incorporate all of that. So on behalf of the steering committee, I guess, this is a super important report. I think it's really a landmark. The negotiations are using it to make the point of what needs to be agreed here beyond what we agreed last year. And I think this is a really important conversation to have. So thank you again to UNEP CCC and to all the authors. And I look forward to the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, Helene. It's a great pleasure having you here and also to support the work on steering the report in the right direction. So thank you very much for that. Now I would like to invite the rest of the speakers here. And we would have, first of all, we would have Deborah Lee, who's joining us online, and I hope that she is well connected to our event here. So Deborah is the Chief of the Energy and Natural Resources Unit of the, hi Debbie, I can see you now, that's really great, at the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And Debbie is here to present the feasibility assessment chapter, and we would hear much more from Debbie on what do we mean by feasibility assessment and how has this methodology been developed and in which context are we applying it here in terms of the climate technology progress and the feasibility assessment. So perhaps without further ado, Debbie, I would like to invite you to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Good day to everybody. Really sorry to be missing you there in person, but hope to catch up with all of you over the coming days. So just like Helene mentioned a moment ago about system transitions, the multidimensional feasibility assessment was also born out of the special report on global warming at 1.5 degrees C. Just to give a little context, the report was done also considering poverty alleviation and achieving the SDGs. So we needed to go a step beyond the usual economic and technological feasibility that is commonly done for projects. So we included 4 additional dimensions, which are sociocultural, institutional, environmental, and geophysical. As in the previous CTPRs, which I've been lucky to be a part of, we've been applying the feasibility assessment to different system transitions. For example, last year was the urban one. In terms of this year's report, as Sarah mentioned about the goal of tripling renewable energy, this chapter also helps to align national policies to achieve the goal of this tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030. So institutional capacity, along with other policies, regulations, and standards, need to be strengthened. As we will see, the institutional dimension was consistently the weakest throughout the different technologies. There are many feasible technologies, such as solar and wind, but there are also gaps when we do regional assessments. And there's a handful of technologies that meet both mitigation and adaptation goals and have significant synergies with the sustainable development goals. For example, with relation to some of the renewable energy technologies and resilience and reliability of these systems. But there is also a note to say that despite the goal of tripling renewable energy capacity and the feasibility and effectiveness, this will not be possible without other considerations such as updating grid capacity or implementing more energy storage. There's regions in the world where, despite the potential to do more renewable energy, there's nowhere to feed it into. So the next slide, please. Here we can see the feasibility assessment results for adaptation, in which we took resilient power systems, energy reliability, water use, efficiency, and smart grid digitalization. And as we can see, the bottom bar of institutional is where we have most, the lower feasibility, which means significant knowledge gaps in evidence, or where we have significant barriers. And in most cases, it's the barriers. But overall, energy resilience and reliability have high feasibility. If we go to the next slide, please. Here we see the feasibility for different renewable energy technologies, and some of the results I'm going to mention is their comparison with the 6 assessment report. So for example, under the environmental dimension, solar energy was a bit lower to medium feasibility, just because in this case we considered the life cycle assessment, and there's still some environmental issues with the disposal, reuse, and recycling of batteries. But what we can also see, for example, is that geothermal energy improved in its feasibility score, and this is due to the reduced negative impact on water quantity and quality due to reinjection techniques and the use of closed loop systems. For hydroelectric power, we use conventional power with large reservoirs or dams, and also generation at existing infrastructure, which is run of river. And we can see some of the main differences with the environmental dimension and also sociocultural, because at least in some of the regions of the world, the big hydros with dams tend to have more conflict. Energy storage, especially pump storage, hydro has high feasibility. It's one of the most used technologies, and with respects to demand side mitigation, we look specifically at buildings and transport. So while in buildings we look at co-benefits of job creation and reduction of energy poverty and improve indoor comfort. On the side of transportation, we really made an effort to look at global north and global south implications, especially to attend to different poverty and inequality issues. So if we go to the next slide, please. Here we can see some of the regional results for solar PV, where we look, you can see the results for global, Asia, and Central and South America. And here we do have mostly medium and high feasibility, but also for Central and South America, we still have significant gaps for a number of the indicators. If we go to the next slide, please, we have results for hydroelectric power for large dams, also following the regions of IPCC's Working Group 2. Which again, we see some significant knowledge gaps. So that also points to where we need to do more evaluations. And if we move to the next slide, please, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, we also need enabling conditions. So despite what the feasibility assessment says, we do need governance, institutions, finance and investment, and innovation. Governance, because it can determine the speed of implementation and whether the benefits and costs are equitably distributed. Institutions, which is one of the weakest dimensions to support legislation and policies and in establishing clear regulatory frameworks. I won't go into finance because I know Elizabeth is going to be doing that one. And then innovation is playing a critical role in enabling climate technology progress. I know that later Lucas is going to talk more about artificial intelligence and machine learning because there are some linkages there. So the next slide, please. And just in conclusion, is that there are some highly feasible renewable energy technologies. When you read the chapter, you'll see more of the interlinkages between energy system transitions and other system transitions, such as Helene mentioned, but also between mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development. And something that we did make sure to look at is how to be consistent with expanding justice and equity, prioritizing local context and the needs of the most vulnerable groups, such as, for example, with transportation and different scale solar energy, such as what Stephen mentioned earlier. When mitigation and adaptation are considered together, we reduce the risk of maladaptation and inequality, and this together with equity and justice should be at the heart of a just energy transition, which then leads us to a climate resilient development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for the presentation, all the work on the chapter, and also for the effort made in joining us here today. I hope you feel better soon. So without further ado, I would now like to invite our next speaker, who is Elizabeth Gilmore, who has been leading the investment and finance chapter together with other colleagues, and we would hear more from Elizabeth on the aspects of investment and finance relating to tripling renewable energy. So please, Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So this is a chapter which I co-led with Bjarne Steffen from ETH Zurich. In this chapter, when we think about finance, we asked not just what is what finance, what we currently know about finance, but we took a special look at what the different metrics that are available and what they can tell us. And so we took a look at at 4 key metrics. And so the focus here is on these metrics, what they can tell us, the opportunities that they present for tracking going forward, as well as some of the shortcomings of these methods, of these different metrics, especially in the context of just transitions. And so we start here with one of the main key messages, and this is really sort of the first metric that we present, and this is the overall financial flows going into 4 key renewable energy technologies: solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, and hydro. And this is really one of the most positive figures that we can produce. We've seen a rapid increase in overall financial flows, and year upon year, the statistic that we have estimated for the next year has been an underestimate of the actual realization. As you move from this global metric into more disaggregated and a disaggregated look by region, a different picture starts to emerge. We see strong progress financial flows in some regions, here looking at primarily OECD regions, but also growth in some select emerging economies. However, the picture is much less rosy as we move from those more developed markets into another subset of emerging technologies and also into a set of developing countries where financial flows are still small. What is underpinning a lot of what we're seeing can be explained by the third metric that we investigated. This metric is the cost of capital. And so this goes back to what Helene mentioned earlier. And so when we talk about sort of cost per unit, we continue to see these decreases. And that's what's underpinning a lot of the increase in the financial flows. These technologies are costing less. But they cost less selectively because of differences in cost of capital. And so here we show the cost of capital for different renewable energies in large economies, for solar PV and onshore wind. And so overall, you see that in countries like Germany, France, and Denmark, the cost of capital is very low. And so for these very intensive investments for renewable energy, so for large-scale renewable energy, this really is what's underpinning the growth. When you look at another subset of economies like South Africa, Brazil, you see a cost of capital that is factors higher. So this really puts a brake on those financial flows. But there's something else that you don't see on this figure, and this is the cost of capital in developing countries. And in fact, not only can it be very spotty, it actually is it's just incredibly high. So high, in fact, that this metric loses a lot of its explanatory meaning. And so in these cases, we're really looking more at some of the reasons why these investments are viewed as so risky. Some of this relates to perceptions within investment communities, as well as larger structural macroeconomic conditions. And so here we call for various de-risking opportunities, especially those that could be led by the multilateral development banks, and that they have a role to play here. The final metric that we looked at the diversification within the financial landscape. What we capture here is a certain amount of robustness. So what you would see in a metric like this is that a more diverse financial landscape suggests a robustness in the investment ecosystem. But it also tells us something else. And this is one more place where we really bring in the context of just transition. A lot of where we're seeing this investment is we're seeing it really driven through private sector and through banks. Where this becomes an issue in just transitions is that it can lead to the benefits that would accrue from this renewable energy being concentrated in private sector investments. And within the context of a just transition, these benefits should be more equally shared, and especially shared within the communities where these renewable energies would be most useful. And so in this case, we also make recommendations related to alternative ownership structures, and specifically exploring renewable energy communities where the benefits from these investments will accrue within the communities themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and for for the work on this chapter, and also it's quite encouraging to see how the chapter and its approach has evolved this year, and we hope to see a continuation of this in the in the coming year. So thank you very much for that. So now I would like to invite our next speaker, who is Lucas Somavilla, who has led the chapter on governance and innovation together with colleagues, and I would like to invite you, Lucas, to share insights from this chapter. So please, Lucas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Can you all hear me? Wonderful. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to UNFCCC for providing the opportunity to present the chapter here today with you. And thanks to Helen also for the remarks, in the sense that we need to start really thinking about system transition and system transformation. And here is where this chapter becomes more relevant in terms of how we can actually move towards designing those innovations that will get us closer to this building cross-sectoral benefits and accelerate the transition at the same time that we pursue the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much for having me today. I'll be brief because we don't have a lot of time, but so this chapter examines the role of digitalization and governance in the context of the energy transition and applies a responsible innovation governance framework to look at some of the interlinkages between digitalization and energy. These technologies resulting from this innovation have potential features that are highly relevant for accelerating the transition. And we look at various different technologies, including from the hardware as well as software. So in the case of hardware, this may include ICT infrastructure, but also things like data centers, robotics, Internet of Things, as well as software applications, including on cloud computing and artificial intelligence with diverse applications across the energy sector. Although digitalization rates vary globally and from country to country, it's pivotal that we start including more assessments on the way that we look at these technologies, because they will start to increase to have a much more important role in how in harnessing the potential for rolling out renewable energy in the sector. So we recognize in the chapter the need for various approaches to assess the benefits, but also to think about the risks that involve on digital technologies in the context of the energy transition. And we present two case studies concretely, one which is a sort of a high-tech global scope of technology, which is looking at artificial intelligence, particularly machine learning, combined with the use of satellite data to map a global rooftop solar potential in the case of the built environment. And this gives us a kind of a flavor of what digitalization can do at a global scope. Then the second case is a much more mature technology that has been rolled out in Africa. This is the case of pay-as-you-go systems. And we look at the case of how this technology has been rolled out in the case of Burkina Faso. So in the chapter, we also looked at learnings and lessons from opportunities and challenges when it comes to creating governance mechanisms for digital innovation in the context of the energy transition. We see digitalization already becoming one of the key drivers in the way that these energy systems can be reshaped and transformed in terms of how energy can be assessed, how it can be produced, distributed, and consumed, especially when it comes to renewable energy. We also see that digitalization is very much led, the digital innovation in particular is very much led by high-income countries. And so the progress in terms of publications, patents, policies and regulations is very much focusing on high-income nations. Highlighting the need for more research and more investment in also in digital infrastructure in low and middle income regions. There are challenges, of course, and risks associated with these technologies that we owe to recognize, and these are obviously the potential increase in energy demand from computation, as well as associated environmental impacts and the context of the global digital divide, particularly in energy-scarce regions like sub-Saharan Africa. There are also biases and potential information asymmetry that can emerge from the training of these technologies, particularly algorithms, in contexts where there is poor data quality and potential contextual mismatches that could create information asymmetry and actually undermine trust and collaboration when it comes to this rollout these technologies. So this is a call for a responsible governance mechanisms that need to be tailored to the specific context. And this is essential if we want to really harness the potential of digitalization in the context of the energy transition at the same time that we're managing risks. So in this chapter, I'm not going to talk too much about it here, but just to give a flavor we created a framework a governance framework to look at core principles that stakeholders need to think about when assessing opportunities and risk and improving governance of these technologies. So we talked about the alignment of common visions and objectives of innovation when it comes to developing digitalization and digital policies. And looked at kind of core dimensions, that is risk management, regulatory factors, institutional factors, and innovation management. And we have provided some problem area definitions as well as guiding questions for the stakeholders to when they assess these technologies. The way that we build this framework, we build it in a very general way so that it works as a scaffolding that can be then utilized by different stakeholders in different regions and countries to match their own needs. So in terms of the first case study, which is about using artificial intelligence for rooftop solar capacity expansion, we know that solar PV energy is becoming an important source, a core source of renewable energy. And recent AI-based tools have shed light on how we can utilize some of these technologies to provide robust assessments on predicting even the expected solar PV capacity for individual houses in the built environment, but also for all kinds of buildings. While these AI-based insights work really well in a high data context, they might not work so well in low data context, and we need to be really careful in how do we find the balance in terms of the interpretations that we can do so that we don't create unrealistic or biased information, even harmful predictions for those low data contexts, for example, in the case of Sub-Saharan Africa. In conclusion, we think that while these algorithms' insights cannot replace the need for deployment of a solar PV and solar PV infrastructure, they can help reduce uncertainty as well as attract investment opportunities from both private and public sector. So the second case, we look at the last mile connectivity for a pay-as-you-go energy access innovation in Burkina Faso. And this is where CTCN provided the case, so thank you very much, CTCN, for your insights. We see that this company has been working on to try to roll out a pay-as-you-go for creating a solar PV system that harness the country's solar potential. But we see that there are challenges associated, particularly when it comes to agriculture and vulnerable populations that might not have access to these basic technologies, like using applications in the phones. We also see that the innovative elements of these projects, it's about understanding that context and providing a contextual adaptation of the pay-as-you-go role model for understanding also the income patterns of the population in Burkina Faso, and so that we can ensure the affordability as well as the accessibility for those that needed this the most. There are some challenges, of course, in terms of the unequal access of these technologies, even to this date. So in cases like in Kenya has worked really well, but in Burkina Faso hasn't worked really well, particularly in rural areas. So how we can actually tap into that gap and really understand it, particularly for marginalized groups, such as women and low-income households. So just to conclude, it's really important that we focus, as much as we focus on rolling out the technology, we also focus on building and strengthening the local capacity as well as enhancing digital literacy in rural areas so that the population can actually benefit from these technologies. So just to conclude, integrating renewables using digitalization, in the case of smart grids, or using AI combined with GIS mapping, promise a lot of advances for energy management systems and could help stabilize grids and accelerate their adoption if we consider that responsible governance are in place. But we also need to think about that strong national governance and circular economy practice need to be in place so that we ensure that we manage risks when it comes to ICT demand and avoid offsetting potential sustainability gains. We also need to think about how do we advance context-specific decarbonization. So further research is needed in terms of understanding digitalization's role in decarbonization pathways, particularly in sub-Saharan African context. These digital tools are becoming more valuable to mapping renewable energy potential, and they can indeed boost efficiency and create cross-sectoral linkages between water and agriculture, but they cannot replace the need for the physical infrastructure and the investments that are needed, as well as the governance systems that need to be put in place. We ought to develop responsible artificial intelligence use for renewable energy projects and think about how we can collaborate to build the right kind of standards and data privacy, as well as think about the equitable access. So all in all, I think national policies should also work on enhancing digital literacy and promote evidence generation on the question of between energy and digitalization, and mobilize global funding for digital education in low and middle income countries. I'll leave it there, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for the presentation, and not least for all the energy put into preparing the chapters together with colleagues. So thank you very much for that. Now, actually, we are through with our presentations, and I would like to see if there are any questions from the participants who are here. Otherwise, could I invite you, Helene, to join us here at the stage? And I believe we still have Deborah with us online as well, so she's also there to respond to questions on the feasibility assessment. I see we have a question here. I'll give you a microphone. I'll check if this is the right that works. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I had a question around the issue of cost of capital, and I wanted to find out exactly what the average looks like for sub-Saharan Africa and what specific reasons we're accounting for those. Then also, when you show the map on the technologies for solar, you would find that from the earlier years of 2021, the adoption of solar has been dipping through in the developing world, particularly in SSA. Rather than I would anticipate that they should be going up rather. What really is the challenge, or what are your findings underpinning this trend?
Perhaps I'll go directly to you, Elizabeth, to respond, and others can add.
Sure. Thank you so much for those questions. So our cost of capital estimates come from an observatory for cost of capital that was established to a large extent because of the importance of this metric. Now, I don't have the number that you want off the top of my head, so I'm going to take your card. I'm going to make sure that I get you the full data set. But what it reflects is that the estimates for cost of capital, not just in emerging economies, but also a specific subset of economies in developing countries. What we see first is in some cases there's not enough information to estimate this. In other cases, the value that you would calculate is no longer what we would interpret as a reflection of the cost of capital in its most fundamental way. Instead, what we're capturing some level of actual and a lot of perceived risk in the investment community. And so the types of responses that you would have would be different then at the types of the difference in cost of capital between, say, some of the other subset of emerging economies in Germany, for example. And so here you're talking about much more extensive de-risking is really needed to reset that cost of capital. And so here, the multilateral development banks have a substantial role to play by bringing in that low-risk capital. And in that way, we would then expect private capital to be better able to follow. So I hope that answers your first question. We always have some challenges with year upon year in these types of analyses. 1 year, so sometimes what we see as a dip could just simply be the realization of a lot of expansion in the previous year. It can also reflect, though, other parts of the system that have constraints. And so I'm not going to opine too much more on it, but I think some of the reasons why we see differences year upon year and not just always an increasing trend can be that investment is not necessarily continuous. Once you've put in a certain amount of capacity, you may not be doing the same in the next year, but in many cases it also represents other parts of the system that also need to be addressed, for example, transmission.
Thank you very much for that. If I see no further questions, then I would actually just like to turn to you, Deborah, who is with us online, and ask you a question. You have presented to us here today the feasibility assessment and its results from this year's report focusing on renewable energy technologies and how we can move ahead with implementation and scaling up. And I was wondering if you could perhaps share some on how do we use the feasibility assessment more as a policy-making tool, and how can that be used by actors in general? Could you hear me, Deborah? All right.
Sorry.
So just to see, how can the feasibility assessment be used by, for example, policymakers at the national level? What is the information generated? How can that be used in practice?
Thank you, Sarah. So when you see the tables that were presented, the smaller circles that I was mentioning on lower feasibility, even though many I did mention were knowledge gaps, especially for the institutional dimension, they were significant barriers. So when you go into the report itself, you'll find more detail, but just in summary, that points to where you need more robust institutions or where different institutions need to work together, following what Helene emphasized on system transitions, that this is not solely of the energy sector or energy ministries, and that energy ministries also need to work with other ministries within a government. So you have this interinstitutional part, but also that you need the policies and regulations and standards to enable the technologies and the progress that we need by 2030. But not only do you need those policies and regulations, but also the means of implementation. So how can you guarantee the implementation and the transparency of how it's implemented? But then on the other hand, you also have, for example, when I was talking about some of the technologies and in social conflict, that there's quite a few countries around the world that, for example, don't really know how to properly implement the agreement of the 169 of the International Labor Organization on free, prior, informed consent, especially of indigenous populations. So, for example, a country can give you a concession of whatever land for whatever renewable energy source, and they would think it's implicit that then the private sector would have to implement this free, prior, informed consent, while the private sector will say, well, that's the government's duty, and then they won't do it. So it just becomes a checklist on who will do it, because it's a requirement. So how do you really internalize those processes as necessary and not just as a checklist? You know, just how maybe 10 or 15 years ago an environmental impact assessment was merely a checklist. Some of these issues are still part of just a checklist. So it's how do you go beyond that? And then the feasibility assessment really shows where those significant barriers are. So that in itself points policymakers where you need to do the fixes to really enable them. Because when you see the big tables, and especially in the appendix, you'll see that it's probably 2 or 3 indicators that have a problem out of the 20-something of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And perhaps in continuation of this question, if I may ask you, Helene, we speak about tripling renewables. How do we make NDCs more ambitious? We talk about systems approaches, national innovation systems, and how does all this materialize at the national level? And in the report and in this work, we don't focus only on developing countries or specific regions, but also on across countries and at the national level. Perhaps if you could give some examples of, you know, how does this trickles down? How do we address this at the national level? And that could also be in any country.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so I think we're seeing different levels of implementation of this type of thinking in different places. If I talk about my own country in the Netherlands, we're seeing that actually a neglect of this infrastructure element is now leading to a slowing down of the renewable energy implementation. And this goes via different processes. There was a grid congestion because of government not really investing ahead. Then this grid congestion led to a lot of complaints from companies who could not get new electricity connections, which led to a political call for slowing the energy transition, which led to lowering of policies and lowering political support. So this not having attention to these elements can have repercussions on a much broader level, which are important to take into account. So that as an example of how relevant this is and how important it is to look at the full picture. And I think if I look at some research that some of my colleagues have done more in developing countries, and if the ones who are benefiting basically from implementation of renewable energy are the companies from other countries, the economic consequences locally can actually be that there is a short-term increase in employment, but later on there is barely any jobs anymore and rather low added value to the local economy. Actually, it might even reduce the incentive to have a local energy transition, because, you know, if you, for instance, start exporting green hydrogen, you're exporting your valuable resources. So there's economic and social risks, let alone environmental risks, of some of these sort of green energy transitions that we need to take into account, and looking at the full scope of enabling conditions and really investing in all of them and make them conditions for renewable energy and other green investments is very important to sustain the justice in the transitions.
Yes, so I think that's a very important point. There are many benefits and co-benefits, but there are certainly also challenges and risks that needs to be addressed. And perhaps then turning to you, Lucas, and the question of perhaps on artificial intelligence. I mean, there are multiple benefits and potentials, but there are also possible risks. And perhaps if you could speak about something on how less developed countries not only gain access to these technologies, but how can we also make sure that there are not high adverse effects of those?
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that question. Yeah, indeed. As we see these innovations becoming more ubiquitous and deployed across different sectors and systems and across countries, what we call the digital economy, we really need to think about these key dimensions of governance and that need to be in place, as well as the capabilities that need to be based across different stakeholder groups. Because if you think about these innovations at the moment, they're primarily sitting within the private sector hands, and I don't think that that's necessarily bad, but if there are no opportunities for opening up these systems, opening up in terms of creating open data systems, of creating capabilities for public sector organizations to learn more about the rollout of these technologies and understand the challenges and opportunities and how to create frameworks to regulate them, to steer them in the right direction, then we're moving into a more risky zone where you have particularly Nordic private sector organizations, companies like Google, Amazon, who will always be at the cutting edge of the knowledge of the technologies, but just for their own interest. And I think for in the context of the developing countries, I think there's a lot of potential, but we also need to. I think the public sector needs to take a much more leading role in the way that drives the innovation within their own countries. And I think it also relates to the cost of capital issue. Governments need to really be bold and take the lead and in a way be in the driving seat of the innovation process and do as much consultation and assessments in terms of what are the gaps that are needed to be addressed, and then create those frameworks that allow to empower the public sector to drive the innovation forward. And that, of course, will lead into better AI governance systems and allow for that capacity to be built, to be maintained, and at the same time direct these technologies in the right direction, I would say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I think this is also a very good last point to finish our session with. So thank you so much to all of our speakers, to all of the authors who have contributed to the report and to the steering committee, but also to you who are here with us in the room. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd also just like to thank my colleagues back home, Blanche Ting, Paul Riemann and Mohammed Walid Jomni for all their work in getting this report out. So thank you very much to everyone, and it's a great pleasure having you here. Thank you.
the event. So you have to wear your headphones to be able to hear the speakers. So please get yourself a headphone. Great. Can people hear me? Okay, so it's working well. If you don't have a headphone, please get one, because we have great, amazing, great speakers, so you want to be able to hear them. So warm welcome. I'm Christina Pack with the Asian Development Bank, and I'll be your MC along with my colleague, Professor Nick Briner. So this event is at the inaugural Forest Pavilion, and it's one of the series of events we're having. But today's event is focused on the role of the law in saving forests. So may I first introduce Dr. Juliette Bial. She is the director of the UN Forum on Forest Secretariat, and really the person that made this inaugural Forest Pavilion possible. So, Dr. Bial.
Thank you very much, Christina. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Forum on Forest Secretariat, I'm really honored to join you today. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to participate to this important event. Today's discussion brings a crucial focus on the role of judicial and legal systems alongside good governance in advancing sustainable forest management and conservation. Strong, effective legal frameworks are essentials in preventing and prosecuting illegal activities like logging and land grabbing, ensuring that laws protect forests, biodiversity, and natural resources are upheld. Clearing legal definition of property rights and land tenure are equally crucial, and they encourage responsible forest management, attract investments, and secure necessary funding for conservation efforts. Good governance plays a vital role in ensuring that funds for forest conservation reach the right stakeholders, including local communities. Governance practices, transparency, accountability, and inclusive stakeholder participation help build trust with investors and donors, encouraging their ongoing commitment to conservation goals. The Model Forest Act initiative offers an adaptable framework that supports countries in strengthening their judicial and legal system for forest governance. By leveraging this framework, countries can improve enforcement of forest protection laws, establish secure land tenure, and mitigate risk associated with forest-related investment, ultimately supporting sustainable forest management. To place these issues in a global context, it is essential to recognize the interconnectedness of forests, sustainable development, climate change action. Forests are crucial for mitigating climate change, conserving biodiversity, and supporting sustainable development goals. Forests provide up to 30% of the solution needed to address climate crisis. They are home to 80% of terrestrial biodiversity and livelihood, and provide livelihood, food, medicine, and materials for over 1.6 billion people worldwide. Despite global commitment, we are still witnessing a devastating loss of approximately 10 million hectares of forests each year. This ongoing deforestation and degradation highlights the need for more robust and effective action to fulfill global commitment to climate change, mitigation, and sustainable development. A significant barrier to reversing this trend is the lack of adequate financial resources, which weakens efforts toward afforestation, reforestation, and other initiatives critical to forest preservation. In this context, I would like to draw your attention to some few areas for global collective action. First, we must place forests at the forefront of the political agenda to achieve the global forest goals, which are essential for driving climate action, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development. Second, we must strengthen judicial and legal system along with good governance related to forests. This is essential for combating illegal deforestation and promoting responsive forest management, an objective that benefits us all. Finally, we must drastically increase financing forest-based solutions for our shared challenges. For this to succeed, countries must also build strong judicial and legal systems to create and enable environment that attracts long-term investments in forests. To this end, the UNFF Secretariat, through its Global Forest Financing Facilitation Network, will continue to work together with all stakeholders to build necessary policy framework and enabling environment to boost forest financing. Dear colleagues, today's event will provide valuable insight into how we can improve legal frameworks for forest conservation through initiatives like the Model Forest Act. Let us remember the importance of this issue in the global context and the collective action required to protect forests worldwide. I wish you all a productive meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biao, for those remarks and for welcoming us here to this event and for introducing all of us here and the important topics that we'll discuss today on the Global Forest Goals and the Model Forest Act initiative. So it's my pleasure now to introduce our high-level opening panel with many of the partners that make the Model Forest Act initiative work from across the world and from various different institutions. So let me first pass the time over to Chief Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin, who is Chief Justice of the National High Court of Brazil and the chair of the Model Forest Act initiative and the president of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment.
Well, many thanks for being here, and thank you, Professor Nicholas Breiner, for the introduction. I'll be very brief because I'll be speaking later on the substance of the Model Forest Act initiative. And as one of the co-organizers of this event, of the two events that we have, I would like only to thank the different partners. First, our host, the United Nations Forum on Forest, and the director, she was here, oh, there she is, Juliette Biao. She is a force of nature, we all know that, and we are delighted to partner with you and with UNFF, with your team, which is an excellent team. Second, I would like also to thank two key people, and we both of them have already sort of opened this event. Christina Pak, Principal Counsel from the Asian Development Bank, and Professor Nicholas Breiner, who has the microphone in his hands. And you are two of the many people that put together those events. And finally, being a Brazilian, I would like to thank the government of Brazil, and especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. This event would not be possible without the direct contribution from the government of Brazil. You will probably see that several of the Supreme Court Justice and key partners have badges, party and party of the Brazilian delegation, and this is quite unusual. So I would like to thank Ambassador Figueiredo, who will be speaking soon, but also Marco Tulio, who's sitting here, and the whole group of the Secretariat of the Environment, Climate Change, and Energy. Later on, I will say a few more words on the Model Forest Act initiative, but for the moment, it's just to thank all of you and the speakers, the partners, and the participants of those two events. Many thanks.
Thank you, Justice Benjamin. Thank you for your leadership, and obrigado for all of your support for these events. Next, we'll hear from Ambassador Luis Alberto Figueiredo Machado, who is the special envoy of the government of Brazil on climate change.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is indeed a pleasure being here. I'm very honored to participate in this event led by people that care about forests, that care about the environment, and that are fighting the good fight and the long fight in order to protect our environment, and in this specific case, our forests. I would like briefly to speak about the relationship between this issue and climate, which is a self-evident relationship, but it is important to realize that the fight against climate change in recent years changed a little bit from a very abstract consideration of a reduction of emissions to now a more focused consideration of the real need in order to fight climate change, meaning the necessary transformation of energy matrices around the world and the reduction of fossil fuels. Last year in Dubai, for the first time, fossil fuels was present in the COP in terms of pointing to solutions. In the past, it was only forests. Forests was the big culprit. Forest was the, and that's striking. Forest was pointed at as a major source, I mean deforestation, a major source of emissions that would cause climate change, and nobody spoke about fossil fuels. Finally, we are balancing this act, keeping the importance of fighting deforestation, but at the same time making it clear that even if we stop completely deforestation, the climate will still be suffering from fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels. And at that time in the past, it was said that it was easier to combat deforestation and cheaper than to act on energy matrices or energy transitions. And the point that we finally made was that no, it isn't cheaper and it isn't easier to combat deforestation. than to change the energy matrix. It is as costly as changing as costly as moving away from fossil fuels. And this will bring us to the point, the main point that I would like to make. It is fundamentally a question of assembly funds, providing financing, because this is a long fight, this is a strong fight. It's not only a question of getting to a forest and saying, no, you cannot cut. No, you have to provide an alternative for the livelihoods of those that are in the forest, that those that depend on the forest. You have to provide the means for the population to live without cutting trees. And that's not easy, that's not cheap, and it is a total economic transformation. The same kind of economic transformation as it is needed to move away from fossil fuels. So this sector needs badly financing. And one of the key issues when we talk about financing is the correct atmosphere that would attract investors, that would create an environment of trust. And that's where, in my mind, this global partnership to improve the legal protection of native forests comes, because it will provide a solid legal basis in many countries around the world so that the correct legal environment is in place, so that it will attract the attention of the investors. It will make access to money easier, and in the end, it will contribute, again, going back to the issue, this will contribute to our collective fight against climate change. That is my main message, but I would not like to stop here without saying that forests are much more important than climate change alone. I am talking about climate change because we are in a climate change COP, but forests are much more than that, but you know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Figueiredo. I'd like to turn the time over next to Thomas Clark, who's the General Counsel of the Asian Development Bank.
Thank you very much, Nick. And let me, first of all, be welcoming of all of you here, and particularly to recognize the great work that has been done by the Global Judicial Institute on the environment. Particularly thank the Honorable Chief Justice Antonio Benjamin, honorable justices, judges from around the world. Ambassador Figueiredo Macaro, thank you for your remarks just now. And of course, Dr. Juliet Bao, without all of you and without all of you fellow stewards of the earth who are here, we have no hope of addressing this absolutely existential crisis. Now, as we know, we're involved in a triple planetary crisis, one of pollution, one of biodiversity loss, and one of climate change. And for all of these, the forests, nature in general, and particularly forests, are absolutely critical. You need to have a multifaceted approach because the forests are integrally involved in all of these crises. And thank you very much, Ambassador Makata, because as you rightly noted, it is not just for climate, but it is for so many other aspects, including biodiversity, including pollution, including the sustainable development of indigenous peoples, that the forests are absolutely critical. So for these reasons, the Asian Development Bank is delighted to co-host this important event. With the government of Brazil, many thanks. As you pointed out, Justice Benjamin has been so helpful, the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment, and many other partners, including the EU Forum of Judges for the Environment, the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and the UN Environment Program, and the International Council of Environmental Law. You know it's an existential crisis when all of these institutions come together in the recognition that we need to do more, so much, much more, to achieve our goals. Now, as we stated, the problems that we face are multifaceted. And so it's just momentous to be here with all of you at this inaugural Forest Pavilion, because it makes me feel we really do have a chance with all of these minds, with all of these people with passion and spirit dedicated to addressing this problem. It's a platform to mobilize partners to work toward the global forest goals, which also help to achieve the Paris Agreement ambitions. Now, as we know, the forests are essential in saving the climate crisis from becoming worse, of solving it, of ensuring inclusive and sustainable development. But what are the roadblocks to this? Well, I guess you could accuse me of being a lawyer, and when you have a hammer, every problem is a nail. But I think it is no exaggeration here to say that insufficient legal frameworks act as one of the significant barriers in meeting this goal. For example, in the Asia-Pacific region where ADB operates, many forest laws are outdated. They are no longer suitable to address the 21st century challenges, such as climate change and biodiversity laws. Now, that's understandable because many of these laws were enacted long ago in times when climate change, deforestation, biodiversity loss simply were not seen. Hard for us to imagine it now, but they simply were not seen as issues of eminent concern. And furthermore, existing forest laws just have not kept pace with the more recent multilateral environmental agreements and other international instruments, such as the Paris Agreement and the Global Biodiversity Framework. So consequently, there is a growing recognition that modernizing a country's forest legal framework is absolutely a critical policy tool to stop deforestation and forest degradation and to enable sustainable management and the utilization of forests. And this is where, the law becomes critical, because national legal frameworks are and will continue to be the backbone of global action on climate change and environmental and biodiversity protection, and they will underpin action locally. So the international agreements are critical, but transmuting into national law these obligations, these requirements, and particularly in the sensitive area of forest protection is critical. So we must have 21st century solutions for our 21st century challenges, and including legal solutions. It's therefore critical that global forest laws rise to this modern challenge. Therefore, ADB believes that the Model Forest Act initiative can really be transformational. If I just step back for a minute and I say, we're a development bank. Now you may say, why is a development bank getting involved in helping countries improve their legal frameworks? Well, it's true we're a bank. It's true we're under a lot of pressure to up the game in terms of financing climate. If you heard Lord Stern on Wednesday release the IH-Leg report, MDBs are expected to contribute another $270 billion in climate finance. That's important. Money is important. But what I'm here to tell you is, at least at ADB and other institutions, we increasingly see it's not just money, it's being the solutions partner, it's being the knowledge partner, and it's helping with things like the Model Forest Act that will allow our developing member countries to improve and update the legal framework to accommodate these solutions. And we again believe the Model Forest Act, MoFI, is a very good example of this. It is a systematic way to provide expertise, efficiency, and the scale required to match the severity and the urgency of the global forest crisis. And make no mistake, We're not looking at this as a one-size-fits-all answer, but the brilliance of MoFi is that we're looking at the different countries and different legal systems. It's going to allow a sort of plug and play where different legal systems can be accommodated, but the end will be the same: the protection of forests, the incorporation of that into national law. Friends, in conclusion, MoFi, the Model Forest Act initiative, is a great example of coordinated multilateral collaboration to advance the global public good for which leadership by the development community can have a truly meaningful impact. Forests are not just carbon sinks, but rather they have inspired us as human beings at every level: economic, physical, spiritual, and they keep giving, and we have an ongoing duty to care for them responsibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. And we'll now turn to hear from another multilateral development bank, Michael Strauss, the General Counsel of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Tom, I should have learned long ago never to follow you. One of the things that I love about working with Tom on issues like this is that his passion is evident, and he is a leader in this field. So we're very, very lucky to have Tom here, and I'm very lucky to be a fellow GC of an MDB. I will talk a little bit first about who EBRD is, and I think it's relevant specifically coming after Tom about what makes us a little bit different from the other development banks he referred to in the community. We, first of all, we were founded in the 1990s and are based in London, where we work on specifically on development mainly focused on the private sector. And our region that we cover is originally the former Soviet Union, Eastern Europe. Now we also work in Middle East, North Africa, and are expanding into Sub-Saharan Africa. Why those facts are important? Because, as Tom said, forests are a global public good. We, as an institution, predominantly work in the private sector. What that means in practice is that when we do projects, they need to have a rate of return for us to be able to invest in them. And we also need to be able to work with private sector partners who want to invest. It makes it significantly more complex for us to work on nature and work on forests for that reason. I'll get to that in a minute, but I did want to, on the other side, note that the bank, in its history, the bank's charter actually committed us from the outset. Our treaty ensures that development and environmentally sound and sustainable investment is part of what we do and must be part of what we do. And that commitment is particularly relevant for our regions because they're among the most carbon intensive in the world. What that means, in practice, is that we actually have an enormous opportunity in this region because there's so much we can do to actually decarbonize those economies, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. All of EBRD's activities, and this is, I think, incredibly important because we were among the first to do this, all of our activities have been Paris-aligned since the the beginning of 2023. That's an incredibly intensive process to ensure that we never do a project that is not Paris-aligned, and we have absolutely no out to that. If we see a project that we want to do that isn't Paris-aligned, we can't do it. We screen projects systematically for that purpose, and we include adaptation elements as well in that work. In addition to project-level support, though, EBRD supports country investment platforms. I'll mention a little bit more about that in a minute, but let me give you one example, which is North Macedonia's country platform. This was launched at the COP29, and it's a vehicle for investment and policy development as it targets the complete phase-out of coal-fired power. We've deployed 1.7 gigawatts of renewable energy that will be done by 2030, grid storage investments for energy security, and just transition measures to support communities affected by the green transition. Now, that's just one example. We're doing similar platform work in Turkey. We're doing similar platform work in Egypt, and we'll be doing it in many other countries as well along these lines. But you came here to hear about nature and forests, not about all the investments that we're doing in clean energy. Of course, they're related. But alongside other MDBs, the EBRD is increasingly committed to addressing the interconnected crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. Through policy, financial products, capacity building, we're aligning our investments and our operations with climate and nature-positive goals. The EBRD and other MDBs, like Tom has said, have collectively undertaken actions and initiatives for nature-positive finance along mainly 4 lines. The first is the Joint Commitment for Nature-Positive Finance. The Joint Statement on Nature, People and Planet was introduced at COP26, and we, of course, as an MDB, were a signatory to that. And the intention there is to mainstream nature in policies, advice, and investment decisions at these institutions. The second are the common principles for identification and tracking of nature-positive finance. This will help mainstream biodiversity into all of our portfolios. The third is the joint stocktake on biodiversity-related KPIs. And this may sound like alphabet soup, I think it's incredibly important because we have to measure what we do and know that we're achieving the outcomes that we're aiming to do. If it isn't measured, it isn't done, particularly when it comes to finance for climate. This will support the development of new biodiversity strategies, action plans, financial plans in various countries, ensuring that these indicators fall into our decision making, as I mentioned. And finally, fourth, country-led platforms for nature, going back to the one I mentioned before. The types of platforms we've been doing recently have not been nature-driven. New ones will be, which I'm excited about. We will encourage nature-positive investments by focusing on areas such as climate adaptation, energy transition within country-led platforms. We're now expanding these platforms to integrate these nature-positive strategies. At COP28 in Dubai, EBRD introduced its first public approach to nature, reaffirming its dedication to global biodiversity framework. This approach involves protecting biodiversity, investing in ecosystem regeneration, and disclosing biodiversity data, ensuring that EBRD's actions align with international nature-positive goals. On top of this, the EBRD just approved last month a new environmental and social policy. Tom, you're behind us a little bit on this one, but you'll be there soon. That will protect nature, and even more, it will do so even more than it did in the past. We will invest in projects that reduce pressures on biodiversity and find opportunities to regenerate ecosystems within the work that we do. Finally, we will disclose biodiversity data, and this is, again, very important because that type of transparency is utterly essential for you to be able to hold us accountable for the work we do on nature. We'll do this through international sustainability reporting and through public data sharing initiatives like the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, the GBIF. I can't get off the stage without mentioning two things related to our work in nature and forests that I think is very important. The first is the Corporate Climate Governance Facility. EBRD put in place a donor-funded facility to assist companies in embedding climate and nature-related risks into their strategies and operations. This is designed to ensure that these considerations are integrated with financial objectives. The team supports clients to enhance their climate governance, risk management, and climate-related disclosures. In addition, through training and resources, the CCGF enables boards to incorporate sustainability into strategic planning and foster a culture of climate resilience and sustainable governance. Again, as I said, we mainly focus on work in the private sector. We must get the private sector to move in the direction of proper governance relative to the climate, but also proper disclosure. Second is our legal policy reforms and policy development support. And here we work very closely alongside Christina and Tom at the ADB. We work closely with governments to integrate climate and nature considerations into their legal frameworks, to create robust guidelines for sustainable investment. These frameworks guide both domestic and international capital flows towards projects that contribute positively to biodiversity and climate goals. And specifically, we have a team of lawyers who I think do the best work in the world. They are the legal transition team, which is a key part of the legal department that I lead. They work closely with financial regulators and policymakers to unlock investment opportunities in the green economy. They support the integration of climate risk management into financial policies and regulations and transparency around data. We help policymakers and regulators manage the financial risk posed by climate change, strengthening the resilience of financial systems, ensuring that investments are sustainable, and ensuring that they're aligned with long-term environmental sustainability. I will leave it there, but happy to talk to you afterwards a bit more about what we do at EBRD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. And last but not least on this panel of opening statements, I'll turn the time over to Andrea Mesa Murillo, who's the Deputy Executive Secretary for the UN Convention to Combat Desertification.
Thank you, and being the last in this impactful panel is really a challenge. So thank you to the organizers, UNFF, to the Honorable Chief of Justice Antonio Benjamin, and to all the partners. And as one of the three Rio conventions, UNCCD is really joining this initiative because we are clear that we cannot achieve the goals of this convention that are basically to manage, to restore, and to protect land and the different ecosystems, and forests is a critical ecosystems. We all know that. And that we will not achieve climate targets if we don't protect our forest, if we don't protect nature. And based on this vision is why UNCCD is joining this initiative. We think, and we have seen in different countries, and I'm from Costa Rica, so it's really one of the examples where we have seen how important it is to have good policy coherence, good enabling legal and policy frameworks. And the history of transforming the big trend that we had on deforestation in the country really started with the issuing of one law, that it was the forest law at that moment that prohibited land use change, but that also created the incentives, right? The payment of environmental services scheme at that time, among other important legal reforms, working with the judicial system, and working and enhancing and creating this enabling environment. But I want to take one of the points that the ambassador made and going in the next COP in Brazil. Nature cannot be the cheap solution. Nature, and we need to give more value to nature. And to do this, we need these enabling environments. We need these right policies and these legal transformations. And to move into that direction, again, it's another element that I want to bring to this. And we're trying to elevate this narrative. We're hearing a lot about this just energy transition. But when we're talking about land as well, we need to talk about this just transition as well. So it's about this just land transition as well, talking about how are we going to be mobilizing the resources to the communities that are protecting the forest. What are we doing in the landscape management in transforming the food systems to avoid the pressure on the forest as well? And to do this, we need to also generate jobs, we need to mobilize resources, and to give the right incentives to the system. So this is basically why, as UNCCD, we're joining this initiative, the Model Forest Act initiative. We look forward to scale up this work in the different countries and to really have an impact very soon and accelerate action on the ground. Thank you for the initiative, Honorable Judge. Thank you to everyone who's making this possible. And looking forward, in 2 weeks we will have our COP in Saudi Arabia, and the Kingdom, as incoming presidency, also wants to scale up this vision. And it's a very good opportunity as well to find new innovative mechanisms, because we will not address this if we don't give the real economic value to nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And once again, thank you to all of the speakers at this distinguished panel. Another round of applause for all of them. I'll turn the time back over to Christina to give us a transition to our next panel.
Excellent. So the opening speakers, please take your seats back, and then we'll call to the stage our panel one speakers. So Chief Justice Antonio Benjamin can remain. And then we have Ronaldo Sembiring, the Executive Director of the Indonesian Center for Environmental Law. If you could come up to the stage. And then we have Gustavo. You're still on the stage to talk about MOFE, Chief Justice. Thank you, Ambassador. So we also have Gustavo Alanis Ortega. He's the President of the Mexican Center for Environmental Law. And then I'm not sure if Tristan Tyrell has me. Oh, there you are. Excellent, Tristan. Welcome. So Tristan is from the Convention on Biological Diversity. I think while the plenary one speakers take the stage, all of you have been wondering, what is this Model Forest Act initiative? What is MOFE? And this is what this panel will delve into, is to really explain to you what MOFE is, how it works, and what's really involved in more detail. Excellent. So I'm going to introduce, again, the Honorable Chief Justice Antonio Benjamin. He's actually the president of the Model Forest Act Initiative, but of course he holds the presidency of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment, and is also a Chief Justice of the National High Court of Brazil. But Chief Justice Benjamin, if you could take this podium and kind of like tell us about MOFE, how it started, and what the key features are, to explain to the audience that are probably wondering what is this MOFE is.
Well, many thanks, to all of you, and especially to you, Christina. My role here is very simple, and I'll try to make it even more simple. It's to give a panorama of MOFE. You all have the brochure. We spent a lot of time drafting, redrafting this brochure. It's changing permanently. It's always in flux because we want to condense the information about at least an overview of what the Model Forest Act initiative is. And perhaps I should start with a little bit of history, how this concept came to life. When I was chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and I was chair for 9 years, I would frequently get requests from governments, from parliaments of countries when they were drafting new forest legislation. Sometimes it was a complete new forest act. Sometimes it was the reform of an existing act. And then they would approach us and ask for help. And the answer was always no. No, for several reasons. First, because in the Commission we are all volunteers, so we have our day jobs. And drafting legislation does require a lot of time, especially in complex areas like the protection of forests, or even more complex, the protection of flora. Second, because it is quite risky, because if we do it right, then in those countries we will not even be mentioned. That's fine with us. But if we do it wrong, we will be blamed for having a country enacting legislation that is imperfect or might be, in some parts of it, entirely wrong. And third, because legislation is not just legislation. Legislation is supposed to impact life, and legislation is the foundation for the jurisprudence that judges will, through cases that are decided, will then build on around that specific piece of legislation. So imagine us 5 years, 10 years after this act being approved, saying, I'm so sorry, but we did it wrong. So those were some of the concerns that we had. And then I came up with the idea of having a Model Forest Act. And then we added the term initiative, that's MOFE. And MOFE is precisely that. It's a global exercise, not just by law experts, but scientists too. So for the very first time, we have scientists and law experts from common law, civil law, from all over the world, meeting in person, virtually, for 3 years to draft not the complete Forest Act, but the general part of a Forest Act. And the good news here is that we have been working for over almost 2 years now, and we have already drafted a substantial part of what we are supposed to draft. We are also beginning the consultation process with different biomes. We have done consultations in Asia. We will be doing consultation in the Amazon River Basin in January, at the end of January, with the OTCA, in English, ACTO, the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty Secretariat. It's in Brasilia.
And then we intend to do it in the Congo Basin and in another, in this case for temperate forests, probably in Norway. So that's what we have. It's a group of experts, a group of scientists. We are drafting the text, and now that we have a good rough draft, we are beginning the consultation to get the criticism, the input from other experts, from governments, from civil society. A couple of final points. As opposed to a treaty or a convention, this is not a negotiated document, which is great. We sit together and we have only one commitment, which is to put in the text what we think is the very best. How would this work? We call it the shopping cart approach. We are going to have it online with commentaries and giving different options. So imagine you are a member of parliament, or you are in the Ministry of Forests or the Environment, you are drafting your new Forest Act. So you go with your shopping cart and you say, I like that. I just take it. I don't like this. This is not applicable to my country. Drop it. And those other provisions I like, but not so much. At least I have a basis. I would change that. So, no imposition, just a good text that makes sense from a legal and scientific, but also from an economic, social perspective as well. So, in a nutshell, that's what MOFEI is. You are going to hear from the other colleagues, and especially the colleagues that are members of the drafting committee. There are several of them here. Not all of them, and we are expanding the number of institutions that are partners. Two ones that are not here in the logos, the Biodiversity Convention soon will join formally. The Desertification Convention has already joined, but the logo is not here. And the final one, I mean, at least in this stage, is Interpol, because we have a whole chapter on crimes against the environment. We cannot protect forests just with talk. We have to have the whole regulatory circle in the Model Forest Act. So we begin with a preamble, with the scope, then the objectives, the principles, the instruments, the institutions, and compliance and enforcement. It's the whole circle in a single document. And this will allow countries, but not just national governments, subnational governments, to have a package and see, look, this is not just the skeleton, the basic skeleton, but it's also the substance of what is absolutely updated, sometimes cutting edge, that we include there. But we're not forcing anybody to take. You like it, you take it. You don't take it. But what we think is relevant is there, we, as a community of experts. Perhaps one last word. When we, with the partners, and the Secretariat is with the Asian Development Bank, we started looking for legal experts in forests. We couldn't find them. I've been in this for 40 years. But because we never worked specifically on forest, we thought that we would have 1 million legal experts. We don't. We have hundreds or thousands of experts on climate change. Such a recent topic. Forest has been with us forest legislation for at least 5 centuries, if we don't count the Hammurabi Code and other pieces of ancient legislation. Forests are there too. But in climate change, thousands of experts. On CITES, so endangered species, hundreds of legal experts. Pollution, air, water, you name it, hundreds of experts. Water, hundreds of experts. Pesticides, hundreds of experts, but very few legal experts on forests. And I think this is very telling. It does mean that we need to focus and do work, not just in drafting a good text, but also building a community of law expertise on forests. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice Benjamin. Indeed, this will be a very valuable knowledge resource for countries that are really looking for the expertise. So next, I'd like to invite Tristan Tyrell. He's the Program Management Officer of the Convention on Biological Diversity. So one of our, I guess, latest partners that have joined. So please. You could speak from there as well. So, Ronaldo, he has another meeting, so we're giving him the floor. Yes, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies that I do have to rush off, but appreciate it. Yes, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers of this event, and of course to the champions of the Model Forest Act initiative. So within the Convention on Biological Diversity, in fact, I'm going to echo a lot of what Andrea said on behalf of UNCCD. It's astounding, frankly, that forests have had such little legal recognition in that sort of sense, given how predominant they are when a lot of people think of nature, how often they focus on forests, on trees as being in particular that sort of emblem of what is nature protection, and of course our link to it. But just the fact that we have seen, in particular when it comes to this convention, the focus has been very much on forests in that link between what is the role of nature in helping to support achieving the objectives of the UNFCCC. But the interpretation of what that means in terms of action has led to some less than optimum consequences. When it comes to either looking at forest degradation and deforestation as being one of the causes of climate change, one of the sources of emissions, but then also when it comes to reforestation and that sort of restoration, what sort of species are being planted, where are they being planted, and what's the viability of some of those. When it comes to the CBD, yes, nature, biodiversity, everyone agrees it's very important, but it's always been one of the Sorry, is that any better?
It's good.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what that means. He keeps telling me to do that, but I don't know what that means. To hold it like that. So I'll hold it like that. Is that better? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Within the CBD, it's very much been nature as a nice to have. That linking to the social and economic importance of biodiversity has often meant that NBSAPs, our National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, have been developed and revised, but then again, ultimately then sort of put aside in favor of more economic sectoral development policies. And it's that need to link right across society as a whole, recognizing that the biodiversity-related policies link very much through to other policies, whether it's related to climate change, to food and agriculture, to health, to economic development, whatever the case may be. And ultimately, we need legal frameworks, adequate, appropriate legal frameworks that link through to that. And the enforcement and compliance element is essential within that, because frankly, very often environmental laws in terms of going through the judicial systems lead to fairly underwhelming consequences for those who are doing them, which doesn't necessarily provide the right incentives for those who need to do the right thing to actually do them. And we are hearing from the private sector and from others that there is this request for governments to step forward with regulatory frameworks, with the appropriate legal frameworks, in order to make sure that it's a level playing field for everyone to be doing the same, if not better, and that minimum standard of what is needed is met. My final point is just in terms of the participation. Forests are obviously very important for people across society as a whole, but from different perspectives and different reasons. And for indigenous peoples and local communities have a very different view on the importance of forests compared to, say, the private sector, or for others, or for people who live in urban areas further downstream, what have you. And so that need for consultation and active participation in this process, whether it's through the model framework, forest initiative, or indeed when governments themselves are taking this forward, that there is this recognition that there are different rights and relationships with forests that need to be taken into account. Thank you very much.
So next I'd like to introduce Ronaldo Sembring. He's the Executive Director of the Indonesian Center for Environmental Law. And we had the pleasure of meeting with Ronaldo, and he did some drafting of the Model Forest Act. Go ahead,
Ronaldo. Thank you, Christina. I need a podium because I have some data in my laptop. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Ronaldo Sembring from Indonesian Center for Environmental Law. My role here to explain more about the Indonesian's context and how is the international legal framework influence for Indonesia, and the ways forward that we can utilize by the MOVI that already explains by Justice Antonio. The Honorable Justice, distinguished speaker, and all of the participants, let me start our presentation here by introduce you little bit the importance of Indonesian ecosystem to our Earth. The first, we already know that Indonesia is the largest archipelago in the world with the 60% of the total land area, or 120 million hectares designated as the forest area. We have a third largest tropical forest country after Brazil and the Congo. And in Indonesia, indigenous people and the local community have the important role in the forest management. It's running by granting legal access and rights through the social forestry program and other forest entitlements, fostering equitable and sustainable of forests and fostering equitable and sustainable use of the forest resources. How is the international legal framework influenced in Indonesia? At least the four items of the legal framework influence Indonesia. The first is the UNFCCC legal framework. Under the UNFCCC, we have like a Kyoto Protocol, including the Paris agreements. We already have the REDD programs. Under the REDD program, we have a lot of program more focused to resolve the tenures issue through development of the social safeguards mechanism and effort to accelerate the gazettement of the forest boundaries. And the second one, the law enforcement against the forestry crime. And the third one, the clearer spatial planning related to the forest in terms of the compliance with our national appropriate mitigation actions. The second one, biodiversity legal framework, CITES, CBD, including the Nagoya Protocol and the implementing of framework is influenced Indonesia legal framework. And the third one, the right to access and environmental rule of the law regime under the Rio Declaration. I can name Principle 10, Principle 13, Principle 15, and other principles under the Declaration, such as responsibility, enactment of the effective environmental legislation, EIA, as the national instrument already influenced Indonesia legal framework. And also, IUCN for the red list, for the guidance for the endangered species is also guidance for Indonesia legal system. The distinguished speaker and the participant, in Indonesia context, at least we have the 6 typologies of the forestry crime. The first is the forest fire. The second one, illegal logging, illegal mining, poaching and illegal wildlife trade, pollution and environmental damage. The new one issue, we also have a problem about the SLAPs or environmental human rights defender or criminalization towards community around and in forest area. I believe the policy rigor reform is playing pivotal role in saving forests. We already have forest policy and regulations such as our Forestry Act, Forestry Crime Act regulation, regulation on mangrove and peatland restoration, and regulation on the social forestry. At least we have the three items is important in context of the Indonesia forest law. The first is the protecting the forest and the biodiversity. The second one, provide the rights and the tenure security. Is quite important because there is no forest area without the community in Indonesia. If you come to the some of the forest conservation area, even the production area, community who live exists before the company or before the concessions. We already have the social forestry and we already have the regulations on that. In our social forestry program, we already reach approximately 7 million hectares out of 12.7 million hectares targeted. And we also have the important things on the law enforcement. Particularly now in Indonesia, law enforcement is not only corrective actions, it's not only how to giving the sanction, but also how to restore the environment. So on that, we utilize the balancing on the administrative sanctions, criminal sanction, and also by the civil litigations. The distinguished speaker and all of the participants. Court in Indonesia playing a pivotal role as well. Through 18 forestry lawsuits related to the forest fire and illegal logging, the court has already mandated environmental restoration with costs amounting $100 billion, which cover more than 20,000 hectare forest area since 2015 until this year. Restoration measures are currently taken with the three companies' concessions. Moreover, our work, ICEL and other CSO, we assisted the governments on the compliance review of the palm oil concession or the permit review. Almost 90,000 hectares of the land and forest area were safe. What are the challenges on the forest protection in Indonesia? The challenges now is not only about the forest sector as well, but the nexus, forestry and energy. Now Indonesia, one of the priority for the new administrative government is energy and the food security. So it consists all of the some challenges. The first, deforestation to fulfill energy transition and energy security from the nickel, biomass, and biofuel. And some of data show that we need at least 9 until 10 million hectares of the new palm oil land will be needed for implements of the biofuel. So it will make the some of the loss of forest cover. And also, the data now, analysis show that in the last 20 years, cumulative, almost 200,000 hectares of the forest and land have been cleared due to the nickel mitigation. So, what happened in our NDC? Our NDC is still explained not a linkage in the mitigation aspect on the forest sector and the another related sector like the energy, waste, but it's very important to see the nexus about among all of the sectors. The another program that will be the challenges for the Indonesia is the food estate. The food estate now in the central Kalimantan has caused at least 3,000 hectares of the deforestations. And the other challenges for the community is difficulties accelerating forest and land tenure security for the IPLC. Even though we already working hard to propose a lot of administrative data to secure the rights of the community to getting the access under the forest under the social forestry program, but some of the bureaucratic aspect is still happen here, and we are need to some of the tools to speed up all of the process. And the last one, the challenges that happen in Indonesia is the corruptions and the lack of the good governance. See, you can imagine, until the now, I think more than 1 decade, we already have 27 cases of the forestry related corruptions now in Indonesia. Based on the study to 2003 until the 2014, 77% of the timber production reports were not recorded in our Ministry of Environment and the Forestry. So corruptions is also the problem exists in Indonesia now. So I grateful and I was very happy when invited by the Justice Antonio and the MOFI team to giving some of our idea and inputs from the Indonesia context during the consignerings, during the discussion in Indonesia when the MOFI team was come to Indonesia. In my opinion, my honest opinion, MOFI is the brilliant idea to giving the new model for the forest act. This is important. In my perspective, MOFI can provide a guidance to evaluate a gap from the existing forestry act, particularly in Indonesia. Now Indonesia, Parliament have an agenda to revise the forestry act, and MOFI can be guidance. We put the MOFI standard because I know that MOFI have a brilliant standard, brilliant principles, so we can put as the baseline and the high standard to evaluate the forestry act in Indonesia. The second one, MOFI provide the important principles to be implemented in the national legislation and the court decision. For example, I see non-regression principle there, zero loss forest principles, and duty care to forest. I think this some for example of the principle and instrument or the standards as important for as a guidance to revise, to reform our policy, our regulation, and also can be information and a guidance for the justice or the judge in Indonesia particularly to giving good decisions. The last one, provide important insight on the latest development of the forestry and the climate science to be implemented in the national legislation by the government and promoted by the CSO. I'm stopped here. I'm very happy to speaking here, and I hope MOFI can giving a lot of solution, particularly Indonesia. I know it's like too ambitious from myself, but I believe MOFI can giving MOFI ada new hope and can giving some of the breakthrough and giving the policy legal reform, particularly Indonesia. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you, Ronaldo. It's such a privilege partnering with ICEL, and seriously, you're one of our biggest MOFI advocates, so many thanks. So I'd like to invite Gustavo Olanes Ortega. He's the president of the Mexican Center for Environmental Law to the stage, to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias, Cristina. Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you, Antonio, for inviting me today, and to the Asian Development Bank and all the sponsors of this event. I would like to start my my words by giving like a very big picture of what we have at the national level in Mexico and at the international level when we talk about forest. So, for example, at the international level, we all know we have the forest principles, no? That came from Rio 1992. At the national level, for example, in Mexico, we have the forest law, we have a forest policy, we have a national forest program, no? So we have a whole package of laws, regulations, and policies that are in place, no? So what's the problem? What's around this? The first thing I would like to say is that there's no effective enforcement and compliance of these regulations and these policies. No? And I am very disappointed because we've been talking about this for 30 years. No? This is not a matter of today. We've been talking about this since 1992, 1993, or even before that. No? So why this is happening, and I think there's a lot of similarity with the previous speaker of what is happening in Mexico. For example, the institutions are not as, the forest institutions are not as strong as they should be. That's one thing. The other is that they don't have the financial resources that they should have. No? The budget is very low. No? For example, the National Forest Commission in Mexico has very little money, or the Office of the Attorney General for Environmental Protection that has to go after those who are violating the law. They don't have the sufficient staff, they don't have the sufficient resources, financial resources to go after those who do not comply with the forest law. We also have a problem with all the economic interests that are fighting against the conservation and protection of forests, but we also have organized crime, which in the case of Mexico has been causing a lot of deforestation. Nobody goes after them, and they are selling the wood nationally and internationally because there's a whole regime that is making a huge business. But also we have had lack of political will, no? Because this should be a priority for all our countries, and it is not today, no? So I think we need to work on this matter. And also, we need to assure that the institutions that are in charge of forest protection and conservation had a good coordination, had a good communication, have a good collaboration. And I think it is very important, Antonio, that the judicial power has to take a much bigger role, no? In order to have decisions, resolutions, in order for the forest to be better protected. And also to mention that there's a lot of impunity, no, happening out there. No, a lot of people commit administrative faults. They commit forest crimes, and nobody goes after them. No, so I believe that also the forest laws have to be fully updated, and that's why this Model Forest Act initiative has a important role to play today, and I congratulate you, Antonio, and all the team for this that you have been done. So, in order for the law to be able to serve effectively in the protection and conservation of forests, and to protect at the same time the people who protect the forest, and I am referring to environmental defenders and local population, it is necessary to build constructive and inclusive bridges between these two visions. To build these bridges and ensure that they are strong, they must be based, among other things, on key elements such as the access rights to environmental information, public participation in the decision-making process, and access to justice, as it is set out in the Escazú Agreement for the Americas. Also, proper conditions need to be established in order for environmental defenders to be able to undertake their work without any intimidation, without any aggression. In the case of Mexico, 20 environmental defenders were killed last year in 2023. Also to say that Escazú is a regional agreement in the Americas, and that places a continuous emphasis on the effective exercise rights, using understandable and reliable information, also participation in a timely, culturally, and appropriate manner. Environmental public information needs to be comprehensive to everybody. Access rights facilitate the exercise of other rights, such as the equitable distribution of benefits, as well as the prevention and resolution of social and environmental conflicts. With effective access to information, in a timely and understandable way for the communities, and the opportunity to participate in an effective, culturally appropriate and timely manner, and equitable distribution of benefits and sustainable use of forests are promoted. It also promotes effective and equitable governance that reduces the need for access to justice and curbs the terrible insecurity and risk faced by people and communities, in this case, in the region of the Americas. So I would like to close by saying that I believe, and we do believe a lot in the region, that ESCASU, the ESCASU agreement, can be an important tool for the role of national and international law protecting forests. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Gustavo. So many thanks to our panel 1 speakers. So we'll now move to panel 2, and many thanks, Gustavo, for bringing up the important issue of effective implementation and enforcement. So now we will transition to panel 2 and bring to the stage the justices that will participate. So Justice Mala, I'll hand the floor back to you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. We'll now move to our panel 2 on the role of the judiciary in the implementation and enforcement of forest laws. So it is a great pleasure to have with us distinguished judges and justices from high courts from 5 different countries to join us here on this panel. I will introduce them all just very briefly and then turn it over to them to make some brief opening statements. And then Christina and I will moderate a panel discussion. So we have with us Justice Luc Lavrissen, President of the Constitutional Court of Belgium, Justice Sapana Mala from the Supreme Court of Nepal, Judge Elisa Samuel, who's the Director General of the Center for Judicial and Legal Training of Mozambique, Justice Prakash Srivastava, the Chairperson of the National Green Tribunal of India, and Justice Bambang Mulyono, Head of the Research, Development, Education, and Training Agency for Law and Judiciary from the Supreme Court of Indonesia. So I'll turn the time over to all of them to give some brief opening statements on the role of the judiciary in implementing and enforcing forest laws. And I suppose we can go in this order, if you would, Justice Lavrissen.
I would like to say something about the European Union and forest law. If we look to the European Union as such, there is no comprehensive forest law at the level of the European Union. But we have some pieces of legislation which are very important. In the first place, the Habitats Directive is a very important piece, and that legislation is applicable to those forests which are Natura 2000 habitats. That's around 20% of our forest, and this legislation provides for strong protection, and this legislation is also interpreted in a tough way, let's say, by the Court of Justice of the European Union, and by that also following up to that by the national judges. Second part is relatively new, is the new nature restoration law, and that law has as an objective to bring the nature, in the protected nature, in a good shape again, because in practice 81% of our nature is not in a good shape. So in that legislation there are restoration objective, and member states must come up with plans to bring the protected nature in a good shape. Furthermore, we have also some guidelines about the protection of forests against fires. There's an important new legislation or revised legislation, which is the land use and land use change and forestry regulations, which has as an objective to increase the coverage of forest and woodland, so that in the end 310 million tons carbon dioxide could be stored additionally in that forest. We have a new directive on environmental crime, which is important because it's not only providing that also crime against forests must be tackled, is increasing also the level of sanctions, but also provide for coordination, training, etc., coordination of the enforcement chains, training, and so on. So, but that is brand new legislation adopted this year. So member states have still 2 years to implement it. And then the last piece of importance is the deforestation regulation, which tried to provides that on the European market no more products may be placed that cause deforestation within the European Union and outside the European Union. This legislation should be in force end of this year, but meanwhile the European Commission, and it has already been accepted by the Council, so the Member States and the European Parliament, will postpone the coming into entrance of this regulation with 1 year. And this week, Wednesday, the European Parliament has voted on that proposal, but has added amendments to that proposal, amendments which are presented as trying to get rid of some red tape, so weakening the regulation in practice. And I think I've never seen such a debate in the European Parliament. The European Parliament was really split into two parties, and the conservative fraction has joined with the ultra-right fraction, and they have won. So now we have to see if these amendments will really go through, yes or no. So this is important regulations, European regulation we have, but it's not comprehensive. So forest law, most of the member states have their forest codes, but there is a huge difference. Some of them are very old, some of them have been renewed or updated and so on. And as the judiciary comes at stake, almost all types of judges, be it administrative judges, if one has permit discussions, civil judges when there is or damages and compensations, criminal judges when there is illegal lodging. So nearly every type of judge will have to deal in one or another manner with those domestic forest laws. So that as an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Justice Mala, please.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Chief Justice Antonio for your leadership to initiate this model forest law drafting process, and also would like to extend Asia Bank for extending all the support to make it happen. Today I'm going to focus on Nepal, and even before going to what approach court has been taking, I want to talk about first what strength the prevailing law has and what gaps we have found, which can be some indicator for model law reform process, model law drafting process. I come from Nepal, where from my childhood we were taught that the green forest is the asset, the prosperity of the country. And we have a law which is one of the oldest law, and it was enacted even many of us were born. But with the court interpretation and amendments from the government, they are trying to make it contemporary, and some benchmark it has created. One I must mention about comprehensive forest categorization, that also institutionalizing community forestry within the categorization, which has empowered the local community, local users group to protect and manage, and also get benefit to the community. So this is one of the benchmark through the new amendment taken place, but it has not only empowered the users group, but in fact within the regulation it has a provision to ensure 33% women, and either president or secretary woman or vice chair or treasurer woman. As a result, in users group there are 50% women, and then now we can see the socio-economic and political transformation of women in leadership position within the community, not only within the community forestry group, but within the federation of community forestry group. As a result, now the forest area has been increasing, and now it has gone up to 45.3%, and we are still expecting spontaneous increment of the forest. Second, I would also like to mention the Act recognizing carbon mitigation and environmental services, encouraging sustainable practices, and providing grants to provide private forest owners who support the conservation efforts. As a result, we already have agreement with World Bank to trade 9 million metric ton carbon trade by 2025, and 2.2 million metric ton carbon has already been trade off. But again, to make sure the quality carbon is trade off, and to ensure private party also engage in the process and get benefit of sharing on fair and equity basis. A regulation is being drafted, and I'm happy that the person who is taking lead in redrafting the regulation is Mr. Dahal is with us, and who will make sure that benefit directly goes to the community on the fair and equity basis. But at the same time, I must mention here that there are lots of gaps within the law. One is limited autonomy to the community forestry group, and restricted authorities has been discouraging this community users group. On top of that, with the federalization of the country, there are 3 layers of government and excessive tax by each level of government, as well as the weak governance is seen as a corruption. So we have a lot of challenge on how to managing those aspects. Is one area where I think we would expect a visionary model forest legislation. And at the same time, the law has not been been able to create sustainable forest management and livelihood and mechanism to institutionalize governance. I think that is where the focus has to be made. And then on top of that, we also see ambiguity in land acquisition and compensation. Authority is granted for forest to forest officials, but the Act lacks a specific monitoring mechanism to ensure accountability, risking ineffective implementation and corruption. And there is overlapping authorities among the government authorities, and over-militarization of armed forces within the forest area is another area where because of that people have a limited access, and especially those communities who are dependent on forest, indigenous community, and also the community, the people who live in the buffer zone, who have a responsibility to protect, duty to care the forest, but they have no access to the forest resources. So those are some of the challenges. And on top of that, what I have seen also, over-criminalization of poverty is another issue which I mentioned at the moment in my opening remarks as some of the gaps. And then in second session, I will be more talking about the approach court is taking in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Mala. Next for your opening statement, Judge Samuel. You're welcome to stay there or go up to the podium, either way.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Yes? Okay, first of all, I would like also to say thank you to the Global Judicial Institute on Environment. Antonio is not here to invite us to be here and make part of this great and a very important event, and also Global Forest Goals Initiative. I'm from Mozambique. I am a judge, but currently sitting at the Judicial Training Institute of my country. I've been acting as a director for 7 years. One of the things that we've been talking about it since this morning, it's about how the role of judiciary can be enforced in terms of all the climate change and also forest laws. We've been trained judges for so long about environmental laws and now with climate change laws. And indeed, in the panel before, the President Gustavo was talking about lack of political will, corruption. These are also the elements that you will find in my country. But Mozambique have last year improved in terms of forest law. We as a country, we have a comprehensive framework for forest resources management, including measures aimed to improve resilience on climate change. The new law highlights sustainable use, conservation, local community involvement, scientific research, and good governance principles. While these provisions are very good in improvement, we still, of course, have some potential gaps that could limit the law effectiveness and also the role of judges, of courts. In terms of adequacy, the law, in terms of adequacy, Article 4 of this new law talks about sustainability and resilience, scientific research on other provision, community involvement, which for me, I think it's very important to have local community participating on forest management, ensuring inclusiveness, because in Africa, normally we would ask, so now that you say that we cannot use the forest, the resource within the forest, what we're going to eat? Because one of the development goals is end and reduce the poverty. But including them, it's very important so that they can also participate in alternative ways of living. So this is was very reinforced in this new law. Prevention and mitigation also it's one of the new provision. We tackles also decision making in terms of conservation first approach when uncertainties arise. As I mentioned, we still have gaps in. We can see some gaps. My colleagues from Nepal, she talked about monitoring and enforcement. This is one of the gaps that we can appoint is this new law. While the law, of course, establishes these mechanisms, but for monitoring deforestation and forest degradation, we see that there are lack of clear detail of enforcement capacity or penalties for non-compliance that will hinder the role of courts. And if you think about my country, you will think that this maybe we lack a little bit of sovereignty to do it, to improve in terms of monitoring and climate change tackle. Because Mozambique, now that I'm speaking, we have signed 29 contracts on fossil fuel with 29 mega projects on oil and gas and extractive industry. Those contracts come also with heavy clauses in terms of improve your national legislation. This is something that I think we have to talk about it. It's good to hear that I hear banks, investors that normally they will also be working with these mega projects. But I think this is it's a limitation of sovereignty. It's a limitation of ways to enforce the forest law and also climate change tackle. It's also one of another gaps is incentives of private sector, as also Tom, I think you mentioned before. And what I like most in the MOFI principle is the principle of interpretation. This is new. I think this is going to help courts and judges to improve in terms of implementation. So I will stop here and then I will come back with another questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Judge Samuel. Next for your opening statement, I turn to Honorable Justice Prakash Srivastava from the National Green Tribunal of India.
No problem. Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks to the organizers of this good and in-depth deliberation, and also to Justice Benjamin, who normally takes leads in such issues. I say both privilege as well as responsibility to take part in such in-depth deliberation on the issue of protection of the forests. For India, it's an important issue, as is for the other countries. We contribute for about 2% of the world forest, and with a GDP of around 7%, we have the responsibility of balancing growth with protecting the environment. And judiciary plays a very important role in this. It's not only decides cases, it interprets law, and it helps. It takes proactive measures for the protection of the forest and environment. But a judiciary can play a role if there is a firm legislative framework existing in the country. So far as India is concerned, we have in fact such a framework existing. Our constitution itself is the mother of all the enactments. It contains the fundamental right under Article 21, right to life. And by court's interpretation, right to clean environment, that's taken to be a fundamental right of the citizens. Now it has the directive principles of the state policy, that's Article 48A has been incorporated therein. That's by way of 42nd Amendment in the Constitution in 1976, which imposes the responsibility upon the state to preserve the environment, protect the forests. Then we have the fundamental duties which have been incorporated under Article 51AG, whereas every citizen has the duty to preserve, improve, protect forest and environment. So with this mother enactment of the Constitution, we have the laws which have been enacted by the parliaments. We have the Forest Act 1927. We have the Forest Conservation Act, wherein the regime has been provided to conserve the forest. Then we have Environmental Protection Act, which empowers the government to issue directions for the protection of the environment, which are these directions issued under the Act have the statutory force. Then we have Biodiversity Act, we have Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Then we have National Forest Policy, National Environment Policy. So there is a legal framework which is existing. Now the question comes up about gaps. Yes, the gaps are noticed by the courts, because when an in-depth analysis of an enactment is done, the courts come to know about the gaps. And in that process, there is an attempt to fill the gaps, either by issuing directions or issuing guidelines, or it's pointing out, highlighting it to the government. So this is how the entire framework works. Now, after the Stockholm Declaration in 1972, India became the third country in the world to set up a specialized tribunal to deal with the environmental law. It was the first developing country, third country overall. So in 2010, the National Green Tribunal Act was enacted by the Parliament, and the National Green Tribunal is exclusively to deal with the environmental issues that are set up. Now, it has the regional benches covering the entire country, having one expert from the field of environment and one judge. So that's the minimum quorum, is one judge, one expert. They'll sit together and they'll go deep in the environmental issues. And in course of time, in so many years, a large number of cases relating to environment have been dealt with by the court. Then we have the Apex Court, that's the Supreme Court of India. It also takes up the environmental issues. And in fact, I'll give you, with an example, I'll just show how the courts can play proactive roles in protecting the environment. One case that was filed in 1995 in the Supreme Court, that was T.N. Godavaran Thirupad versus Union of India. That was relating to the illegal felling of trees in Nilgiri area. The court could have decided it, finished the matter, but no. The Supreme Court kept it pending. It made it a lead matter. It's still pending. And one by one, the issues are being taken up in that. Either the applications are filed through the applications, the litigants coming up. In that matter, the court then defined forest. What is forest? Says you take the dictionary meaning of it, gave a wide definition of forest. Then, as the matter developed, the issues came up. The court, in that matter, says that if any non-forest activity is to take place in the forest area, then you must have the prior approval of the competent authority. You can't just go there and change the use of the forest, use it, destroy the forest. So that's the restriction which was put. Then it went further. In between 1997 and 2000, it started monitoring the project clearances, whether the projects, they should not affect the forest. It formed a committee, the Supreme Court formed a committee to review the encroachments which were there in the forest to prevent the forest degradation, to ensure that the new projects, they don't come up affecting the forest areas. Then it says that no, without permission, without clearance from the Ministry of Forest, you should not take up such activities in the forest areas. Then it went ahead. The matter was kept pending. It went ahead. Then 2002, a green bench was formed in the court. A green bench exclusive to hear the matter relating to the forest. Then it formed because by that time, so many orders were passed. The issue of monitoring of the directions came up. So it formed a central empowered committee. So that's the committee which looked into the regulation part of it, ensuring that the orders which are passed by the courts are complied with, or examining the intricate issue relating to the forest conservation. Then in 2000, the court said no mining in the forest area and no diversion of the forest for that purposes. Then came 2006, there was a Forest Right Act which was enacted. So the issue of protection of the rights of the tribals, those who are dependent upon the forest, because it's a kind of ecology which work. They are dependent upon the forest and they protect the forest also. So the court came up, Supreme Court says, yes, you protect the rights of those persons who are dependent upon the forest. Then the court took up the issue of the encroachment, removal of encroachments from the forest area. Then after 2011 now, it's issuing direction to strengthen the regime of forest protection. So this is how, what I want to say, this is, take this example of one case. The Supreme Court of India has, in one case, keeping it pending, regulating it, issuing directions from time to time. Whenever the gaps came to the notice of the court tried to fill it up. So by taking the proactive role, the Supreme Court has in fact made the regime of the implementation of forest laws and prevention of the forest degradation an effective regime. So this is how the courts can play a very effective role, and I wish and I urge everybody to recognize this power of the judiciary to take a lead, play effective role, and preserve and prevent the forest and stop forest degradation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Justice Srivastava. And finally, for these opening statements, let me turn to Judge Bambang from Indonesia.
Good afternoon. I would like to say thank you to Justice Benjamin and also from ADP that invited me to join with this session for COP29. And as the head of the Judicial Training Center, I also want to say thank you because we have opportunity to serve the expertise to finishing the concept of the draft of Model Forest Act. So I will explain about the role of judiciary on saving forest related with the Model Forest Act initiative. On forestry issue, the judiciary holds several important roles in protecting the forest. Given the complexity of forestry issues in Indonesia, the court is not only expected to implement the forestry law, the court is also expected to implement the important principles, understand the science, and be able to explore the value of justice, especially in environmental issues. Court decision also influence the policy making, allowing court to become an important avenue for reform. And however, the Model Forest Act is not legally binding yet, but the Model Forest Act is important material to deliver to judges in Indonesia. Based on monitoring and evaluation in Supreme Court, we identify several ways to how the court in Indonesia contributes on advancing the measures of saving the forest, such as one enforcement and forestry and environmental law, realizing a strong judiciary system that able to respond violation. For example, illegal logging, illegal and land conservation. Illegal land conversion, forest fire. So through imposing sanction that able to give the deterrent effect to the perpetrator and appropriate remedies granted for environmental restoration and impacted communities. Second, in ensuring forest protection and ecosystem integrity. In cases against administrative decision related to forest use and or forest conservation, the court is expected to provide protection upon the forest and ecosystem integrity through its interpretation of forestry laws and principles. Human rights are also an aspect that often arises in discussion of affected communities and becomes a source of environmental disputes related to human rights. Third is ensuring justice for indigenous people and local communities amid the conflict between the states, large companies, and indigenous people over forest ownership and rights. Enforcement against corruption in forestry sector. Corruption has become one of the factors of forest destruction in Indonesia. The judiciary's commitment to resolve this issue that can be traced through several cases related to corruption is another factor of why judiciary hold an important role on saving the forest. So what is the effort of Indonesia Supreme Court on advancing the role of judiciary? The first is environmental judges certification. Supreme Court of Indonesia ensure judges could handle the complex environmental and forestry issues through this system. Topics covered in the certification program include legal and technical aspects, scientific evidence, and modus operandi on forest fire and illegal logging cases. Since 2012, until now, there have been 579 environmental certified judges in Indonesia. Second is Supreme Court Regulation number 1 2023 on environmental cases handling guidelines. This is important regulation. Supreme Court of Indonesia provides guidelines to handle environmental cases, including forestry cases. This guideline provides several guidance for judges, such as on handling environmental cases. Judges shall adopt principle from law number 2009 on environmental protection and management. Several important principles, including precautionary principle, polluter pays principle, and good governance, and the other sustainable development principle developing in the international environmental law. Guidance on examining types of scientific evidence on handling cases, such as expert testimony in court, written expert statement, satellite imagery, environmental forestry and wildlife forensic data, laboratory test result, and other types of evidence. So this is must be judges must be know. Although this is not knowledge about law. Ensuring restoration-oriented law enforcement through obligation to incorporate restoration plan and lawsuit requesting restoration costs. Provision to accelerate environmental court decision, execution, and restoration. Number 3 is challenges for the court in addressing forest law. Challenge judges to understand scientific evidence, forestry cases, especially those related to illegal logging, forest and land fires, and land clearing, rely on technical and scientific evidence such as remote sensing, satellite image, and GIS data, which may be unfamiliar for the judges or for the court. Limited forestry expert, mainly due to the broad typology and variation in forestry law violation cases. In the Indonesian context, there are obstacles to executing judgment in environmental cases, especially forest and land fire cases. In addition, none of the compensation paid by defendant has been used to restore the impact of forest and land fires. And the complexity of forestry cases, forestry policies that continuously develop it, overlapping claims in forest area and other technical aspects about forest poses challenges in handling forestry crimes. Finally, I hope that the Model Forest Act will strengthen the court in making court decisions that support forest conservation, biodiversity, and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Bambang. And thank you to all of you for those opening statements. This has really been a great introduction to these concepts of all of the various aspects of the role of the judiciary in the implementation and enforcement of forest laws. And thank you to Judge Bambang, who hosted the Model Forest Act Initiative Drafting Committee just a few months ago in Indonesia for one of our meetings. We heard a lot of interesting concepts, maybe some of the more positive aspects in discussing certification for judges in environmental law as a possible solution for trying to manage these questions, and the work of the National Green Tribunal in India, as well as the challenges moving forward. As Judge Samuel mentioned, the conflicts between these, between forest laws and then the existing agreements that Mozambique and other countries may have that impose restrictions and clauses on how the countries can implement their forest laws. And as Justice Mala mentioned, there's conflict among different levels of government in how to manage the forests. And there are pushes for regressions in environmental laws in Europe and in other places around the world, as Justice Levrieson mentioned. So now with the rest of the time that we have with our distinguished panel with the justices, we want to switch to some questions so that we can have a little bit of dialogue among all of you. Okay. So the first question that I have for you to then just take a moment or two to consider is, to what extent do you think current forest laws are adequate to address climate change? This is one sort of particular challenge while we're here at the Climate Change COP. Are forest laws able to address climate change? And if not, what gaps do you think there are specifically in dealing with that, either from climate mitigation or climate adaptation? And we can go ahead and go in the same order, I think. Yeah.
So as I mentioned, forest law in Europe is mostly domestic, with legislation from different times. Most of those forest legislations are not made in the light of climate change, but even the quality of the legislation might be different. I think a good point to start with is to apply the legislation. So to combat, to protect the forests and the woodland we have, so to combat illegal logging, to combat human-induced forest fires, to combat unsustainable use of forests, to have an economic role to play, and to apply nature protection law where it's applicable. So my judges are just one chain in the enforcement chain. So it starts with inspection, then we have police, we have prosecution, and then the judges come. So to them to apply the law, to provide effective sanctions within the framework the law is providing. But maybe with some interpretation, one can, let's say, adapt forest law to climate circumstances. For example, if judges have to decide when there is illegal deforestation, how to compensate and to restore that harm, I think judges should be aware that it's not just a question of the area, because young forests will capture much less carbon than etc. So one should take into consideration that fact that it's not just a question of size, but also a question of quantum of carbon. So that can lead to decisions on compensations which are more important. Maybe we can also think about in different legal systems we have the possibility to provide for alternative sanctions apart from the classical fines, prison, etc. And I'm thinking about something we have in our country for juvenile, problematic juvenile, who are under the supervision of the juvenile judge. They must do a sort of community service. And one of the successful projects is learning them working in sustainable forest management. So maybe we should apply also this type of sanctions, this type of alternative sanctions, not only for the juvenile, but also for those or elder than that. So that might be some ideas.
what court has been doing. Yes, I mean, from Nepal's experience, we have been able to make government accountable in its non-action, its wrong action, but also we have been able to bridge the bridge the vacuum of law, because after the court order, environmental law is in place, and at the same time, a climate justice chapter within the environmental law has been inserted after the court order. Now, the question is how to law matters, but having law is not enough. How to put law into a place? So if we look at our experience in Nepal, we have been able to uphold principle of intergenerational equity, stressing the importance of preserving forest for further future generation. In some of the case, court has used EIA as a tool to make a government accountable or put the governance. For example, in the Nizhgard airport construction case, the Supreme Court constitutional bench even asked the government to look for the alternate to mitigate the harm. So different approaches are taken by the court, but even like in taking some approaches, it depends on the nature of the case, because one answer may not fit two different contexts. So for example, when the government wanted to construct the road from the national park, that time court says no, you cannot construct the road. So they took a stand, a prohibitory approach, complete prohibitory approach, and in some nature of the cases it has been taking precautionary measure and mitigation approach. In some of the judgment, court has already recognized not only right to nature, but right of nature, and maintaining the dignity of nature, and also upholding the principle of dubio pro natura. So, and then the court has also taken an approach of forest and forest and wildlife protection. Not only forest and wildlife protection is not only seen as a matter of preserving ecosystem, but also of safeguarding fundamental human rights, recognizing human beings the major factor of environmental harm and also the sufferer of those harms. Nepal judiciary has also recognized disproportionate effect on certain caste, certain communities, certain sex, and called for equitable distribution of environmental harm and benefits. And now court has also been able to communicate, because court has always been seen as being against the development. In some of the cases we are trying, and it's still very hard to communicate that court is not against the development, but court is standing for ecologically sustained development. So that is where we are confronting. We are also confronting with some other challenges, like lack of conceptual understanding between what is conservation, what is protection. As a result, we have not been able to use and maximize benefit from the forest and wildlife. There is also human and animal conflict. So balancing is quite challenging. So and also how to, because other hand, in Nepal, like what we have experienced, the number of wildlife are increasing. So how to make sure that there is ecological balance, and bringing that conceptual understanding again is a challenge. And then finally, I would like to say Yes, law matters, but court has been quite actively engaged, especially in PIL cases that has been coming to the court. But with the law, I think it's very important that there is a institutional mechanism, there is resources allocated, and as my friend Elisa mentioned, that empowering the right holder, empowering the duty holder is critical, especially to make them understand on different approaches to protect the forest and to protect wildlife. And especially again, like as mentioned, like now we are in this climate justice. We are also claiming on loss and damage fund. We are also asking international organization, UN system, and applying polluters pay principle, asking them for financial investment and therefore empowerment, even to how to negotiate for this kind of language, and also for carbon, for example, carbon trade or claiming the loss and damage is critical, and therefore training is very much important part, so that court can play a critical role, not only deciding the case, but also putting law into a place with practical realization, and lots of reluctancy on implementation is another challenge. As a result, we are having some cases on contempt, but again, establishing contempt is very, very hard, for which we are now asking why court's decision is not implemented, and we also have established a directorate for execution of the judgment, and I think we have to put lots of effort and look for the creative solution, engaging the responsible stakeholders, so that not only law but judgments are translated in the life of the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Well, in my last presentation, I just mentioned some challenges with this new law, as I was saying, but specifically in terms of climate change, I think the law, this new law, it's solid. It's a solid foundation, but of course, some gaps, as I mentioned it, that we must maybe with more fight will be an alternative to improve. One of the cases is climate financing. The laws, climate-specific measures. As I mentioned, there are no explicit provisions for carbon sequestration projects or integration with broader climate change policies, such as Mozambique commitment under international agreement like Paris Agreement. As I mentioned before, this have to do also with these clauses that are inserted in this ISDS clauses and IIA. Well, I'm a judge. I will not explain you what is that, but of course I believe you understand. But the thing is, these clauses add the limitation for us to improve in terms of our legislations. Incentives also for private sector engagement, although Article 71 specifies some mechanisms to encourage private sector participation in terms of afforestation and reforestation for climate benefits, are not detailed. Well, in terms of recommendation, I would say strengthening the enforcement, it means increased resources and training for forest patrols and also law enforcement. UNEP is also our partner in Mozambique for training judges, prosecutors, and also the forest patrols. My experience in my country is that our Judicial Training Institute also collaborate on training local communities, paralegals, and enforce and strengthening the community's involvement in terms of patrol and the activities within the forest. Just to mention an example that we were financed by a Swiss Developed Corporation. We create this, let's say, community fund with the local communities, and we also create this platform that the communities, they can report events that can put in branch with the forest. So in this platform, there will be, of course, judges are not there, but the police, the legal aid, the prosecutors, and other stakeholders, they are all connected in this platform, and the population, the communities, they can denounce and they can report ongoing events in terms of protecting the forest. Climate financing, it's also a recommendation that it can be put in place to attract carbon offset projects and ensure community benefits equitable. So this is my contribution in terms of climate change. Thank you. Are you going there also? Judges, normally they talk
So far as the issue of effectiveness or adequacy of the laws to deal with the climate changes is concerned, in my opening remark I said that so far as India is concerned, we have a robust framework of laws to tackle the preservation of issue of damage of forest or preservation of climate, improvement of this. Yes, the issue do arise, and it's in fact this is something, it's an evolving process, because as the complexity of issues come up, the courts go deep into the issues, and then they find that yes, there is a gap somewhere, and when gap is noticed, a solution is to be found. Either the court issues directions or the advice is issued to the state to come up with the proper legislation. So far as India is concerned, in the opening remark I said that yes, we have our constitution where the recognized right to clean air or healthy environment is recognized as a fundamental right. Then we have the directive principles of the state policy. We have the fundamental duties of the citizens. All this relating to the protection of the environment and preservation of the forest. We have the laws in place, but in course of time, when the things develop, when the issues are examined, the gaps noticed. Therefore, the National Environment Policy 2006 was issued by the government of India to cover up those gaps, to fill up those gaps, the lacunas which were noticed in the meanwhile. There are, when we apply as a court, as a judge, we apply the principle, precautionary principle we apply. We apply the principle of intergenerational equity, or we apply the public trust doctrine. Then we face difficulty, yes. The gaps are noticed there when applying these principles. These are very wide principles. They confer responsibility upon the judges, upon the institution to ensure that the next generation, it doesn't suffer because of the gaps in the laws. So there the role of judiciary comes up. There the gaps are noticed. There the courts, they come forward, they play proactive roles. And then this take measures, whatever is within their jurisdiction, to ensure that something is done to fill up those gaps. And nowadays, the states they are sensitive to the issues, and they come up with their solutions, they come up with the legislation, we come up with the notifications. So this is how the entire system works. And so far as I can say in the context of India, I gave the example of one case which is still pending and which is kept pending by the court for last 29 years. And in that process, the directions are issued, the gaps are noticed, and an attempt has been made to fill up those gaps. So that's what the national level we are feeling. Yes, in the international level, the MOFA is now it's a very praiseworthy effort to ensure that the model forest law is there, available for adoption according to the need of a particular nation. So that is what something is very useful, going to be useful in long time to come. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. I would like to also same with Elisa that to make a training for judges in Indonesia. The judges must be learn from the senior judges. So, but not only learn from the senior judges in national in Indonesia, but we also learn from the ASEAN country, from the Asia Pacific. So collaboration is important for judges in Indonesia to implement related with how to protect, how to implement the forest law. So we are aware that the law is powerful tools that can be used to save the forest. And the problem is how to strengthening forest law in Indonesia. There are available material law and procedural law, including Supreme Court regulation related to the guideline to how to handle the environmental cases, including the forest cases. But also important for the judges, they must have smart and integrity. So this because this issue about corruption, including judicial bribery, is still a problem. And I will explain about 3 cases in Indonesia that implements of strict liability and also some principle that we learned in the certification for environmental judges. The first is a case about Waringin Agrojaya. Waringin Agrojaya is the company that was sued by the Minister of Environment and Forestry for the forest fire occurred on its palm oil concession. The lawsuit was brought under strict liability provision or liability without fault. The court granted the request and stated that the plaintiff activity on the concession is qualifies as abnormally dangerous activity. Hence, strict liability is applicable. The Minister of Environment and Forestry asked the court to order the defendant to pay compensation of IDR 988 million. For the release of 10,000 hectare and also 345 million Indonesian rupiah for the losses of the carbon sink, which equal to 3,800 hectare on February in 2017. The District Court of South Jakarta ruled in favor of the plaintiff and held the defendant strictly liable for compensation of IDR 173 billion Indonesian rupiah. And the Jakarta Court of Appeal upheld the lower court rulings. And on August 2018, the Supreme Court also upheld the District Court ruling. The second case is Minister of Environment and Forestry versus PT Merbabu Pelalawan. This is also the company. This case involves violation by PT Merbabu, consists of logging of forest outside of the permit area, and second, carrying out forest logging inside the permit location in a manner that violates the law. In the lawsuit, the government argued that the defendant action has resulted in the release of carbon, which resulted in the need to restore the degraded forest in order to undo the carbon release. In adjudicating this case, the panel of the judges considered that in the event of scientific uncertainty, the application of the precautionary principle must be ensured by the judiciary. The panel of judges also recognized that forest utilization activities must be subject to the precautionary principle, because when a forest is damaged, it cannot be restored and to its original state. The third case is power plant Tanjung Jati. This case is a lawsuit from the environmental organization or NGO against environmental permit of Tanjung Jati. This is a coal-fired power plants. By interpreting precautionary principle and sustainable development as one of the good environmental government principle, the court revoked Tanjung Jati as environmental permit on the basis of the absence of climate change impact analysis in the plant's environmental impact analysis, EAR. Even though this case is not directly related to the forestry sector, this case has proven that it is important for the court to consider various environmental law principles as a basis or guideline in handling cases related to the environment. Moving forward, we hope that such practice shall be applied in adjudicating forest and land use cases, especially when it's related to examining an administrative decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you for those responses to those questions. Unfortunately, we have only just about 5 more minutes before we need to move to the closing of the session. So with those last 5 minutes, I do want to ask one more question, if any of you have a response to that, which, we've discussed a lot about the gaps in the laws, and then Judge Bama, I think this sort of is a good transition to this last question, where I want to ask if you could mention, even only just 1 minute, what is an example of a good practice that you think a court could adopt in order to ensure the best implementation and enforcement of forest laws? Are there any particular practices that the courts can adopt as this sort of last piece of the chain that Justice Lavrieson mentioned, in taking the law and really turning it toward effective implementation and enforcement? One recommendation you have for courts to do that, if you have just 1 minute each.
I would say follow the example of the Indonesian court by deciding on the size of compensation and restoration which is needed to take into account also the carbon sink and the sequestration issue.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned, complexity of these laws is something that we will not solve only with training. My colleague here, the director, will agree with me. So I think it's important to involve other agencies that deals with the scientific part of the issues, because otherwise what we are facing in courts in terms of decision, at least in my country, it judges coming with technicalities or judicial procedures. They are not looking at the facts because they don't have the proper expertise. So if we, in terms of training, we can improve the knowledge and also grant the enforcement of these laws if we involve other agencies, whether on the trainings with the different stakeholders, judges also training them there. It will be difficult with Supreme Court judges, but at least for the first instance courts, it's important to prepare them and to let them interact with other agencies, including civil society and also local.
On the issue of levy of compensation or penalty when the illegal felling of trees is done, my suggestion would be that instead of calculating the compensation or penalty on the basis of the value of timber or adopting traditional method, we should go for calculating the value of the loss which is suffered on account of the loss of stored carbon. A value should be assigned, indexing should be done, and on that basis, the penalty or compensation should be fixed.
Okay, I think the more important when judges implement many important principle in environmental law. So the important thing that judges must hard thinking about how to implement of intergenerational equity and aware about how the next generation will be live in the health and a good environment. I think that's if all judges think about it, they will search the material of law to strengthening their argumentation in the decision. Thank you.
There are, benchmark, but also I think sometimes we need to learn why we have failed to implement. So, and then we were just analyzing some time back in the court, especially we have a case like Godavari Marble case, which was decided 20 years back, but even now the judgment has not been implemented. So we were looking for why not implemented. So I think we also need to learn from why we failed. And but there are also examples where judgment has been implemented. For example, the Nisgard judgment on airport construction, government has implemented. They have formed a expert group, and they have been working on looking for the alternates to mitigate the harm that may that may happen to the forest or wildlife. So there are both kind of examples. But the other examples on why we failed, what we have done right now is sometimes we judges also sit and decide on utopia. Maybe that is the assumption they have. So instead, we are trying to invite the responsible stakeholder and asking even the applicant or the other parties who have a duty to give what would be the best alternate So that is how we are engaging the groups, and that is what we did in a case that I shared in a Pakistani pavilion on Sagarmatha case, where we have tried to call all the concerned stakeholders and come up with a plan. And they have come up with the not only plan but also activities and budget required even to implement those activities. Engaging the responsible stakeholder can also help or facilitate for effective implementation.
Well, thank you so much to all of you. Let's have a round of applause for all of our distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for that rich discussion on the role of the judiciary. It's really a phenomenal luxury for all the rest of us to have the opportunity to hear from judges from 5 different countries and all of the work that your courts are doing on the implementation of forest law. So thank you so much for all these comments. Please feel free to return to your seats. So before moving to the closing of this event this afternoon, I would just like to thank all of you for being here, and I would like to give a special thanks to all of the partners that have worked together in putting this event together and in putting together the Forest Pavilion. So thank you to the UN Forum on Forests for hosting us here in the Forest Pavilion within the SDGs Pavilion. I would also like to thank the Asian Development Bank, the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, the UN Environment Program, specifically the Law Division of the UN Environment Program, and the International Council of Environmental Law, and all the others who have worked together to put this together. So now, at the conclusion of our event, after hearing all of that discussion about how judges play a role, and we've heard a lot about how the judges, are a very important constituency in trying to continue the development of forest law, and so an important aspect of this dialogue on the Model Forest Act initiative is how to write laws that are really done with effective enforcement and implementation in mind so that they can be used effectively in the judiciary. So for the conclusion of our event, I'd like to turn now to introduce Professor Christina Voigt, who's a professor at the University of Oslo and the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and also one of the first co-chairs of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. Please, Dr. Voigt, go ahead and come on up here, and we'd love to hear your remarks.
Thank you, Professor Breiner. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here as the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, because we have been partnering with all these wonderful institutions and organizations for several years now in the Model Forest Act initiative. And it's been an absolute pleasure. Is that my fault? Or better not touch. It's an absolute pleasure to follow the development of that very important piece of work. And I've seen its initiation many years ago when Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin was my predecessor, the chair of the IUCN World Commission. It's a very busy task to be, and I remember him talking about, we should work on a Model Forest Act, but I just don't have the time. And then sure enough, by the time he had some time, I don't know where you take the time from, Justice Benjamin, he initiated the initiative and has been the intellectual leader together with a wonderful, wonderful group of experts. So thanks for cooperating with the World Commission on Environmental Law in this important endeavor. Being here at COP29 talking about climate change, there is absolutely no scenario for holding warming to 1.5 degrees with no or limited overshoot, and we need to talk about overshoot soon, I'm sure. There is no scenario for holding warming to 1.5 degrees without bringing forests into the picture. not as an alternative to steep reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from other sectors, in particular energy and transport, not as a substitute, but as something that is complementary. CO2 removals in forest sinks and reservoirs are crucial to reach net zero CO2 emissions around 2050 and net negative emissions thereafter. And for this, halting and reversing forest loss by 2030 is absolutely necessary, as the decision from the global stocktake last year in Dubai clearly stated. In addition, of course, forests are a lot more than carbon sinks. They are home to 90% of terrestrial biodiversity. They provide livelihoods to many forest-dependent communities and indigenous peoples. They provide income if ecologically sustainably managed. And in order to get that right, and it's a lot to get right, the law governing forests is absolutely crucial. The law is front and center for spatial planning, for usage and tenure rights, for ecologically sustainable management, and for forest conservation, and so much more. MoFI, the Model Forest Act initiative, is unique in this regard because it seeks to provide a toolbox, or how do you call it, a shopping cart, something to choose from, publicly accessible and available, for doing many different things, for revising or amending forest laws, for providing a list of very important principles. And we've heard the judges talking about how important principles are in their work. Principles like in dubio pro silva, the ecological foundation or function of property, non-regression, or the precautionary principle, and a whole list of legal tools and instruments, but also modalities for enhancing the effective implementation and compliance with the Model Acts, as well as means to attract finance and funding, absolutely crucial for protecting forests. For example, payment for ecosystem services, loans, bonds, subsidies, and much more. Protecting forests is a complex matter, and there is no silver bullet to do so. But with the help of MoFI, there is an instrument which can be applied to the relevant national circumstances of each individual forest country as each country sees it fit. And this will be important for many years to come. Many countries already include forests in their nationally determined contributions, and hopefully even more will do so in their 2025 NDCs. In line with the expectations that NDCs will progress beyond the current ones and will reflect each party's highest possible ambition, this includes, of course, for many countries, also forests. It is our hope, from the perspective of the World Commission on Environmental Law, that MoFI will play a crucial role in enabling countries to raise ambition, to raise action, to raise finance, and to raise enforcement and compliance capacity in order to protect forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Voigt, for giving us much to think about. And I don't think there are many more important topics at this entire COP than to discuss ways in which really to raise ambition and raise international cooperation on the protection of forests. So now for the last word, let me turn the time back over to the chair of MoFI and the president of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment, Chief Justice Antonio Herman Benjamin from the National High Court of Brazil.
Well, many thanks to all of you. I don't have much to say after the closing statement by Christina Voigt that summarized everything that we do
and we expect to do with MOFE, with the different panels that we had, experts, United Nations organizations, judges, environmental law centers. The whole world was here in this debate. And I think it's the first time that we present MOFE in a COP. And we didn't do last year in Dubai, although I did mention a few times, because we didn't know whether we would succeed, whether in those 3 years we would progress as much as necessary to deliver in July 2026 the final product. In Belém, in COP30, we'll be presenting the text, but it's not the final text, and it will not come with the commentaries. The commentaries will be draft or presented in with the final text. Although I have to say, it's a parenthesis that the group is already working on the commentaries, but the commentaries will be changing in accordance to the change in the text that we are preparing. Our next activities in Brazil in the last week of January 2025. We will start with 2 days in Rio, drafting, basically the drafting committee. Then we move to Brasilia, 1 more day of drafting, but with the Brazilian experts and diplomats. 2 of them are here with us. And also 1 day of consultation, as I mentioned earlier today. And we do hope that between Brasilia and Belém, we'll have the consultation in the Congo Basin. If we do it, and we expect to do it, then we have covered the 3 main tropical biomes of the world. Of course, there are temperate forests. And one thing that I didn't mention is that MOFE, although it's the Model Forest Act initiative, it doesn't cover just forests, but flora, native flora. The correct title for MOFE would have been the Model Flora Act instead of the Model Forest Act. But the Brazilian Forest Act is exactly like this. It's called the Forest Act, but in the first provision, it states that the regime that is put there, the principles, the instruments, the objectives, the institutions, also apply to all other types of native vegetations, all the way from grasslands to the canopy of the forest, mangroves, you name it, it's flora, it's included in the text. So this is basically the roadmap. Again, many thanks to our host here in this pavilion, the United Nations Forum on Forest, our fabulous partners, and especially those 2 people that I have already thanked in the opening. I'll do again in the closing. Christina Pack, who's sitting back there, and Professor Nicholas Breiner. So join me in thanking them, the UNFF team, and every other organization that is a part of this effort. We have the chair of WCL here with us, and the other organizations that either helped in organizing or were present here, bringing their contribution to MOFE. All the best, and please wish us all the best too. Thank you.
quickly, all of the speakers, if they would come up here for us to take a group photo. So any of the speakers from the previous panels, if you could come up here to the front and we'll take a quick photo.
Uh, Hello everyone. Do you hear me clearly? If not, please wear the microphone on your seat. 요거 쓰셔야 돼요. Yeah, I wish everyone has a microphone, no, headset from my. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to begin our session today. And good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Forest Pavilion at COP29 here in Baku. And also welcome to the AFOCO side event, Advancing Forest Policies for NDC Achievement and Carbon Market Access Through International Cooperation. And my name is Han Youngju from the Carbon team of AFOCO Secretariat, and it's a great honor and pleasure to meet you here. And first of all, it's a great pleasure to have you all with us today. And our session aims to delve into how robust forest policies and international partnerships can drive progress toward achieving NDCs and improving access to carbon markets. And to give you a brief overview of today's program, we'll start with one opening remarks. Then we'll have a group photo session with all our distinguished speakers and participants here today. And after that, we'll move into a series of presentations covering various topics. And finally, we'll conclude with a panel discussion and Q&A session, and there will be one closing remarks. So now, without further ado, I'm delighted to invite Mr. Nam Song-hee, Director General of the Korea Forest Service, to deliver the opening remarks. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to make an opening remark here to address carbon market access to finance, RED Plus. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Jin Sun-pil, Vice Executive Director of APOCO, Hugh Salway, Senior Director at the Gold Standard, and Director Deluxe Chun at the Forest Administration from the Kingdom of Cambodia, Sojin So from Korea Forestry Promotion Institute, Sung-ho Che, Carbon Team Leader at APOCO, and everyone who have attended and helped organize today's event. Now we face the climate crisis together, a common global challenges. Forests, which cover 1/3 of the Earth's land area, serve as carbon sinks and are nature-based solution that can provide sustainability without side effects. In April last year, the Republic of Korea, finalized its roadmap to meet its 2030 NDC target, setting an ambitious goal to reduce emissions by 40% compared to 2018 levels. Of this target, through forest, we aim to achieve 32 million tons, equivalent to 11% of our reduction target. Our forestry commitment include reducing 27 million tons of carbon domestically and 5 million tons internationally. KFS International Forestry Project is focusing on national and subnational RED Plus. According to Article 5, Article 6.2, and Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, the watershed framework for RED Plus adopted at COP29 requires the implementation of a national lead plus. While subnational level implementation is also acceptable. This is largely considered an ideal way to mitigate forest non-permanence problems and reduce reversal and leakage. Based on experience of RED Plus pilot project in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos, the KFS concentrate on jurisdictional RED Plus to maximize multiple benefits. Now, KFS is implementing a subnational RED Plus project in Phongsalet province in Laos by opening the RED Plus Cooperation Center this October. In addition, KFS is currently reviewing national and subnational RED Plus project in Timor-Leste, Solomon Island, Vanuatu, and Fiji in Asia, Uganda and Ghana in Africa, and Paraguay and Honduras in Latin America. If negotiations go well, I'll expect to be able to sign LOAs by March next year. The finance is one of the most important measures in expanding RED Plus. The growth of a carbon market serves as a window that promotes the investment of resources, encouraging private sectors. The investor resources through emission trading systems not only strengthen the carbon absorption capacity of a forest, but also create a new economic opportunity for companies. My countries learn carbon markets to meet NDC target and boost its economy. The Republic of Korea also operates various carbon markets linked to the forest. In addition to the mandatory market through the emission trading system, a voluntary market based on the Carbon Sink Act is on loan to promote private sector's participation. On 12 November, parties of COP29 reached a meaningful consensus on methodology and the processes of Article 6.4. Even though it is not absolutely acceptable, it will be a significant momentum to facilitate global carbon market. I hope this meeting is an opportunity for you to share your experience and insight to get to our ambition, the climate goals, and enjoy valuable and healthy forest. KFS will go together with the developing countries in solidarity. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful and insightful presentation and your remarks. We'd like to have a group photo session first. Actually, not only the VIP, but we'd like to invite all of the participants here because we value your presence today. So whoever wants to be in the photo, please join us for the group photo session. Well, it's not mandatory. If you don't want to be in the photo, you can just stay in your seat. But Thank you very much for joining us for the photo session. And now we'd like to move into our presentation session. And firstly, we'd like to invite Mr. Sung-ho Choi, who is the team leader of our Carbon Team of APOCO Secretariat. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening, distinguished delegate and participant. My name is Sung-ho Choi, team leader of carbon projecting at the APOCO Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. It's a great honor to present achieving NDCs through forest cooperation, international climate action. I'd like to talk about, briefly introduce APOCO. APOCO was established in 2018 as an intergovernmental organization. We focus on forest cooperation across Asia with 17 member countries, 15 official party, 2 observers. To date, we have implemented 43 projects totaling 88.6 million USD, covering restoration, climate adaptation, enhancing resilience to forest disasters, improving livelihood, and strengthening institutional capacities. This is APOCO milestone. APOCO has received international recognition, obtaining permanent observer status at the UN General Assembly and the observer status at the UNCCD and UNFCCC. We are contributing to global goals, including SDGs climate target through forest cooperation in Asia. UNFCCC 2023 the synthesis report on NDCs emphasize the importance of forest for cost-effective emission reduction. Out of 168 NDCs from 195 parties, 69 parties commonly mention afforestation, reforestation, revegetation, and sustainable forest management. Additionally, 34% of parties emphasize reducing deforestation and forest degradation, including REDD+ activities. Forest and ecosystem-based solution with a mitigation potential of 2.28 gigaton CO2 per year are recognized as one of the most cost-effective options available. Forest-based climate cooperation offers cost-effective pathway to bridge emissions gap and achieve conditional NDC targets with international support. Many countries have set forest-based targets in their conditional NDCs. For instance, in Vietnam 2022 NDCs update, conditional targets were raised from 27% to 43.5%, including a planned reduction of 14.1 million tons CO2 in LULUCF, contingent upon 1.5 billion in support. To meet NDC target through forest-based climate action, cooperation must be rooted in the Paris Agreement. Forests are highlighted under Article 5 and Article 6 promote voluntary cooperation between countries. Scaling up forest-based climate actions under Article 5 and then Article 6 can be facilitated by enhancing carbon market accessibility. REDD+ cooperation under the corporate approaches of Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement is worth considering. RED Plus is an incentive mechanism initially developed under Tokyo Protocol to provide result-based payment for forest conservation. Under the Paris Agreement, it's a key tool for achieving reductions in the rulership sector. Through the RED Plus and Article 6.2 voluntary cooperation, countries are expected to contribute their NDC target while generating items for use toward other countries' NDCs or other international mitigation purposes. In order to enhance accessibility to carbon market, a line of Article 6 and the voluntary carbon market, VCM, has been discussed. They exist as independent and separate, like oil and water efforts. However, some entities are on the way to align them. VCM has been exploring ways to harmonize with Article 6 since adoption of the Paris Agreement, though decision ultimately depends on authorizing government. A notable example is Singapore partnership with Ghana and Papua New Guinea, where eligible voluntary carbon credit can be transferred as items with corresponding adjustment between the NDCs. In summary, key elements for supporting NDC achievement through forest cooperation include advancing national RED+, building institutional capacity for Article 6, and improving carbon market access. These elements vary based on each country's circumstance. Regardless of the combination of the options, the key message is that implementation climate action can be accounted for in the global stocktake. Global stocktake, guided by Article 14 of the Paris Agreement, assesses progress toward Paris Agreement goals every 5 years. It encompasses mitigation, adaptation, and support, helping parties identify areas for update, enhancement, and improvement in climate cooperation. According to the Decision 19 of the CMA, Para 37 GSD information source include 9 categories, as you see, primarily from parties. However, non-parties, including the UNFCCC observer organization like APOCO, can be also submit relevant information. For forest-based cooperation achievement to be captured in the GSD, countries should focus on the enhancing and conserving forest carbon stock in their rulership inventory, reported as scientific data. Additionally, we should strive to implement and report financial, technical, and capacity building cooperation efforts that support these achievements. In line with these approaches, APOCO aims to provide measurable, reportable, scalable forest cooperation that can be accounted to the global stocktake. Our approach emphasizes alignment with SDGs, scaling up cooperation, and enhancing the value and marketability of forest outcomes for long-term impact. APOCO's first approach is ensuring measurable and reportable contribution to SDGs and climate goals. We emphasize MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification, aligned with SDG as rulership inventory incursion, ensuring that contributions are accurately reflected in international reporting. Our second strategic approach is focus on scaling up and integration of efforts from environment, social perspective, and programmatic perspective. These include scaling up reforestation projects from grant to carbon credit initiative and developing forest ecotourism programs linked to ecosystem restoration. APOCO's third strategic approach is valuation and marketization of cooperation outcomes. These strategies seek to increase market accessibility for ecosystem services, mobilizing more financial resources for sustainable forest initiatives. All these efforts align with APOCO's strategic plan 2024 to 2030 and 10-year climate action plan, particularly strengthening policy, capacity building, knowledge sharing, and technology cooperation to support forest-based climate action, which feed into the global stocktake. In the last October, 11th APOCO Assembly adopted a phased, scalable, and integrative climate forest cooperation framework to advance these goals. Considering that the scope of cooperation for addressing and adapting to climate change through forests is extensive, it is necessary to establish organization directions of program and project development for enhancing effectiveness of climate-related forest cooperation of APOCO. Also, 11th APOCO Assembly also adopted our RED Plus Readiness Initiative to expand forest-based climate action effort. The 11th APOCO members with LULUCF target in their NDCs are actively engaging UNFCCC RED Plus mechanism, which will enhance their capacity and contribute to global climate goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Choi. The next speaker is Mr. So Soon-jin, General Manager from the Korea Forestry Promotion Institute. Please welcome him with warm regard.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate for inviting me here. It's really honor for me to be here. Today I'd like to talk about the case studies of the Korea regarding REDD plus cooperations with developing countries and our legal effort to support the public sectors to get involved in this area. I'm Sun-jin So, and I'm from Korea Forestry Promotion Institute, and I'm in charge of forest crime industry divisions. So who we are? We are a public company. Stands for the COFI stands for Korea Forestry Promotion Institute, and we implement our government policy. So we are in front of the field area. So first of all, I'd like to talk about our forest role in achieving NDC target. So let me see. Okay, our NDC target is really challenging. As you can see here, the trend of our emission on the rise, but we have to cut off the emissions by 40% by 2030. It's really demanding, and it means we have to cut off more than 4% each year. It's quite a lot compared to the countries you can see on the slide. So each sector set their own target, set their own goals, but domestic part is quite difficult to achieve that goal. So we put more target on international area. So we put 37 million tons on international cooperation, and among that, the forest sector have to contribute 5 million tons. So it's huge. RED is really important for Korea Korea. So can we achieve that goal? I can tell we can do, because we have the experience of recovering our whole countries. As you can see, we had very devastated area, but we recovered with lots of trees. Now we have very green territories full of trees like this. Okay, I'm sorry. So the world recognized Korea as a country that's the only former developing countries to succeed in rehabilitating its forest following World War II. So we are very proud of it. And we also are doing lots of reforestation projects in all around the world, like see in the map. So we have strengths in forestry area. But in domestic part, we have some challenge. The ability to absorb the carbon dioxide from air is decreasing. We reached 70 million tons in 2008, but now our forest just absorb 40 million tons. It's going to be decreased to 40 million tons in 2050. So we have to do something to restore our forest ability to absorb the carbon dioxide. Ironically, we have to cut the trees. It's very ironic, but we have to cut the trees and we have to convert the trees into the wood product, which play a role of the carbon storages, and we have to use less worth wood as a renewable energy, like wood pellet or wood chips, something like that. And at the place we distract the trees, we have to plant with more climate appropriate species. So we have to restore our ability to absorb the carbon dioxide. Along with the domestic part, we also, as I said before, we are expanding the cooperation with the developing countries to proceed the RED project. We already started in Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, and Mr. Nam said all the other countries we are talking to advance this project. Okay. So our government really moved fast. We already set our legal structures. For example, we already made a specific law only for RED project. So it's called Act on Support for Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emissions and Enhancing Carbon Accumulate through Forest in Developing Countries. So under this law, COFI will play a role of support the private sector to invest in RED Plus. And the government and we are also in the process of preparing comprehensive plan and some operating standard and safeguard guideline for the private sector to refer to this information. Let's look at this law in more specifically. So in case of Article 3, the government, it says that government has to, has to support the private sectors. And in Article 10 also say that. And in case of Article 12, the government can establish that plus support center in the developing area, in the developing countries. So that center will support the local activity of Korean companies to implement the RED project. And also government can support the associations of the businesses for them to make their own voice. Okay. Is the details, I'll skip it. And under the the law, we also making the comprehensive plan. So it says, it demonstrates vision, goal, and the 5 strategies. Among the 5 strategies, we will establish information system and MRV system and some information things. And we also try to foster specialists, and we'll expand our partner countries, and we'll do some outreaching activities and network expansions. Also, we'll support private investment. Under this 5 strategy, we'll do our best to do the RED project. As you know, but from the perspective of the private sector, they can choose other mechanisms, like they can choose Art3, or they can choose Vera, JNR, but of course, they want to involve in the UN FCC RED framework, but it's their choice. So the government, we want to show the best practice to make them get involved in the RED project in pursuit of it the most. So what we do, the government did it. Government made the best practice, are trying to make the best practice in the field. So in other words, government pioneered the RED project. For example, from 2014, government did the pilot project in Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, under the, what can I say, the voluntary carbon scheme, VERA. But it's not for, it is for the compiling the experience about the RED project. And after the agreement on RED plus rulebook in COP29, we moved into the jurisdictional project in Laos. And next step is to expand our partner countries. But what we need, the money. We need the investment of the private company. So we have to attract them to RED domain. So finally, in 2030, we'll get ITMO of 5 million tons through RED project. Is our pathway. So let me talk about a little bit of our pilot project. We did Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, and among 3 projects, we get the VCU, the credit from Cambodia project, like 605,000 tons, and among that, already 80% has been retired. So it's been a big achievement for us, and it's not only for the investment, but also for compiling the experience in this area. Why did we choose China, Cambodia? Because Cambodia was struggling from deforestation with lots of the causes. So what we did in Cambodia, we did help them to protect their forests by organizing forest patrols and monitoring forest fires and illegal loggings. We also support them to restore their forests by supporting building nursery and giving some seedlings to replant, and also help them capacity building and help them to improve their livelihood. Like those activities, the project has been very successful. You can check at this satellite image, the boundary, the red line is the boundary. Within the boundary, the green color is keep maintaining, so it's well conserved, the forest. But outside of the boundary, we can observe some change of the color from green to gray or soil color. So the project was successful, but the problem, there might be some leakage problem. So what we do, the next step is to go to the jurisdictional level. We can learn from this experience. So we started with who? With Laos. In Bungsali province, which has 1.2 million hectares, we made some agreement with the government. Okay, see. It was the pathway we went through. So we started the talk in 2023 and made the LOA with Lao government. And after that, we finally in 2024, on October, we established the Red Plus Support Center. So the support center will support the private company to invest in this area as well. So why I say this? Because the government role is really important in the area of the RED project. But 2.2 million hectare, how can we get the money, the investment from the government? That's the key, I think. So we have to do something to attract private players to involved in the RED project. As I said before, the RED project more will be under Article 6.2. I mean, because the scale is jurisdictional level. That means our partner should be at least the local government of our opponent country. So the structure will be the state-led structure. So the government role is really important. But some countries and some companies are saying about some difficulties they have to do RED projects. Something like they say that the process is too complex and legal structure is too complex, and they are not sure about the future price of the credits, so they hesitate to do a RED project, and it takes too long time. And how do I say? And they don't have enough information. So to support them, we start by supporting some pre-feasibility studies. Oh my goodness! So those companies are that who get benefit from our support, and 11 companies get some support us, and they investigated in 8 countries. From this slide is my imagination, it's my hope. So it's not the government point of view. Just listen. It's my opinion. Actually, Coffee, we are the scheme owner of Korea voluntary carbon market. So we already certified 140,000 tons, and among them 20,000 tons already retired. So we have some experience in carbon market. For activate these schemes, we have done lots of activities like carbon neutral event, and we also invite some tech company to develop app platform applications platform. The transaction application platform, and we also there are some company who release some product, carbon neutral product, which delete the footprint. Carbon footprint using our pressed carbon, and we also do some campaign. So those kind of activity will be very effective for raising the awareness of the peoples about the carbon project in both countries. So I hope we'll do this kind of activity in Laos or other developing countries as well. And another important factor is ESG. So many countries are pursued of ESG value, but forests have lots of ESG values, like forests provide some renewable energy, and forests provide some sustainable resource, and they also provide some credit of carbon removal. So there's lots of reason the private company get involved in forestry, including RED project as well. So we emphasize this kind of values to private companies. I'm sorry, it's not working. Yeah, another experience, another achievement in domestic Korea voluntary market is adopting the technique. We are improving our MRV system using image-based analysis from the image data from drone or LiDAR or something, some images. So we can use very advanced technology in monitoring a RED project as well. So we'll try this as well. And another thing I do is my last slide. So we are doing this kind of value chain. We are doing establishing this supply chain in a district in Korea. So the private company are participating in this structure, and they can get some credit from the forest, and they can get some renewable energy. Also, they can get some sustainable forest resources, so they can substitute with these materials with some fossil fuel-based materials. So this kind of thing, I hope we will integrate this kind of value chain in RED project as well. So it will be a very good point to attract private investment. Is our plan. So thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. So Soon-jin. And our next presentation is from Mr. Hugh Salway, Senior Director at Gold Standards. And in his talk, he will talk about how standards can support government side and some forestry innovations such as digital MRV, those sectors, and also share the case studies from the Singapore. Please welcome him.
Hello, everyone. This is great. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for hosting this event, and thank you for having me here. As was mentioned there, I'm here to talk a bit about what we do in Gold Standard, but more specifically how standards like ours can be used by governments when they are looking to deliver impact through carbon markets, and some of the innovations that we're doing which can be supportive for the forestry sector, but also for other sectors under Article 6, but also outside of that as well. And it really complements some of what we've heard before in the past presentations. A little bit about Gold Standard to start for those who may be less familiar with us. So Gold Standard was established 20 years ago as a non-profit organization. We work as a standard setter in the carbon market. So we have a standard in place that is used by over 3,500 projects across the world in more than 100 countries, which are delivering emission reductions or removals and are also contributing towards sustainable development. So Gold Standard projects must not only deliver emission impacts, they must also deliver against at least 2 other sustainable development goals, and many go further and go up to 10, for instance. And there are several core principles which underpin the work that we do as Gold Standard. The first of this is stakeholder inclusivity. So from the start of projects, they must be designed in a way that involves and engages local communities, local citizens, with a stakeholder consultation process at the start, but also an ongoing process of engagement all the way through the project. And most projects which operate under Gold Standard have some form of benefit sharing arrangement in place with local communities as well. The second core principle of Gold Standard is the holistic impact towards sustainable development. And for us, we really see the two sitting hand in hand. For a project to be successful and to be sustainable, it's not enough to just think about climate mitigation. You have to think about other sustainable development benefits as well. So for a forest project, the wider biodiversity conservation which is taking place, job creation which may be there as well, water security, other elements which may be there, which affect people but also the planet in a positive way. Thirdly, making sure that projects have the right safeguards in place. When projects go wrong in the carbon market, it's sometimes to do with low quality in how we issue credits, but it's often to do with negative impacts on human rights abuses or other things which do damage to local communities and also to the project. And Gold Standard has been reviewed externally to have the strongest safeguards in place within the voluntary carbon market. And it's something which we take very seriously, making sure that projects are designed in a way where they are managing potential negative harm which could come through. And then finally, of course, making sure that projects are delivering real outcomes. So all Gold Standard projects must follow quantified, approved methodologies, verified by third-party auditors. And Gold Standard is now approved under the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, but also under CORSIA, the compliance regime for aviation. And as I'll talk about soon, is also approved under the Singapore carbon tax as well as others across the world. I'll stay on this side actually. So I mean, just to say under Gold Standard, I mean, kind of reflecting on the comments which were shared before, Gold Standard is a global standard. We allow multiple different methodologies to be used under our standard. We don't certify Red Plus activities. That's a decision made over a decade ago. But we do support and have methodologies for afforestation, reforestation, for mangroves now as well, and for a number of other activities which support nature-based solutions across the world. And this really reflects back on some of the comments which we heard earlier about how the market is evolving. So Gold Standard and others like us, Verra for instance, 5 or 6 years ago were voluntary carbon market standards. But that is something which has been shifting in the past few years. So what we have seen with the introduction of Article 6 is a coming together of the voluntary market and standards like us which serve that, and Article 6. And we have also seen new domestic compliance regimes which have been set up globally, which are using standards like Gold Standard. So if you develop a project under Gold Standard right now, there is the option to serve the voluntary carbon market. For projects that meet the eligibility criteria, there is the option for CORSIA, the International Aviation Scheme's sector scheme. There is the option in some cases for use of credits within national carbon taxes. So Singapore, Colombia, Chile, South Africa all recognize Gold Standard credits with specific criteria in place. And there is also the option for credits to be used under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement in bilateral trades between countries. And Gold Standard is collaborating with the government of Sweden to develop the framework for them to be able to use our standard in the future. And we would love to do something with Korea, so let's see what comes. And a little bit about why a government might want to use a standard in their work. So Gold Standard has significant experience overseeing and managing a standard. This isn't something which is easy to do. It takes a lot of time to establish the standard, to establish a set of verifiers who can work with the standard, to build familiarity amongst project developers, and it takes a lot of effort to keep this in place as well, to maintain and invest in a registry, to have the staff who have the ability to manage methodologies and keep them up to date over time. And it is something that can be done by government, but it's also something that can be where you can rely on things which exist already, which is what we see elsewhere in different sectors as well. The government doesn't have to do everything. They can work out what they want, but then they can work with standard setters which are internationally recognized for the work which they do in standard setting. So, and another final point which I think is important is this point on continuous innovation. So with the experience that's been developed over many years, we're not stopping. We're always continuing to look at how we can innovate next. And that's partly about how we can support Article 6, but it's also about how we can digitize the solutions which have been there in the past. So if you look back over the past 20 years of the carbon market, a lot of it is quite manual. So some of the project types which you see have relied on sampling, they've relied on kind of more manual versions of testing and understanding what a project is delivering. We've seen a huge increase in digital MRV technologies which are coming in to support more accurate reporting of the impact being delivered by projects. We're seeing this in the forestry sector, but also in the cook stove sector, in other sectors as well. And we in Gold Standard are looking at how we can enable digital MRV solutions through a new pilot program which we have, but also looking at how we can digitize our overall process to make things as easy as possible, as efficient as possible, and as accurate as possible all the way through our process. And I think I'm going to move past this one actually and go on to the next slide. Oh, this is difficult now because I have an animated slide, so I'm going to have to click multiple times. So we'll see how I can do on this. But I wanted to conclude with an illustration of how gold standard can be used, and it kind of is used or will be used soon under the Singapore carbon tax. So Singapore has set up a novel model where companies within the country are required to pay a carbon tax, but they have the ability to meet 5% of their carbon tax obligations by using credits. These credits will be international credits, so they will be from other countries overseas, and so they will be traded under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And Singapore, in setting this up, hasn't set up their own standard. They have recognized standards which are eligible under CORSIA, the aviation scheme, so they have looked at an international benchmark. They've decided to recognize those standards, and that is where projects will be developed. And I just want to walk through quickly how this model works, and it's a model which could be replicated in different countries as well. So the government of Singapore is the kind of government in the middle here. They are entering into implementation agreements with different governments across the world, which are looking to host projects and to be able to transfer mitigation under Article 6 by applying corresponding adjustments. Between the two governments, so between Singapore and the host government, the two of them will provide an Article 6 authorization for projects. So they will identify projects which meet both of their criteria. They will provide authorizations to those, meaning that they are able to have credits transferred under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We as Gold Standard will then certify the impact which is delivered by those projects. So Gold Standard, could be other standards as well which are eligible, will certify the impact delivered by these projects. And we will issue VERs, which are the units which we have. So those VERs will be issued into Gold Standard's registry. If we click on, and those kind of VERs, those carbon credits, can then be used by companies within Singapore towards their carbon tax obligations. So companies in Singapore can purchase these credits, which are authorized by the government under Article 6, certified by Gold Standard, and these can be used by companies to comply with their carbon tax obligations. And then if we go on, the company will be reporting to regulators. So the company will report back to regulators on the credits which they have retired towards their carbon tax obligations. And then we click one more time. We as Gold Standard will make sure that we are sharing information with the government to support their reporting. So there is a cycle which involves Gold Standard, kind of goes all the way from host countries, buying countries, through our standard, through project developers, with credits used by companies and then reported back to governments. And this is a model which is quite innovative under Article 6. It doesn't involve the government directly purchasing credits. It involves the government creating a scheme under which private actors have different choices about the credits that they want to use from different projects, and allows private finance to come in to help to meet the NDC of the government of Singapore. So this is the model which we see under in Singapore, and we may see elsewhere as well soon. And just a little bit about some of the things which are coming next under Gold Standard, which I think are relevant for some of the work that we're talking about here. So we as a standard will carry on managing our status, our recognition under different schemes. So working with the government of Singapore, working with CORSIA and the other governments which are have recognized our standard under their carbon tax. We also engage in technical assistance. So this is a new market context with credits under carbon taxes, a new market context with Article 6. And there is work that we do as a standard to engage with governments, but also with the private sector to help to build understanding of how these new systems work, but also how project development can work under Article 6 and in the new market context too. Going back to forestry, we have an existing methodology under Gold Standard for afforestation and reforestation. This will be updated next year to bring the standard and the methodology in line with new understandings, new science, new best practice. And we're quite excited about what this new methodology will allow to happen across the market. And then finally, and as I mentioned earlier, we started to implement a pilot program for digital MRV 2 months ago, and this work will carry on over this next period. And this will really help us to understand how much digital MRV solutions can come in alongside, or maybe in some cases replacing, some of the more manual work which is done to make sure that we have accurate data on what a project is actually delivering. So with that, I wanted to say thank you to everyone for listening, and I look forward to hearing next. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh, for a wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Chon Deluxe from the Director of Forestry Industry and International Cooperation Department of Forestry Administration in Cambodia. But unfortunately, he couldn't be with us in person today, but he generously sent us a pre-recorded video. So please turn on the video. Let's play the video now.
Of forest carbon projects, RED Plus, in 2014, by 2014. Hello, His Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Delui Chun. I am a Director of Forest Industry and International Cooperation Department of the Forestry Administration of Cambodia. So this session is a part of a session that hosted by AFOCO, Korean Forest Service, and the gold standard. And we are going to address on issues related to the advancing forest policies for NDC achievement and carbon market access through international cooperation. And a part of the session from Cambodia side, I will present you on the voluntary carbon projects and policy updates on international transfer mitigation outcomes, which is part of the Paris Agreement Article 6.2 of Cambodia, by giving you a status and the way forward. To address this, I am going to present you 4 key agenda items. And first, I will give you policy and updates on ITMOs of Cambodia and a general forest management and governance in Cambodia, and the current status of forest carbon projects, RED Plus, in 2014, by 2014. And based on that, I will draw some lessons learned from voluntary carbon project and ITMO implementation in Cambodia. So the first agenda, it is about the policy update on ITMO. But prior to that, I am presenting you the importance of the Cambodian NDC plus the long-term strategy for carbon neutrals. These are the key government policy and government climate action plan that the last updated NDC, we prioritize 33 priority mitigation action in 4 sectors: energy, waste industry, transportation, agriculture, and follow. And it is estimated cost for implementing these 33 priority mitigation action. It is estimated about 5.8 billion USD to be implemented during the period from 21 to 2030. And Cambodian government also to elaborate more detail, translating from NDC into the long-term strategy for carbon neutrals, which is a key specific government action plan and documents to achieve the carbon neutral by 2050. And we separate into the cost for implementation by 2030 and 2050. So these are the costs to be the cost that estimated for implementing the long-term strategy for carbon neutral of Cambodia. And the most important thing that we are expecting that private sector will play important roles that potentially be contributed to implementation of the long-term strategy for carbon neutral Cambodian, about like 50% of their support. And Cambodian, it is a first country in Southeast Asia that we develop the operational procedure for implementing the Article 6, especially to provide more detailed operation of the Article 6.2, which is ITMO. And in that operational procedure, it was endorsed by the Royal Government of Cambodia on 14 December 2023. And to oversee it, the government established the national authority to oversee the operational procedure implementation. And the idea and the objective of operational procedure is giving all stakeholders, especially the investor, to implement a very specific and also to implement a project that address ITMO especially, and follow the rule and procedure imposed by the government. So in the right hand side, actually mechanism that could project they could generate ITMO. It could be the project program, the project and programs, the project program that use voluntary carbon standard or a bilateral cooperation like joint credit mechanism or the national mechanism itself, and also the international mechanism 6.4, but using the UNFCCC mechanism. So these four program implementation intended to generate GHGER, and if the government or if the private sector they wants to use the ER, but as part of the Article 6.2, which is ITMO, so that's they need to have authorized by the host country. So when the host country authorized to use that ERs, it could, so the recipient country could use it for meeting its NDC or use it for voluntary offset or cost-year offset scheme. And at the end, the recipient country and the host country needs to do corresponding adjustment apply if they are applying or if they are using the credits or the ER for under the Article 6.2. And if the other option, if the project and program or investor they are not intend to use Article 6.2, so that when they generate ER, so it could be used domestically for domestic markets or contribution claims. So there is no need for a corresponding adjustment at the end. So these are very summary on the operational procedures for implementing ITMO in Cambodia. And for sure, there will be more detail on write down on the procedure, rule and procedure, and also the way to get endorsement from the host country and recipient country. And this is a step in implementing the ITMOs. And we have the project proponent, the national authority, auditor, and carbon mechanism, or its carbon standard. So the project proponent, it could be a government entity, or it could be the private sectors, investor, yeah. And they have to apply for letter of objection from the national authority, project design, validation, verification, request for authorize, follow the step, and it have to separate it into the three phases: project pre-implementation, project implementation, and issues or transfer the credit or emission reduction to the recipient country or investors. And in Cambodian case, by 20 and 22, we have the forest cover accounted for 40.10% of the whole country. These are based on the forest cover map assessment of Cambodia by 20 and 22, and this includes the forest cover includes palm oil, rubber plantation, and tree plantation as part of the, we consider as a forest cover. And in response to the UNFCCC, Cambodian, we conduct forest cover assessment every 2 years. Every 2 years, in response to the BUO reports, support BUO report and BTO, and also the communication report. So by 20 and 24, we will have one. Right now we have draft, not for forest cover assessment 20 and 24, but not yet official release. And for the governance in forest management in Cambodian, we have three key main agencies that manage both terrestrial forest and flooded mangrove forest. And the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery is responsible for managing the terrestrial forest, that mainly the forests are managed for rehabilitation, restoration, restoration for the purpose of production, of forest production, demand, supply in country and domestically and internationally. And the forest area under Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery categorized into economic land concession, which is accounted for 1.3 million hectares. Community forestry, which is the forest area managed by the local community and recognized by the law, the sub-degree and the laws. So far, it is accounted for 500,000 hectares. And the forest rehabilitation and small-scale forestry, which is the area managed for production forest, mainly managed by a joint venture from private and public or household, and it is contributed for 500,000, plus the forest restoration development site and the zoo, wildlife refuge center and zoo. Yeah. And the second agency is fishery administration that is responsible for managing the flooded forest and the mangrove forest. And for the flooded forest, mainly found along and around the Tonle Sap Great Lake, it is accounted for 2.3 million hectares of flooded forest in 6 provinces around the Tonle Sap Great Lake, plus around 3,200 hectares of the mangrove forest that is found along the coastal areas. And the third ministry is the Ministry of Environment, which is responsible for managing forests, but subjected for the ecological and environmental protection. And we categorize it as a protected area. And by 20 and 24, the protected area is cover the forest area around 7.1 million hectares, but most of them are managed and subjected for conservation purposes. And these are a community forestry map, which is laid down over the forest cover assessment. And it is covered around 500,000 hectares and scattered around the whole the forest land area in Cambodia. It is quite small compared to the protected area. However, the benefit is much more than ever, which is the benefit for the local and poor community who living around and inside the community forestry area. And these are recognized by the law. And we give power and energy and rights to the local community, manage the forest area for their livelihood and income generations. And this is the protected area map. It is showing around 46 protected area and categorized into national park, wildlife sanctuary, multiple use area, and heritage site protection area. And these are also, they have Ramsar site and marine conservation park. Those are part of the protected area. Yeah. It's managed by the Ministry of Environment. It is about like 7.1 million hectare cover areas. And this slide, I draw summary on the voluntary carbon project in Cambodia and the ITMO, the newly set up ITMO project in Cambodia. So far, we registered 10 voluntary carbon projects and 8 voluntary carbon projects and 2 projects consider it as an ITMO. And the 8 voluntary carbon project mainly we use voluntary carbon standard and some of them has a generated carbon credit has been traded in voluntary carbon market. But for ITMO project, for example, like joint credit mechanism, the Central Cardamom project, Red Plus project is still under preparation. But the way they are preparing, will respond and follow the rules and procedures that are imposed by the government that I mentioned in the early slide on the operational procedures for Article 6 and 6.2. And it is a map showing the three type, or the two type, the voluntary carbon project and ITMO project. And the red dot, it is the project site for voluntary carbon project, which is under the management and coordination of the Ministry of Environment. And the dark green, it is a voluntary carbon project under the coordination and implementation by the Forestry Administration. We have two. And the yellow dot, it is the initiated ITMO forestry project that under the lead and supervision and coordination by the Ministry of Environment. So it sounds that it looked like that many projects has been implemented all over the forest area in Cambodia, the northern, the southern, and the eastern, except for the central one, the flooded forest and mangrove forest area. And we learned that, throughout the year that we implemented voluntary carbon project, for example, RED Plus, we learned that voluntary carbon project, even it is quite advanced, and it is a first start carbon credit, but we learned that it was very effective in terms of that the procedure in establishing the project quite straightforward, and then sell the credit and get the money back to support the community forestry is on time and quick and very effective in addressing driver deforestation and forest degradation. So that voluntary carbon project is good, in terms of transaction and in terms of the quick start of implementation and direct benefit to the local community. And we learned that, since the market for voluntary carbon project is right now, it's fall down because many investors, they want to shift from voluntary carbon market or voluntary carbon mechanism to ITMO, which is compliant. So that is why right now we have challenges in Cambodia in how we shifting the voluntary carbon project to ITMO, especially the ITMO Article 6.2, yes. And we also learned that, we need to clarify the nature of the project prior to the investment in forestry. For example, like if company or government to invest into a carbon project, benefit sharing, methodology, implementation arrangement need to be well prepared and need to have sufficient information and data prior we decide whether we should go ahead with voluntary or ITMO or Article 6.4 that is required. And at the same time, we need to address the technical issues. Right now in Cambodia, we are in the process of shifting VGM to ITMO. However, we still face some challenges in terms of some methodological problem and also the ITMO tracking system for both the host country and the recipient country. But at the same time, we need to address the nesting RED Plus project into the national program to ensure that they will be part of ITMO system. These are kind of the technical issues need to be addressed in response to make sure that it is transparency and meet to the requirement of the ITMO tracking system of both country, the host country and the recipient country. And we learned that for the investment, if the government or private sector investment into carbon project, they should combine with the CSR. Carbon, but we just not look at carbon investment itself, but CSR is really important to make sure that the sustainability. And we learned that even the host country ready to set up ITMO tracking system, but we need to make sure that the recipient country need to have the ITMO tracking system as well, and both countries need to be understand each other, the system itself when we are transfer the credit, and it need to be transparency. It need to be accountability by the both countries. And last one, for the cost of the carbon project investment, it need to be conducted prior the decision of the investment. We need to cost for identify stakeholder mapping and define the role, and we need to design a system, the benefit sharing, development methodology, cost for validation and verification cost. These are kind of thing cost prior to the project design and investment. I think this is my last slide presentation. I hope that you learn from presentation. This is the one example from the voluntary Red Plus project financed by Uribank Korea and the Asia Forest Cooperation Organization. The first picture, it is a village that located along the Mekong River. And this is picture is a community forestry that managed by the local people. Our team member, it is a Mekong Red Plus project P1. And these are one of the Mekong Red Plus project P2 and the dry forest in the community forest and the village along the Mekong. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any question, please communicate with the team there, AFOCO team, or communicate through my email at the first slide. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you have a good success in the COP29 in Baku. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandelux. I hope to meet you in person next time in the COP30. And all of you, I hope you enjoyed the session from Mr. Chandelux. Now we'd like to move on to the panel discussion. I guess due to the time constraints, we will have one common questions and one Q&A session for this. And please, I would like to invite all our presenters to up on the stage. From the left-hand side, Mr. Choi, then Hugh, and Mr. So Soon-jin. Thank you to all of our presenters today. And it's very fortunate that we could have a chance to listen to the perspective from the organizations with different views. One is from the international organization, Mr. Choi, AFOCO, and the next one is from Gold Standard, which is representing the private sector and also the standards point of view. And also the last one is from our Korean government agencies, Mr. So Soon-jin. We have posed our common question before to you, so we'd like to listen to the response from Mr. Choi first. But before that, I'd like to read it out loud so that our participants to listen to our question first. So achieving NDC targets requires strong collaboration at both domestic and international levels, involving public and private sectors. From your perspective, what is the most urgent priority for strengthening forest policy and legal instruments to support forest-based climate action? And how can your sector contribute to enhancing these collaborative efforts? Mr. Choi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Youngju. And then I'd like to mention two things. First one is in order to achieve the NDC targets, I'd like to highlight the first one is establishment of the MRB system. Second one is capacity building for relevant stakeholders. As you know that already the Golden Standard highlight also Dr. So Soon-jin highlighted that MRB for NDC implementation not only necessary for simple emission measurement and reduction the calculation, but also to help countries make a decision, establish appropriate policy and supplement amended to move in better direction. However, since most APOCO member countries, developing countries, have insufficient MRB system compared to advanced the countries. In this regard, systematically establishing MRB for NDC implementation really required and also important the goal for developing countries. Also, these days, I'd like to inform you that these days APOCO already signed the MOU with the Golden Standard, and these days we joined the pilot networking program, and then we would like to strengthen cooperation regarding the digital MRB platform. Second one is I already highlighted that the capacity building program for stakeholders relate to the policy and legal instruments from central level and the regional level. Most APOCO member countries are developing countries. Out of the 17 APOCO member countries, for example, Indonesia and Vietnam, which have eligible manpower capacity, can develop may develop the the policy and implement MRB, but most member countries need to improve the capacity for the stakeholders for the project implementation, also to develop the related policy. Furthermore, as an intergovernmental organization, APOCO would like to support the development of roadmap related to the policy development by fostering the capacity of stakeholders from central level to regional level. For example, in order to lead plus activities and then to be recognized, relevant institutions and systems, national strategy and action plan, and information system SIS, also forest emission and reference level, FRL, FREL, and the measurement, reporting, and verification MRB under UNFPC Washer Red Plus framework are required. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Choi. I believe that it must be a very opportune response, even though I couldn't really hear it. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hugh. How do you see your sector can contribute to our efforts?
This is on, yes, great. I think you can hear? No? Here we are. This one hopefully works a bit better. Fine? Yeah, okay. Like that? Okay, perfect. Okay, great, there we are. So one of the things that I think has really been learned if you look at the carbon market over the past few years is the importance of having the right standards in place if you're looking at forest-based action or action in any sector which relies on carbon markets. So making sure that the right methodologies are in place which accurately credit what has been achieved rather than leading to over-crediting. So that I think is really essential to build trust, to make sure that you're delivering outcomes which are real and to having something which is sustainable over time. And then just thinking of this as a standard setter as well, there are a number of other elements which are important. Making sure that when you're delivering activities, whether at the project level or the jurisdictional scale, there is proper community involvement as well. And you're thinking about people's livelihoods and how those can be sustained and kind of go really hand in hand with how an activity is implemented. And again, this is all about long-term sustainability. If we're talking about forest-based action, you're talking about work for decades, and it needs to be done in the right way with proper involvement of everyone who's engaged and impacted by the activity. And then a third element which really sits alongside those two there is about the management of reversals as well. So if we, and kind of this sits alongside the methodological part as well, if we're talking about action in forestry, there is this inherent risk of reversal. And we as standard setters have managed this through buffer pools in the past. But it's very interesting to see what happens over the next few years and how this evolves, partly because we may have more events which require reversals because of the impact of climate change as well. And so thinking about how this is managed properly will be very important to make sure that you have something which can work over the long term, which can be trusted, and where if reversal events do take place, that can be properly managed within a system, whether that's a buffer pool approach, whether it's some other kind of mechanism.
Thank you, Hugh. Maybe due to the time constraint, we have to be very much quick a little. Please, Mr. So.
Thank you very much. Shorten my discussions is my hope. Actually, before I came to Baku, I met LG Electronics and Samsung Electronics, the biggest company in Korea. And they asked me about the forestry and RED Plus. They want to participate in the RED project, but they don't know how to do so. The urgent thing that I think is to let them know exactly what RED Plus is, and we have to suggest the business model for them, which is very attractive for them. So we have to, that's the way our government is doing. We developed pilot project and we spread that model to other, good example to other the companies. That will be the urgent things, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the quick response. I'm sorry, but I was considering to have I was considering to take one question from the floor, but I don't think we'll have time for it. Please understand, maybe you can privately, individually reach out to our presenter after this session. Thank you very much for today, and please back to your seats so that we can have our closing remark. Now, for the last one, I'd like to invite our Mr. Jin Sung-pil, our Vice Executive Director of Baku, for the closing remark. Please welcome him with regard.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues and partners, as we come to the close of today's session, allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to all you contributed their insights and expertise. Today's discussion on advancing forest policy and legal instrument has underscored the pivotal role of forests in our collective climate response and, more specifically, the importance of sound policy in achieving the ambitious goal we have set under the Paris Agreement. The theme of today's session focused on the integration of forest policy and legal instruments reminds us of those robust frameworks such as the Warsaw Framework for REDD+ and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement are not only enablers but essential foundations for effective climate cooperation. These instruments provide countries with structured pathway to incorporate climate objectives into their national forest policies, thereby advancing their NDCs. We have witnessed through today's exchanges how policy and legal framework can facilitate access to carbon market, making sustainable forest management viable and impactful. The example shared from diverse contexts highlight the potential for this framework to bridge global ambition with local action and to translate high-level commitment into concrete results that resonate on the ground. Furthermore, today's session has underscored that our success depends not solely on individual policies or framework, but on our ability to work collaboratively. No single institution, government, or sector can bear the responsibility of addressing climate change alone, as demonstrated by the presentation today. Cooperation, fueled by shared knowledge, resources, and mutual commitment to sustainable development is essential. Only by working together can we fully harness the power of forests to achieve meaningful climate action. In closing, I hope the lessons and insights gathered here today will inspire each of us to enhance our approaches, refine our policies, and build stronger, more resilient partnerships. Let us remember that forests are not merely resources. They are central to the health of our planet, the livelihood of our communities, and the future of our climate resilience. Thank you for your commitment and participation. Let's continue forward with a shared vision for a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this marks the end of our session today. And just before closing, I'd like to have a very brief promotion on our Forest Pavilion. Actually, this was our first Forest Pavilion session event under a focus side event, but there will be a separate Forest Pavilion we'll have. Yeah, so other than the SDGs Pavilion, there will be a separate Forest Pavilion next year in the Brazil COP. So please visit us because we will have we'll host more diverse topics and the sessions with APOCO and also under the leadership of UN Forest Forum on Forests. So please visit us and come to our sessions next year. Thank you very much.